let's say after 12 o'clock, which is midnight, do you think it's less less
Traffic.
people having spaces? So therefore, the space become more stable when there are less spaces, or
Mm. That's a good theory. But Twitter's global, right? I don't know if they're all on the same servers. Excuse me, because I
yeah,
know I
right,
know in some countries they're either banned or they got a bunch of weird restrictions. So
right.
I'm not totally sure how that works. I went to go see a movie called Plane, with Gerald Butler and the black actor. I think he played Luke Cage on the TV series. I don't know his name, but it was a decent enough movie. But it was essentially based in the Philippines, and a group of islands called the Jolo Islands or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's where the Muslims live.
That
Yeah,
that's what they were. They were separatists,
right.
and they were saying how the Philippine army wouldn't come in there because they kept kicking their ass or kicking them out of there or whatever it was. But
Right.
yeah, it was an interesting movie.
Well, look, that area, the Muslim area, they have their it's like autonomous area.
Mm,
They have their own Muslim laws. They have their own court system. Um, they have polygamy. I
mm,
mean, polygamy is not legal in the Philippines unless you're a Muslim.
mm.
And yeah, so you Muslim, you can have multiple wives in the Philippines.
Yeah, what was interesting, the plane goes down, they take a bunch of hostages, and the thing I kept thinking was, all I see are dudes. Even little villagers. There was like one or two glimpses of them. Man, maybe there was like one old lady in the village, but there really wasn't a lot of women running around. It was all these dudes running around with AKs and AR-15s or whatever they had. And that was one. I
Oh,
was
the
just like,
women that stay in the house, man.
oh really? Oh really? Really?
They got
That's
the women in the house.
wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Now, when it comes to these commercial establishment, the Muslim women they run most of the commercial establishment in Manila,
Mm,
and then the men, they have regular jobs, like taxi drivers, jeepney drivers, or whatever, security guards, or whatever. Yeah,
did you say jitney or jeepney?
jeepney. It's
Jeepney.
like a jeep. Yeah, a jeepney is okay. Look, World War II, right?
Mm,
When after the World War II ended, the American military they had tens of thousands of the jeeps in the Philippines, right?
mm.
And then what the locals did was they turned those jeeps into jeepney, meaning that
Wow.
they made the jeeps longer so it can hold like maybe 8 to 10 people, and they use
Wow.
it as a public transportation.
I gotta find one of those. That's very interesting.
Yeah. So that's been going on since
Jeepney.
like 1948, and they still have them today. Matter of fact, the government is trying to phase them out, right? But I say they still around. They still a couple of 100,000 that's still around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If I give you 5 years, there won't be no more jeepneys in the Philippines in 5 years.
Yeah, I'm looking at them now. They look like little buses.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh,
they're real ugly, man. They're real ugly.
yeah. They're
I
all
mean, it's
painted
like
up. They're all painted up. It reminds you of like them little Mexican. Sometimes in Mexico, you see all these old cars painted up all crazy.
right, right. But yeah, that's the cheapest way. That's the cheapest way to get around Manila. Look, man, it costs like Let me see.
Wow.
10 pesos. That's it costs 20 cents. To drive from one point to another point. To ride from one point to another point. Yeah. But see, I don't like them because these vehicles, they run off diesel, right? And when you are in the truck or in the Jeepney, right, the smoke, we call it the fumes from the car gets into the rider's area, and you can smell everything, man. So I get real sick off of that stuff, man. So I haven't been on a Jeepney in about 7 years.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy, man. Yeah, because they look like they're pretty much open air, for the most part, from what I can tell. Yeah, and they've been servicing them and maintaining them since when? World War II?
Well, what they did was they have how can I say it? Basically they took the scrap metal and turned it to those jeepneys.
Oh wow!
And then they refurbish them like every 10 years. They'll put a new engine, like a Mitsubishi engine or a Toyota engine to them.
Wow.
Every 5-10 years or whatever.
Wow.
But the same vehicle's probably been around for 30-40 years.
Yeah, that's interesting because that is starting to remind me of like Cuba, how they have the old, all those old Chevys because they haven't been able to get new cars, and they do essentially do the same, like just repurpose, rebuild, and
exactly.
Yeah, that. So there's a part of the black majority voter ruled states where you want to have manufacturing, you want to have all these industries, all the accessory industries completely controlled by black Americans, and likely you'd be looking at electric vehicles, to skip right over the combustion engine in order to make that a reality, starting off with like smaller, maybe lawnmowers and generators, moving up to motorcycles or scooters or something like that, and ATVs, and then trying to make the leap to actual vehicles. But
right.
It's like there's a part of me that appreciates a society that hasn't wasted so much money buying new vehicles, financing new vehicles, maintaining new vehicles, and has found a way to survive in spite of the fact that they don't have all of that in their society. So it's interesting.
Right. Now look, the thing about the Philippines, right? What made Philippines very lucky, for a poor country, they're very lucky because they're close to countries like China, South Korea, Japan. A lot of their high tech manufacturing products come from those three countries. And unlike Nigeria, where Nigeria, they really don't have a, what's that word? Nigeria doesn't have a, I don't know what you call these people. They don't have anyone, let's say, that's more technologically more advanced than they are, that they can look up as mentors. Like, I don't think Nigeria can look to Great Britain as a mentor or the USA as a mentor.
Right.
Like, they can try to copy things that we do in America, but the thing is, I don't think Nigeria would look at America as a mentor. Where Philippines, right? Because the Chinese look similar to them, the Korean look similar to them, the Japanese look similar to them. They can look up to those people to advance their whole country. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, who do we look up to? We got to look up to ourselves here, and Black America. We can look to people in our lineage, but that's about as far as it goes. We are the people who have to look up to us at the end of the day. And there was his name is escaping me. I want to say it's Patterson that had a car before Ford did. I'm pretty sure Patterson is their last name, and I can't remember if that one was the electric one or the steam engine one. But in everything and all things, there are so many inventions that our lineage has produced. I just reposted a video that was talking about a black man had invented was it email? I think it might have been email, because we did the whole thing about the guy who actually invented the .com and had owned the network solutions, and I never knew that. You know what I mean? He passed it down to his son, and then they eventually sold it off. But I want to say it was email.
You sound like you're in the Matrix right now.
Okay, all right. I'll do the first dropout and come back in. We could dig into the topic for Delaware a little bit after that. For those who can't move, just only thing we ask is the support and go from there. So I'll be right back. Boy, this is annoying, man. Had issues.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I think that's a great idea right there, man. I was just looking at the topic, and I was thinking about that, man. Because it's going to be some family members that would say, "Well, I can't move to Delaware," and that I think that's true. If you can't make the move, then yes, just try to support the Black American family that are trying to make that move. But I do know this: we do need to be somewhere where our family is going to be the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So we know we can get things done. Also, we know that we can protect our people, because we know that right now with Black America, we're being hit on every angle in this country. You name it, they're coming at us. And so therefore, the Black American family, I think, needs to be close as ever with each other, so we can make sure that we are protected. The more of our people that we have around, the more that we can stop any of the stuff that's going on. And I have spoke about this in some of the other spaces. They keep finding some of our people hanging from trees. I mean, you know who's doing it. Somebody said something. Oh, I'm sorry. I just turned something on by mistake. Go ahead. Oh, okay. But you know who's doing it, y'all. But they would come with this, well, it was suicide. But we keep finding people hung from trees, and that's something in the history of America that Black Americans would never want to do, is get up in a tree and hang themselves, considering the history of lynching. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that Black Americans don't commit suicide. And if they do commit suicide, it's usually going to be by other means, but not by hanging in a tree.
Crazy.
Okay? So, I say, y'all, as long as we have our Black population, majority Black population, close in range, we can all protect one another, because we got to go to war against people that we know don't want us here.
Everybody.
Black, you back up in here, so I'm going to give it back to you.
Okay, yeah. Let me add to that in the fact that this past week and really 2 weeks, there's just been police killing of black people. I think I've gotten more posts that I've reposted. I'm trying not to repost the videos that actually show someone being murdered or whatever on camera, but there's had to have been five, six, maybe even 10. There's the lady up in I believe that's in Iowa, and it's like it's one of those things where I say, I don't know why there's black Americans living in these remote areas that are like 90+% white, 95, 98% white. And she was stabbed and left to bleed out. um Dear God, like, she's the mother of children. um and the other thing is, there are these reports that come out where a black male, usually has died. The police will say they did this or they did that, or they had a gun or they did that, and then when the body cam information comes out, it's all lies. But that's the way it's always been. I think Richard Pryor was famous for pointing out the fact that this brutality was occurring, and no matter what black people said, the media narrative was that they're lying. They're lying. So they always had this excuse, this built-in protection of pretty much the officer's word against whatever actually happened. But now with all of this video information, they can't dispute it. But even now, there's families that are fighting to get body cam information, and they refuse to give it up. They're fighting to get the DOJ involved, which the federal government, for what it's worth, next week's space is really talking about how the federal government is not going to save us. They have no desire to save us or protect us in any way, shape, or form. The fact that we have to force them through protesting and marching and calling and just all of this unnecessary extra effort to get them to do the job that they're supposed to be doing should really be a wake-up call to everybody to understand, remaining scattered and integrated, you're really on your own. You really have no protection. A lot of people talk about federal protections, but it's just not a reality. Partly because they don't have the authority, and partly because they just don't want to do it. I mean, that's the bigger issue. Um, and then the other thing is, there's so many of these incidents. There's so many of these incidents that even if they truly wanted to do it, it would be how many a week at this point are we witnessing? Like I said, just since the start of the year, in my mind, it's like seven, eight, nine. Um, and it's starting to be a thing where, for me, I try to protect my spirit. That's why I try not to watch those videos as much as I can. I may watch like the first 10 seconds just to get a general sense of what's going on, and then I'm done with it after that, because kind of already know where it's headed. But it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And those are lynchings. If you have a police agent, an agent of the government that's actively causing murder of a civilian, for whatever reason. And most of these ones that I've seen, no one had a weapon, no one had a gun, no one had a knife, no one had any type of weapon that would put anyone else in harm's way, anyone's life in harm's way. Um, so that's the situation that we're going to continue to deal with, and unfortunately, it's only likely to get worse because there's this switch that's going to occur in the society once the Mexicans have their voting numbers, and they actually, well, I'll take it back because they actually in 2020, I reposted this. Now I think about it, we had 30 million eligible black voters. They had 32 million eligible Hispanic voters in the 2020 election. So, in terms of how the Democrats and even Republicans are looking at that voter pool, they already have more numbers than us, but they're not voting at a higher rate than us. So there's a big difference between eligible and actual voters. So we're still voting a little bit more than they are, and their vote kind of splits between Republicans and Democrats in different parts of the country. But once that shift happens and the Democrats feel like they no longer need our vote to win these national elections, they're going to flip a switch, like quite literally. They're going to flip a switch, and there's not going to be any coming back from that. And if we stay scattered, it's going to be a problem.
You know what, Black? I wonder what percentage of the Hispanic population are citizens in 2022. I haven't looked at that. I haven't seen any statistics on it in the past few years.
Well, what are there 60 million of them now? Because I mean, they try to say we're close to 50, but that includes a lot of the diasporan population. So I know there's more of them than us.
It's supposed to be 19 million. Yeah, it's supposed to be like 60 million of them by count, but we know it could be more than that because it could be up to about 80 million there. But because they're letting so many of them in, and then you have to think, y'all, that there's so many that's undocumented, so we don't really know how many that's in this country.
So let's say there's 80 million Hispanics, including undocumented, and let's say there's probably 50 million Hispanics that are actually citizens of the United States. So when it comes to citizenship, their population might be the same as Black Americans, but when you come to just permanent residents and undocumented, it's probably an extra 30 million of them. So yeah, so give them another 5, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take that long. I think after the 2024 election, they're going to look at those numbers, and it's probably likely that they're going to vote at a higher rate than we do at that point. And if not that one, definitely by 2028, it's a wrap. I don't think it's going to take no 15 years. I just think that, with all these states trying to open up voting to them, in New York, they did it. I think they were doing it somewhere else. As a matter of fact, they were doing it in 2 or 3 other locations. So it's really going to be a thing where either the federal government opens it up wide open like that, or they figure out a way to word it so that the Supreme Court or some federal judge passes it and allows it to occur. And then it's just like, man, we're at 4th class citizenship instantly when that happens, because they don't need our votes to do anything anymore, and all of the representatives in the Congressional Black Caucus don't represent us at all anyway. So we have no representation, we have no protection. And at that point, like I said, the Democrats don't need us anymore. So you got it, Sean.
What up, y'all? Thanks for listening to Crab Mike. Is this come back from the Democrats? Because aren't most Latinos conservative leaning, and they might start switching to Republican after a while, or the next generation?
Yeah, I think in the last few elections, it was like 40% Democrat, 40% Republican. In Texas, they do vote heavier towards the Republican side. And, you see in states where they're running like Hispanic Republican candidates is because the voters, and that's their voters, their Hispanic voters are going to vote Republican. So they didn't jump on one side like we kind of have been. We were Republicans first, and we slowly shifted over to the Democrats. They're kind of riding the fence a little bit, and so they're playing their politics a little more, closer to the vest, I'll say. And all of this is in conjunction with them becoming majority population in 5 states in the Southwest at the same time. So, from my opinion, they're just a little more focused politically in understanding how this country operates and moving in their best interests, to be really, really bluntly honest about it.
All right, for sure, for sure. I'm thinking what the first wave will get over here, right? And they'll probably go Democrat for first, go out for as an obligation, and then the next generation or the next voting cycle, they'll be Republican, because that's what it looks like. I think I saw some reports where they may lean like that, but then we have to understand that we have different ethnicities amongst the Latinos. You got the Mexicans, they really go Republican, and then Cubans, and they all go Republican. I don't know about Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, but yeah, Cubans and Mexicans, they really lean Republican. So I see this backfiring as far as for the Democrats, or at least for the next generation, after they feel like they got their weight up and they're more Americanized. Even they're still going to have their Catholic leanings, they're still going to be conservative, I think they're going to go more Republican. So ultimately, it's going to backfire on the Democrats.
Yeah, it's so think about this now, because this is the narrative that we have been fed. We've been fed this narrative that we're led to believe that the Democrats are all about bringing illegals in. And then once they get in, what happens? These Republican governors have been facilitating sending them deeper into the country, deeper and deeper into the interior of the country. And oh, by the way, they're in cities that have large Black populations. So I don't think it's a separate action. I really believe that they work together. I think it's a coordinated action by the leadership in both parties to get as many people in here as they possibly can. And this is a time loop from the 1800s into the early 1900s, where they brought in 30 million poor so-called Europeans over like 100-year time period. Ellis Island, the Statue of Liberty, a lot of people know about that. Well, they were bringing these people over in by the boatloads. And really, after the Civil War, with the intent of pushing Black American, because we had all these majorities in these southern states, we had really high population density in comparison to them. So they bring in these Europeans that weren't technically white yet, but they brought them in so that they can push us down, create that buffer class most people talk about, and then eventually elevate them into whiteness. And it's really the same thing that's going on right now. If you look at Latin American countries, there's some percentages that are white. They have some percentages that are white in nearly every Latin American country. So they're not all little brown people. Some of them are actually Europeans down there, and or have European mix bloodlines and can quickly assimilate into white society, after 1 or 2 generations. So them bringing them over here is really the same. It's just the same thing all over again. I think the biggest difference is, for us, we don't have anything. We can't run to the Republicans, obviously, we're done with the Democrats, whether we know it or not, because they're going to be done with us, and then we're just going to have nothing. Like quite literally, we're just going to be blowing in the wind. That's why we push this black majority state migration in order to give us something that is real, that is tangible, that is actual authority, that can provide protection, that can create an economy, educate our people, and really put us in a position to where we really don't even need the two-party system at the state, local, county level. At the federal level, you still have to deal with it there, but really in the places that we live and breathe, we would be insulated from whatever's going on in the rest of the country. So,
hey, Black. Look, I'm looking at this government entities in the United States, right? It said there are 87,576 government entities. Of course, you got the federal government. That's one. You got 50 states, and then counties. There are 3,034 counties. There's 19,429 municipalities. There's 16,504 towns or townships. There's 13,506 school districts. There's 35,052 special purpose government units like utility companies, fire departments, police departments, libraries, etc. So we're under authority of 87,576 different government units in the United States. So any of these government units can take advantage of black people in any way. So that's why, if we can concentrate our population to majority black states, then our population will have less of these government units having authority over us. If you can go, I still cannot put anything into the jumbotron. If you can go to my Twitter account, I have the picture here of the different government units in the United States. Actually, you had one before. It was like a triangle.
Is it close to the top in your post timeline?
Yeah. You got federal government 1. Yeah, state 50. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go grab it. I was just reading that it says that
I grabbed it already.
You did? Okay, appreciate it.
I put it in the jumbotron.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, one day we're gonna have to walk you through that. You know what I mean? That way you'd have that power unto yourself. It's pretty much you got to be on the app to work it. So yeah, we'll walk you through that one day, maybe next weekend. So I'm just looking at the census. They had them at 62 million as of 2020, but it's said that their population grew by 50% or more from 2010 to 2020 in 517 counties with more than 1,000 Hispanics. So they can double their population in a very short period of time. We know that there's been millions of them pouring in for the past couple years under Biden. So and the thing about him talking about he's it's like I think it's Cubans. It's like 4 different groups, 4 out of 50 countries or 40 countries, whatever it is down there, and only 30,000 that he's going to allow to fly in. But that is such an oxymoronic statement when we know the borders are wide open. They're porous. They're coming across like they're opening the door for these people. So what is he even talking about? Like if I and it doesn't take a genius to figure out. If they ask you, are you from one of the countries that they don't want to come in, you just say, no, I'm from another country. Like, how hard is that? What they're not walking around with documents as far as I can tell. What it's just so weird. And then they use asylum. They keep talking about migrants. It's really a really horrible con game. And I'm not even gonna say on the American people. It's on us, because we're the ones that are gonna suffer the most. American people ain't gonna suffer. I mean, really and truly, it's gonna be Black Americans that are going to suffer the most.
Hey, look, I see Cobra back up on the space. I want to ask him, have he seen a big increase or a small increase of Hispanics in Mississippi in the past 2-3 years?
Okay, let me send him a mic. Yeah, now my understanding, I mean, from all those projections we read, there's not expected to be a large wave of Hispanics in the Southeast. Florida, yes. Texas, absolutely, but not necessarily in those heavily populated Black states.
Right. Well, the thing is, my notion is, if you see a lot of Hispanics moving to the state of Mississippi, to me that means the federal government is behind this this movement of Hispanics into Mississippi. To me, I mean, if you see a lot of Hispanics in Mississippi, the federal government is behind it. That's my thinking. Go ahead, Cobra.
Hey, shout out State Power.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah. For the most part, like in the places where we the majority in Mississippi, you do not see a lot of Mexicans moving in, but like places like Tupelo in northeast Mississippi and in Canada on the Gulf Coast, you do see a lot of them moving in, but it's just mainly where the white is the majority.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so this was an article from the Vox where they were talking about in September the power of Hispanic voters in 10 charts. And they were talking about Hispanic voters could swing the 2020 midterms. See? So this narrative is already being pushed. The same way they were like, what were they, thanking Black women? What was that in 2020 for Biden? Thanking Black women. You can almost guarantee that if not in 2024, absolutely in 2028, that whole narrative is going to shift.
I was gonna say Black majority, man. I just got to put an input on the whole thing with Black women, because if you notice, this entire I guess you say within this 2 years or going on into 3 years or now, we have been hearing a lot about Black women this, Black women that, Black women leading the way, right, for a lot of this Democratic stuff. I'm telling you, for the Black women that's in the space, that Black women are being used. And they're being used to basically kill off us. I hate to say it like that, but it's just very true. Because the Democrats are going to continue to use you guys to push all this Democratic talking points that's going to eventually just wipe us all on out. Okay?
Right the fuck out.
This whole thing with the Black women did, Black women are the ones setting the way for the Democrats. I'm telling y'all, that's only going to make us, at the end of the day, like what Black majority said, what you said, Black, fourth class citizens, that's what we headed to. And that's where the Democrats want us to be at, y'all. and the Republicans would gladly help them in pushing us on down. So they're using black women to continue to push Democrats over the top in these elections. And that's what they was banking on with that woman over there in, what's her name again? I can't even stand to say her name. Stacey Abrams. Okay? You saw how she was running her campaign. If you go to her website, she had us divided. She had black men in one part of this, and then she had black women under us, but then she had the Asian American groups together, Asian American men and women, they were together. Hispanic men and women were together, but she separated us. Now, this is supposed to be a black American person that's supposed to be representing us. So here's the problem. They're using exactly what they're doing. They're using black women to basically push us on down even further. I want black women to understand that with the white feminist movement and these Democrats, they are using you all. You got to stay away from this stuff. It's poison. It's poison, sisters. And please don't take it as I'm trying to. I'm trying to think of the word. Talk down to you. Let me just put it that way. I'm not talking down to you, sisters. I'm just telling you this is what's happening. This white feminist movement, white female feminist movement, it's not for you. The Democrats are not really for you. They're just using you all to make sure that we're going to be dead last in this country. And I'm going to land my plane there.
Yeah, dead and last. Politically, socially, economically, they talk about this zero wealth, which is different from income. Income, you just go to work, you live in paycheck to paycheck. Wealth is your assets, your savings, your liquidity, maybe you got a 401k or some other retirement plan. You own a property, a rental property. That's your wealth. So while we may still work and have a job and be living paycheck to paycheck, what we have in the bank, what we have as backup, what we have that we actually own and can sell is that zero wealth number. And so that is the big issue. That's the wealth gap, quote unquote, issue, where the average white family owns a home of substantial value. They have 401k plans of substantial value, and they're able to pass these things on to the next generation at some point in time. And so that's where we lose the ability to pass wealth on to the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. And that's how we are here now today, because we all know from all of this research and understanding and education that we've been doing amongst ourselves, is that they stripped our ability to pass down legacy wealth for the past 150 or so years. So that is the issue. It's only going to get worse. And then you'll be in a situation where if you lose your job, 6 months of unemployment, if you get that much, every state is different. I was talking to somebody, I think they said it's only 4 months, 20 weeks. And then after that, you're homeless, unless you got somebody's couch you can sleep on. And how many couches can you sleep on? That's typically how people end up in homeless situations, is they're sleeping on couches, then they're sleeping in their car, and then unfortunately they're sleeping on the street after that. So it's one of those things where you hate to be the scaremonger and fearmonger, and you're really trying to raise the alarm and put up the red flag and let people know what's going on. Individuals may be okay, but as a collective, all of these projections are pointing to a very bad place, and then the federal government is not doing anything about it. You know, I just posted about Flint. I went back and looked at Flint because it came up in the search. But in Mississippi today, where the Biden did sign that approval for $600 million to go down to Mississippi to fix the water infrastructure. The EPA secretary, black man's headed to Jackson, Mississippi. However, it projects to cost $1 billion to fix. And, you know, any projections is likely to go over that budget. So they've essentially given them half the money to fix the problem. When you look back at 2016, when the Democrats were trying to put money together for Flint, Michigan, it's the same situation. It was going to cost 776 million, close to 800 million. They gave them $400 million to fix the problem. So the federal government is giving you half the money to fix the problem, which they might as well not give you anything at that point. Because if you're not going to fix it completely, what's the point of fixing it halfway, half-assing it? And that's what the federal government does, and everything that it does in relation to our population, they half-ass everything. I think it was was it Trouble, or who did you boycott?
It was Trouble first, and then who do you boycott?
Hey, Black. Hey, everybody. Professor, Black American host. Everybody.
What's up, Trouble? You got that account back. See, you got your original account back.
Yeah, they gave me an account back after I emailed them about 15 times. That tell them y'all snatch my account in 5 seconds and you take it forever to give it back. Talking about I had spam-like activity, so it got caught up in the twist, and they apologized. Whatever, they just wanted to ban some stuff, but I'm just wanting to respond to something Professor said. Now, Professor, I love you, so don't take what I say the wrong way, because I totally understand what you're saying. However, I'm just a tiny bit tired of hearing the narrative that the Democratic Party is using us Black women to kill off of our Black men. I don't like that narrative. I don't like it constantly being said. It doesn't feel good when it's constantly being said, because it's not Black women. When you look at the women that are running in the Democratic platform and the ones that they have, a lot of the pundits on television, those aren't Black American women.
Right.
Those are others.
Right.
And so...
oh, my goodness gracious, bro. Come on, Twitter. Stop tripping, man. Whew. Stop tripping.
And to put themselves on the platforms as Black women have been doing over the years. Make yourselves more seen in however way that you have it. If we had more Black American men that would do that, I'm for sure us Black American women at least would support our brothers. But when you all run with the narrative that we're being used, we're not being used. We're voting a lot of times in the only way that we have known how to. And as we continue to grow and continue to see what's going on in the world, and we continue to have these conversations, more things are coming to light. And so more of us are starting to see the trick bag when it comes to not just the Democratic Party, but the Republican Party too, because we also have Black women that are inside the Republican Party as well. So it's not just the Democratic women who are being used, it's also the Black women who are in the Republican Party as well, and the Libertarians and the what's it. You know, so I just want us to be a little bit more careful about saying that, because I don't necessarily feel that that's 100% true. And so I just wanted to clarify my position on that in the land.
Okay. Thank you there, Trouble. You know I love you, sweet. So, yes, I didn't take no offense to anything you said, because, you know, I always respect my Black sisters on what they have to say. So let me say this. when I said that, I had to go back and add in the feminists, which I probably should have just stuck to that, because that's really what I was talking about, the white feminists that's been using black women for years. So I have to apologize, y'all. It's not the Democrats per se. It's the white female feminist movement. Like the Time's Up movement that I guess you could say changed over now to the Me Too movement. So that's really what I was talking about. But what you said is true. We shouldn't be saying that y'all are being used, because we know a lot of sisters don't go, they don't get down with the Democrats like that. Now, some of our non-FBA sisters aren't out here selling us out, that look like us. So let me clarify that what I said earlier. I was talking about the white female feminist movement that a lot of black females unfortunately have attached themselves to. And I just hope that a lot of the sisters that have attached themselves to that movement will move away from that, because the white female feminist movement is not for you. They're not really there to help Black American females. Let me just put it that way. They're there just to get you guys to do what they want you to do to help their cause, because white females, as we know, are trying to basically take power from white males. See? And they want to use you black women to do so. Okay? They're going to put you out on the front line so you can get hurt, and they don't sit back and watch you get hurt, right? That's what I'm speaking of. So I just want to clarify that. And thank you, Sister Trouble. And who did you boycott? You up?
Yes. Hello, folks. Hello to the host and the co-host. Thank you for the space. Of course, I'm speaking kind of slow tonight. I heard what the brother said about how the DNC, the Walking Dead Democratic Party, is doing with their agenda. And I can't really add a whole lot to it, but I wanted to come up and support, because being a woman, I know maybe it's not heard often enough for enough women voices to be loud enough to let it be known that we support our men and our Black community. I, for one, have never been confused. I grew up with 4 brothers, 2 younger and 2 older. And it was always clear that my older brother was the head of the household. But Mom laid down the rules. Everybody told the line when she laid down what she wanted to happen. But since we did not have a father in the house, the older brother gave out the orders. And I can remember being a young child growing up and how protected I felt from my brothers. That every time I walked out the door, I knew that I was protected, whether they were standing beside me or somewhere else. I knew if I could not take care of things, that they would take care of it later. So I've always had the mindset to respect my brothers and respect our Black men in our community. We're in for a sad, scary situation. It's very dire state. For a long time, we didn't see the clear picture. For a long time, we did not see the clear picture of destruction of our men. Women had to step forward and be strong to raise their families. I don't know what took place where women's live. I know good and darn well I never took part in it, but I caught wind of it in the military. I started hearing stuff being said that women wanted the same jobs that men should only have. That's when my ears perked up. And I remember thinking to myself, who are they talking about? They're not talking for me. I know I'm a woman, so I know they're not talking for me. It was hard enough just to crawl on the ground and make it through basic training. So I know I'm not up there talking about taking a job that belongs to a man. But here we go. These loud voices of women speaking for all women. It was a serious damage to the Black community when that movement took off. I don't know how it came about. Like I said, I did not take part in it. But the main point we need to understand is that it has always been the agenda of this country to hold down our men. It took me a while to really wrap my brain around that. But I see how many doors were open for women so easily, and how women could strike out into the workforce and make a way for their family, for that husband or significant one not being able to find a job. And you start to scratch your head and say, what's going on here? Why are so many doors being open for women and not men? But now, that's not the only thing that they're attacking our men with. It's the flooding of immigration. It limits the number of jobs available not only for women, but men, especially men. Because women can have a job at home more times than not, because they understand that's their first job is to raise the family. So they learn how to do jobs at home. But men, they want to have a job to go to and provide for their family. And they are cutting that off. They have completely cut it off. If they're not sending them to jail, they're killing them. If they're not killing them, they're making sure they can't find jobs. So they'll let a woman find a job for minimum wage or any other next level up. But as long as they don't hire that male person, they have already accomplished their mission. So we have got to put our thinking caps on, us women, when we're in these spaces and we hear other women talking down about our men. And I know it comes with a lot of pain and scars, because we all may be hurting in certain ways being a woman. Nobody can acknowledge that enough unless you are a woman and have gone through that kind of pain. We can't fully expect men to understand that unless they are a woman. So when I be in spaces and hear women attacking men, I know right away there are layers of scars inside of that person, and they're expressing their pain. So we have to maybe pull that woman to the side and say, can I talk to you privately and try to understand your pain that you are expressing? Because we cannot attack our men. We cannot attack each other in no way, form, or fashion. That has to come to an end, a healing process. We won't be able to stop it completely, but we got to pull back and pull each other to the side and talk to each other privately so that we do not attack each other publicly, but always think about how we can uplift each other. We got a lot of folks on these social media platforms. We need to figure out how to monetize each other on these social media platforms until we can get an infrastructure built to provide the jobs for our community. We know now that they're going to flood this country with immigrants. That's going to mean less jobs. So let's play the game and monetize all of these platforms that we spend so much time on. Maybe that can be a safety net until we can get something better in place, because they're not going to stop not hiring black men. So we got to put something in place to give them the ability to provide a living. And we have got to stop attacking each other, especially the women. The men is the main target. It's not the women. And now the children are the main target. So we got a lot on our plate, but we can do our part as women to help other women that may have a lot of pain that they're expressing, pull them to the side and talk to them privately. So many people did that for me throughout my life. They pulled me to the side and they talked to me. They helped me to navigate, because I had a different mindset when I walked out there. I was from the projects, so everything was built from that. I had to learn how to navigate. I had to learn how to understand my pain, and they helped me to understand that. So thank you, brothers. Keep on expressing that in every opportunity. Maybe enough of us women will hear it and be able to correct our mindset, because they did do a number on women during Women's Live and on. Bro. So the programming has to be reprogrammed, and we got a lot of work to do. But I thank the brothers who are standing strong and letting their voice be heard. Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much. Let me throw these numbers up here. This is Pew Research. They do a lot of this research. In the 2022 election, was just a few months ago, the black eligible voter population was 32,700,000. It had increased by 750,000 over 4 years since 2018. The Hispanic voter population eligible was 34,550,000, almost 2 million more eligible voters. They had increased by 4,700,000 in the same time frame, an increase of over 4 million more than the black voter increase in 4 years. So they essentially increased 1 million voters every year for 4 years. If that continues into the next few elections, the margin of their percentage of the vote goes through the roof, while ours is essentially going to remain flat. And that is the problem. That is the problem we face on the national level. We will not be able to catch up with them simply because, you know, this is about children. And I don't know if you ever seen one of those Bell population model graphs that essentially have, you know, the elders at the top and then your newborns at the bottom. And you get an idea of, you know, what the population looks like. You can kind of figure out what the future holds for a population when you look at that. And essentially, every projection I see has our population growing by maybe 5 million over the next 20 years. You have their population almost doubling in the same time frame. So we are not going to be able to keep up with them based on the projections in their population. And so that's why this black majority state becomes way more critical, way more crucial. In Delaware, we are the majority population in the city of Wilmington, which is the major city in the state. It's not even that populated, but it is the largest city in the state. And our children are the largest demographic in the schools as well, the public school system. So in that general city, you would say all projections are that we will be the majority population. If we add to it, we certainly can solidify that position. And then it's just a matter of moving into other areas of the state to also solidify our population across the 3 counties. Which again, for Delaware, it makes it a very beneficial opportunity that cannot be passed up. I told Black American Homeland earlier, I started looking at properties, started looking at jobs, I started looking at apartments, just so I can get a feel for what's over there, what I'm gonna be dealing with. I'm Google mapping, I'm zooming into neighborhoods, I'm looking around, trying to get a sense of what the landscape looks like, what the communities look like. And it's becoming a lot more realer for me. Every day as we get closer and closer to the spring. In my area, we got a deep freeze right at Christmas. It was like -5 and like -25 with the wind chill. But we haven't really had a whole lot of snow. We got a dusting in November. We just had a dusting the past couple nights, and then it kind of snowed a little bit around Christmas, but not really. So still expecting that 4 feet. I remember a few years back, I think in the 90s, we got 4 feet twice in like 2 weeks. So I'm still expecting some major snowfalls here. I don't really look too far in advance of the weather. I try to stay, maybe one day or whatever based on my job. But I don't want to be in Delaware, new terrain, new area, and get hit with a snowstorm and kind of be stuck out in the middle of nowhere with no real sense of where I'm at or anything like that. So once the summer or the spring thaw comes, find a job, move over there, hopefully get some relocation money, and find a either a commercial storefront. What I was looking at would be great for some type of business, black business incubator, shared space, if you will, because it's right in the middle of a neighborhood. I think that would work great there. I looked at a warehouse that could be a small gym. That's kind of where my mind's at in terms of finding a small space that is affordable and that can have multi-purpose uses. So it could be one thing Monday through Friday, and then on the weekends we could have some political events or other usage for the space, maybe even for like kids in the community or something. But that's kind of where I'm thinking, and just kind of want to branch out from there. I see State Power's up here. If you'd like to grab the mic and say hello to the folks.
How you doing, State Power? Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good. All good. How's it in sunny California?
You said how's California?
Yeah, you guys been getting hit with rain out there, right?
A little bit. I guess it's mostly on the coast. We haven't. It's been kind of dry where I'm at.
Okay.
So yeah, peace to the room. I'm enjoying the conversation. Appreciate the opportunity to speak as usual. A really good dialogue. We're talking about the the Democrats and how sometimes one of the speakers, I think it was the Trouble from Birth, and she was mentioning like not to we have to be very mindful of the narrative when we're talking about the Democrats and using black women. I think that's right. I think that's but the Democrats have done a lot of they've done a lot of damage. I think they've done a lot of damage to the black community, and I feel like black Americans, we overwhelmingly support the Democrat Party more so than any other party. So while the Republicans are using us, and the Democrats are using us, it's just more, in my opinion, because the majority of us are voting Democrats. The real harm is happening on the Democrat side. But we need to be breaking away from both political parties, forming our own parties, and and returning back to the South, reverse migration.
Agreed. Let me give you some of these eligible voter statistics by state. Again, it's the same 5 states out in the Southwest where these Latino Hispanic voters have the highest eligibility across the country. California, they have 32% eligibility for their voters. New Mexico is 44%. Texas is 32%. Arizona 25%, Nevada 21%, and then way over there in Florida 21%. These are the states that they dominate in terms of their voting potential as their population increases. New Mexico at 44%, they're essentially in the driver's seat. They only need another 6% to get to 50, and then another 5%, they're at 55%. They are technically the majority voting population, and they can control and dominate that state at that point. California's got much more population, Texas as well, so it's going to take a lot more of them in order to get those states. But Nevada and Arizona, which are less populated, could happen a lot quicker depending on where they choose to live and settle and reside. So I expect those 5 states to start essentially becoming Mexican majority states, maybe within a decade, 15 years max. New Mexico is probably going to happen way quicker. I think they're already at 50% of the overall population. These are just voter numbers. And actually, when it comes to taking over state, these are the numbers that actually really matter. So you can see how close they are in those 5 states. For us, let me see what are the top ones. DC, which is not a state, we still have 46% of eligible voters in DC. DC is controlled by Congress. They have a mayor, which is essentially a figurehead. Everything has to run through Congress in order to get approved there. Even though they talk about statehood, it's certainly not to benefit the black residents of DC. But it's something that once we had a state and we had real federal representatives, we could push for that. We could push the move into DC to make it a black majority state. And so there is opportunity still there. I kind of keep it on the radar for that reason. Maryland has 32%, which is really high. Georgia, 33%. Mississippi, 35%. Louisiana, 32%. South Carolina, 26%. And even though Arkansas is only at 15%, which is kind of low, Arkansas is a state that doesn't need too much more than 1 million of us to move into that state to establish black majority state over Arkansas. And then, of course, Delaware is at 22%. And interesting in Delaware, because it's only 3 counties, you only need to really control 2 counties out of 3 to control the whole entire state government. And so even at 22%, Delaware is still again, the lowest required number of new black voters in order to get to a black majority. And that's why we are focused on it and we talk about it a lot. I was in a meeting about Mississippi earlier in the week with someone who has really taken up the banner of black majority state and is really pushing for the state of Mississippi, which is another state that, you know, right around 500,000. Shout out to Kapora, who's down in Mississippi, is a state that we can develop and become a black majority down in the state of Mississippi, working with the local black population. There's like 15 or 16 counties that are already majority black. And then there's another 15 or 16 counties that are above 38%. So they just need a little bit more population to push them over the 50%, 55% line. There's 82 total counties. You probably got to get to like 50. So, you know, yeah, if we can get like 500,000 or so down in there, voters ready to roll, ready to rock, we could get that state as well. And we'd have 2 states under our belt, one in the deep South, one in the northern South, if you want to call it that, along the Mason-Dixon line. Right smack dab, literally right in the middle of New York City, which is the financial capital of the country and really of the world, if you think about it in that sense. And then DC, which again is the political capital of the country and the world, if you think about it in that sense. So being in Delaware really puts you in the heart of everything that's going on, not just in this country, but really around the planet. Recently I listened to NPR a lot, and I'm hearing essentially NAFTA 3.0 taking place, where Canada and Mexico, they're talking about, you know, making bringing all the manufacturing back here to this side of the planet, and computer chip manufacturing, car manufacturing, etc. They're trying to position themselves to lessen their reliance on China for manufacturing. So this is another opportunity for this government to bring these jobs home, which Trump was talking about, bringing manufacturing back to America. But this is an opportunity for the blues to bring these manufacturing jobs here, and it looks like they're going to try to put them in Mexico and Canada, which obviously harms Black Americans because that's what they do.
Hey, Black. Yeah, hey, Black. I'm a little bit surprised of your number for Mississippi. Eligible voters. I thought it would be more around like 37, 38%, 39%. But you said 35%?
Yeah. Now, population wise, I think we're at 40% of the population down there. Is that about where we're at?
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right.
Yeah, so you know, an eligible voter is going to be anyone who's over 18, and then also some of these states. I think Mississippi is one matter of fact, it is, because they're trying to get that changed, and I think it's a state senator, some blonde chick who's totally against it, but trying to rehabilitate anyone who has a conviction, which makes them ineligible to vote. They've been talking about that again recently, but they've been talking about that for years. But that's something that we could change once we had control. We could change that day. I mean, there's a lot of shit we can change day one. That's one of them, is making sure that those who have given their time to society, paid their debt to society, as they say, no longer have the stigma attached to them where they can't vote, they can't go get a job, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we want full rehabilitation for those who have, especially under the current system. You know, once we have some time and we are governing ourselves and we are setting standards for how we are to live, and people still violate still go out and commit crimes, violent crimes, especially. I have very little sympathy for people who commit violent crimes against women and children, especially elders. But that'll be up to those who are in positions of authority to decide. I still think we should rehabilitate those who are under the current system and give them the skills they need, give them the opportunities they need to actually live a productive life. And then again, if they decide to commit crimes in the future, I'm one who says no sympathy, zero tolerance. So that's where I stand on anything like that, especially when it comes to violence. But that's just me. So.
Hey, one more thing, Black. Do you have eligible voter numbers on North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina is 23%, Virginia is 21%, Tennessee is 16% of the other states that because that's 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, counting DC, technically 12. So in that contiguous region of states, there's essentially 11 states there, and DC would make 12. And I mean, if we had 11 states, we would force DC to become a state, to become a black majority state at that point, hopefully before that point. But in order to get the Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina, we need a lot more babies born. We need to start, making babies right now in order to pull that off, because there's still going to be segments of our population that are not going to move to the South, no matter how good it is. And let's just be honest with each other. No matter how good it is, no matter how productive it is, no matter how powerful it is, there are just going to be black people who don't want to be governed under black people. I mean, that's just the reality of it. They don't want that. And so they're going to be lapdogs for white society, lapdogs for Hispanic society or Asian society, whatever. And that's just a part of it. So state power.
Yeah, thank you. I talk about the reverse migration in almost everything, and like almost every conversation I have with Black Americans out here in California. And like the number one thing that I always hear from Black Americans out here is we don't want to go. There's three reasons. The first reason is we don't want to go to the South because of the weather, the hurricanes and the tornadoes and all of that stuff, as if California doesn't have earthquakes and fires.
And mudslides.
And the second thing is I hear that, we don't want to do that because that's like segregation. We segregating ourselves.
Oh, interesting.
That's what the white people did to us. And then, the third thing is I think, you're right. People just, they have a negative image of the South. They think it's more racist down there. And I like to believe in, safety in numbers. I feel like you're more of a target in some of these cities that you might be more of a minority in. You know what I mean? You think you think that you might be getting along with your friends or whatever, but they could be completely two-faced and don't like you because you're black. And the moment they get you alone, they do something weird. Whether it's trying to get you fired or some type of fake claim that you stole something or you abused someone, or worst case scenario, they take you out there and they just murder you. And call it suicide or an accident or something. I think a lot of these things happen a lot in the country, but I just really think that we have to start dispelling some of these narratives that us going to the South, just ain't gonna work. It's not plausible, and California is not it. California is not the state, for us.
Man. Oh, what happened? What the hell? What just happened, bro? What are you doing? This thing is tripping, man. I swear to God, every time I touch this phone, it just acts up. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it.
Black majority spaces and in other spaces that I feel like the black family, because so many of us are already here, that this would be maybe where we need to set up right here. Now I'm talking about Alabama. Of course, Alabama, between Alabama and Mississippi, because we have what we call a black belt area here in Alabama, which is considered the southern part of the state. And then you got Georgia. Remember, Georgia has a big black population. South Carolina has a big black population. So when you're talking about these southeastern states, it's a lot of us that are here, and a lot of the families have come back here. I know, like for my family, they have come back here to the southeastern area. Okay, not necessarily here in Alabama, but like Georgia. Some of my family is in Florida. So Delaware, now I understand why black majority have been talking about Delaware, because when he mentioned the 3 counties, that's very plausible, because that's 3 counties and we can take that over. We can just go in and just, if a lot of us decide to move there, we could take it over really easy, no doubt. But I figured because we have so many of our people already here in these southeastern states, if we could get our families out of California, all the family out of California, all the family out of maybe like Detroit, Baltimore, what else? New York City, Chicago, New York City, New Jersey, Newark, which is where I guess maybe DJ is close to Newark. I don't think he's in Newark, but I think he's close to it. If we get all our people to move from those areas, right, urban areas, to here, think about how we can really protect the people, and we can really build something here. I know black majority. You talked about Mississippi. See, look at the population of Mississippi already. Then you bring in Alabama. See, I'm telling you, man, we're gonna dominate. You bring in Georgia. There it is. That's 3 states right there. I don't know how y'all feel about that, family, but I just want to throw that out there. I think our family that's out in these areas, like black majority was saying, in these remote areas that are out there by themselves and they can't protect themselves, you are in jeopardy. Because those are the areas that I was talking about earlier, about where they're finding some of our Black American people hung from trees. Now, I want you to think about this, family. They're finding our people hung in trees. I've been following these stories. And it's being kept very, very quiet. Now, you have to wonder about this. But I've been keeping up with this. And it's very concerning to me that law enforcement is continuing to say that it's suicide. Now, Black American family, you know that this is not suicide. Somebody is targeting our families. And they putting our brothers, and there's been some sisters too, hanging from trees. And then law enforcement says it is suicide. No. You're not going to get me to believe that. So, family, I'm putting the question out there to you. What do you think we need to do for everybody to be protected? Notice what I'm talking about here. Protection, right? Black majority mentioned it. Protection. I want everybody to think about this. I'm going to land my plane right there.
Yeah, protection. That's the most important part of any political movement. I wanted to talk about segregation, because I've seen people say that for almost 4 years on these different platforms. So segregation is forced upon a population, just like integration is. Integration is forced upon a population. Back in the 60s, when Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam was talking about separation, That is where you as a population take control and take responsibility for yourself. I tend to use the term deintegration because they use the term desegregation during the 60s. When we deintegrate, we are essentially separating ourselves from the society, putting ourselves in a position to have control over our existence, governing ourselves, policing ourselves. Meek Mill just put out a tweet about the shade room, and I know the anti-black defamation league, the Blood Pack, was asking people to block the shade room about a month or so ago. A bunch of people were asking people to block the shade room about a month or so ago. I'd never followed them, so every once in a while something will come across the timeline, but we all know how it's run by immigrants and it's extremely messy and it's extremely derogatory towards Black Americans. He finally had enough. He's talking about suing them and investigating them. And I posted under, his timeline, or under that post, to say, if you are really ready, it's time for us to govern ourselves, police ourselves, judge ourselves, fund ourselves, educate ourselves, etc., 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 because that's the only way we're going to ultimately win as a collective. It's got to be a collective effort in order to produce a collective result. If we continue doing individual efforts, we're going to keep producing individual results. So they use the term desegregation, and I'm using the term deintegration, because it is us taking responsibility and us performing the action that produces the result that we desire. I'm not sure if it's Kapoor State Power, but you got it.
Kapoor. I hope all is well with the space. But briefly, what I wanted to say was when you was talking about the civil rights movement, I'm from the Mississippi Delta, so that's like one of the only places where everyone is where we the majority. And when I was thinking about the civil rights movement and integration, you know what I'm saying, I was trying to figure out why would we seek to integrate anything if we already majority, and if the white folks already had they separate private schools already. So it seems to be more or less about it was more or less about social reconstruction, but more about land redistribution. Because I remember when Fannie Lou Hamer went to register to vote, she immediately lost her place on the farm, her place on the plantation in her home. So I think with this next movement, we got to steer away from the what we call it, the more social policies, and focus more on how we would acquire land, because we are already the majority on these places. You know, we got catfish ponds, corn fields, cotton fields forever. You know, we can easily sustain ourselves just by migrating to the Mississippi Delta alone. It's just a matter of how we get the people to perceive the land as theirs versus recognizing it as the county's land or the state of Mississippi land or the white man land, essentially.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I love the fact that it is sustainable, in terms of agriculture and in fishing, and I'm sure in other areas as well. And we're trying to, again, I was in a meeting, so we're trying to encourage, educate, and really help push people, in a sense, to start really thinking about Mississippi as well. I was in another space. It was focused on Chicago. However, I did ask the person in the space if they get in a position to where they have authority to use some of those funds to help some of our Chicago brothers and sisters to relocate to a southern state, specifically a potential Black majority state, Now in that space, the person didn't think it was possible, but I did further research, and what ends up happening in some of these cities like Chicago, Philadelphia, and others where there's high violence, where there's high incidence of violence, they do have relocation funds available to send people essentially wherever they like to go. And especially with the government, if you're on like low income assistance or whatever the case may be, they also have programs to help relocate. So like for senior citizens especially, which is a really strong voting bloc, the federal government has relocation assistance. There's a lot of these programs that we've talked about over the span of the year that we've been doing spaces, and we're going to have to really kind of get organized to figure out how we can utilize those to help those who want to move out of Ohio, move out of Michigan, move out of Illinois, move out of Indiana, move out of these upper north, Midwest states and cities that are considered the Rust Belt or whatever, and try to help them get down into Mississippi, into Delaware, and some other states. For me, I want to focus my attention on the states that we just know by the numbers that if we get enough of us in position to vote, we can actually make the changes that we need. So for now, Delaware and then Mississippi as number 2 is really going to be the hyper focus, because we got to really hyper focus our attention and our efforts, because there's only going to be a handful of people that's really out here trying to push this thing. And so, our life is short, our time is short. And, even out of 24 hours for me, I'm likely working 12 of those most days. So I don't have a whole heck of a lot of time. And so I got to really, really try to maximize my time to try to produce the results that we really, really hope for. I was in that space and there was somebody in there that said, "Hey, I'm thinking about Delaware." And I'm like, man, we need to connect. Because if I can get a team of, 5 to 10, 5 to 12 that are really, really serious about it, we can make it happen for sure. So I think state power, and then between all purpose and who did you boycott? We'll go all purpose because I don't think he's spoken yet, and then who did you boycott?
Yeah, exactly. So I put in the jumbotron, Alabama. A gentleman that was one of the co-hosts who just left, he said he was from Alabama. When I make my move, I really want to go to Alabama, and I want it to be Huntsville, Alabama. I think with Black Americans, we get caught up in this weird thing where either politics is local, like we're only worried about local politics, or we think that the federal government is the only government here that can save us. But truth be told, the state government is the most powerful government, I think, in the United States, being a sovereign entity, being a sovereign government. Most people don't even know that each state in the United States shares sovereignty with the federal government. And the problem with focusing so much on cities, local government, saying like, well, we're the majority of, Atlanta. You know what I mean? Let's just say a city that's black. Well, if we don't run the state, then we really don't wield political power in that city, because the state, for the most part, controls a lot of the resources and the funding for the cities, and they are the ones who get to say who can be a city to begin with. And when you focus on these cities, all you get is representation in the House of Representatives. That's good, but if you don't have the state and you're not a majority of the state, then you don't have senators. And so I always use these numbers. If Black Americans were the majority of 7 states, that means Black Americans would have 14 senators. Mm-hmm. That's 14% of the Senate. Mm-hmm. Black Americans are 14% of the country. that right there is equal representation when we control the Senate. Well, not control, but at least 14% of the Senate, and we control the House of Representatives. And so, I urge everyone to pick a state. Every state is not going to have the same culture. Some people are going to want to go to Delaware. Some people are going to want to go to Maryland. Some are going to go to Mississippi, and some are going to go to Louisiana or Alabama. Each of these states are probably going to have their own unique culture, but the key is they're all going to be Black majority states, and we're going to caucus together as Black American states. Mm-hmm. Whatever our differences might be, I foresee Georgia being a little bit of more of a liberal Black majority state. It might be too liberal for my liking. That's why I'm not going to go there. But I chose Alabama, and so I think everyone should make a pledge on what state they're going to go to. Man. Thank you. I land my plane.
Yeah, man, I love that pledge. Everybody should make a pledge. I mean, that's probably the first step. Make the pledge. Look at the states. Figure out which one you would move to if and when the opportunity presented itself. Because the reality is in a very short period of time, you may be forced to make that move. Because we all talk about gentrification. I'm in different spaces. They're talking about gentrification. Gentrification is happening here. It's happening in every major city where Black people live. And instead of moving from one side of town to the other side of town, why not relocate to another state where the possibility increases the more and more and more of us move there to actually take political control of the state and the budget and the contracts and the police. I mean, just everything. If we can keep basically playing whack-a-mole and moving around the same city, moving around. But if they're pushing you out, why stay there? They're taking all your tax wealth. They're taking your taxes. Even if you don't work, they're still taking, every time you buy something, you're paying taxes. I mean, this country, you really can't get away from paying taxes. It's just a part of the way that the system's set up. They've been taking our taxes at it was 100% for most of our time here. And that was through our enslavement, where they took everything. And then as we started to earn wealth, they figured out ways of how to steal our wealth away from us. And now they take 100% of our tax wealth and do whatever it is they want. And currently, if you're, I'm sure everybody in here is paying attention. Most people who vote Democrat don't pay attention, but they're shipping it over to Ukraine, or they're shipping it over to Africa, or they're shipping it somewhere else. None of it comes back to the people that are paying the taxes. If we concentrate in a state, now the state, the governor, the legislators who we vote, they're going to spend that money within the state. So your money actually stays within the state and it recirculates within the state. That's what all these powernomics, Dr. Amos Wilson and Dr. Claude Anderson, that's what these people have been talking about. They've been talking about it on a micro level. We're talking about it on a macro level. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All purpose, you got it.
Yeah, how you doing? Well, I live in Jersey, and basically, it's a lot of Black people now leaving. You know what I mean? So, I don't know who said that, but yeah, it's a lot of Black people now leaving. They moving. I know a couple of people moving to Atlanta, Houston. Everybody getting out of here. I think it's done for up here in Jersey. You know what I mean? Because we're right next to New York. But on another subject, yeah, if you don't have basically your own business in Jersey, it's possibly you can be economically shut out up here. You know what I mean? Because I run into a lot of guys who had a lot of had jobs and And what happens is, Latinos run, they the supervisors. So when they get them jobs and, another Latino, they pull the Latinos in. So, they have, and then they fire the black guy. And this happened a couple of times.
Crazy.
Where I'm at. And,
crazy.
We hear about it.
Crazy.
So if you're not independent up here, man, like it's going to be hard for you. A 2-bedroom apartment is $1,700 in Jersey now. So it's going to be harder. So you're going to be locked out economically if you don't have that type of money to put out.
Damn.
So me personally, I'm going to be moving to North Carolina next year. You know what I mean? Because that's where my family is from. And I'm trying to convince my sister to move. And it's it's almost like talking to a wall. But I'm gonna keep pushing her, to get up out of here. But I'm all for it, man. You say some uncomfortable things to that need to be heard. You know what I mean? Because it's either you're gonna be subject to like these Latinos and these white people, or you're gonna be subject, to your own people. I'd rather be subjected to my own people than to be subjected to people who aren't even from here. So you got a choice. We all got choices. Choices, so I mean, and if you get the opportunity, like I know people probably don't have that type of money where they can just up and move, but you should. People like you, if you see a place on the internet, you should probably just take a visit. You know what I mean, just to see what's going on down there, or like you said, Google Maps. But people need to start trying to, really take heed of what's going on. Because it's only going to get worse with this guy.
It's only going to get worse.
You know what I mean? And if he get reelected, it's going to get even worse.
Jeez.
So that's all I have to say.
Hey, all purpose. Yeah, I was born and raised in Virginia. And, a lot of my family, they moved to New Jersey and New York and Connecticut. And in the past 20, 30 years, those family members have moved back to the South, Virginia and North Carolina. Now I'm committed to moving. Well, I have property in North Carolina, and that's the state I'm committed to. And I got hundreds and hundreds of family members there. So North Carolina, that's going to be my state. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Hey, all purpose, any chance you're thinking about moving to the Charlotte area?
Well, my family, we're from Gates County, but yeah, I'm looking at Charlotte. I've been looking at Charlotte. I know like this, I know a couple of girls. They worked at Motor Vehicle in Jersey. They moved down to Charlotte, and I talked to them on FaceTime, and they like it down there. It's a big financial district down there. I think TD Ameritrade down there. So it's a big financial district. Yeah, but I'm thinking about it. Or just outside of Charlotte. I'm going down there this spring just to look around a little bit. You know what I mean? I'll probably take a week and just go around there and look around. But yeah, Charlotte is definitely on my list.
Okay, let me put this bug in your ear. Just across the state line, couple little towns, and I'm sure they're way more built up. I lived down there 20 years ago. I'm sure they're way more built up now, like a 20-minute commute into Charlotte. You could live in South Carolina and be on that South Carolina wave, and then do your business in Charlotte. So down in Memphis, it's the same thing, where just across the state line, we could be living in Mississippi, but participate in the greater Memphis metropolitan area. So, I just want to put that in people's ear and mind so they can think about that as well, because North Carolina requires significant population in comparison to South Carolina. So it would be a win-win in that sense. So, it's something to think about. I'm sure everybody has to make their own personal family decisions, but if you're that close, because you're literally like 10 miles away, 15, 20 miles away from a state where we actually could make something really, really big happen. With I think South Carolina is like 1,000,000+ 1,500,000 voters. still a big number, but certainly somewhere where it's worth seriously considering it. So just something to think about. And then we got Who Did You Boycott? And then Sean.
Yes, thank you. Majority, you said something about we're gonna, like the brother said earlier, what you're saying is hard to hear, but it needs to be said. So I guess the bottom line is that Black people are going to have to come to terms with the reality of the redlining and the rent increase and property taxes and everything in the shooting shaboom. And just do like you said, every person's situation is different, but we need to keep having these conversations so we can peel back the layers and unpack it and hear the difficult things about the situation that we're up against. It cannot be taken lightly. I heard recently in a room where Biden is getting ready to allow 4 countries to bring in 30,000 people per month. Just let them get welcome right on in. Open the gate and let them in. So where are those 30,000 people going to find housing and jobs? Who jobs are they going to take away as those 30,000 come in per month? So I think we come to the line in the road. We have to look at cost effective. What is the most cost effective way to start making that transition in our brain to compare what we are paying out now as to what we may possibly be paying 5 years from now, 2 years from now, 3 years, and start looking at other states that you may want to relocate to. It's a hard thing to pack up and leave, but once you sit down at the table and look at all the information, maybe it'll be a lot easier to digest. What is the cost of where I'm living presently compared to if I, relocate to a different state before that state get flooded with 30,000 more immigrants. So a majority is absolutely correct. I have never thought about it this way, but the more times that I hear it, it's just seems like the only way for us to prepare for the future. Because there are so many things that we don't control. And since we cannot control the immigrant population coming into America, then we have to figure out how to make sure that we have a place to live and a roof over our heads and a way to provide for our living, our daily living costs.
Absolutely.
So we have to look at those two factors at all times. How can we put things in place and start making sacrifice today so that we can prepare to relocate or stay where we're at if we feel like we can hunker down and stay where you're at and not be impacted by the flooding of the immigration, then you have probably a foolproof plan. But then again, you will be having to consider how isolated you are as far as the population of your race in that particular state. As I was listening today, I think that audio needs to be heard because it really hurt to hear what that author was talking about. If the government was to ever decide to take away any of these government benefits at any given time, it will cause a mass crisis, whether that be the EBT, Medicare, Social Security, and unemployment, and the list goes on and on. He mentioned about the Republicans wanted to cut the EBT by 38%, if I remember correctly. But somehow or another, the Democrats worked out a deal where they only cut it by 8%.
Wow.
But if they take control of the Congress, he stated, they could implement those cuts. And who knows where the cuts will start.
Wow.
There's so many areas that they can make cuts in that the Republicans can do.
Wow. And
I know Black is probably laughing at me because the last time I was in here, I was so adamant about voting. But after listening to that audio today, it frightened me to my core that we have to get back engaged with this corrupt government. As much as I hate, I don't like to use the word hate, so let me use the word disdain. I detest this corrupt government, but we have to get back engaged. It's more people than there are corrupt people. So some way along the way, we have got to remove the corrupt people and find the good people like a needle in a haystack, because that's the only way we're going to survive. Because as long as the corrupt people stay in office, it's going to continue to get bad out here. It's just going to continue to get bad. So I know a lot of us don't like to vote and have given up the hope of voting making a difference, but majority Blacks plan, and all of us putting our head together, we can come up with a strategy that can provide us the best effort to survive when the shit hits the fan. Because it's going to hit it. Just as sure as what your name is on your birth certificate, it's going to hit it. I don't know if the Republicans are going to take back control in 2024 and implement all those cuts. But we already see where the jobs are disappearing. So we have to look at cost effective. What is the most cost effective strategy for every individual Black family so that they can survive these crises that's coming? So that's what I wanted to add. I'm going to work harder to connect with North Carolinas. I'm going to make time for that. I think every person who have subscribers and followers maybe can take a little bit of time out to DM those persons who follow you and start opening lines of communications with our brothers and sisters. We got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of research to do on these candidates and what they vote on. It's just so much to unpack. But if we put our heads together again and everybody take a little bite, and it won't be too much on anyone's plate, hopefully. But it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. That's why I'm pretty much lost for words tonight. After listening to that audio, I haven't been able to gather myself, and I'm still trying to do that. But I definitely am appreciating this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to give you guys numbers. These are California numbers, and this is the 4th class citizenship that's already in effect. And this is based on your political ability to vote in the candidate that you feel represents your population and is going to put forth legislation for your community, for your population. So if you can effectively garner enough votes to put in your candidate, you're going to be voting for people who are compromised. They like the Congressional Black Caucus, when they keep saying over and over again, they represent 17 million, 18 million Black Americans, but they also represent 70 plus million other people. And so their priority is going to be towards the higher number. And at the same time, they're telling you that the 20 million plus other Black people, they just don't give a damn about because they don't live in their districts. This is the attitude of the Congressional Black Caucus at the federal level. They don't care about the Black people in their district, but they don't even care to acknowledge the Black Americans that don't live within their districts. This is what we're up against. But in California, and I'm going to do the Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. Whites are 47% of the Democrat voters. Latinos, Hispanics are 28%. Asian Americans are 13%. Black Americans are just 8%. The Republican Party, same story, 70% white, 17% Hispanic, 8% Asian, 1% Black American. The Independents, 51% white, 20% Latino, Hispanic, 19% Asian, and only 5% Black American. So even though these are technically 3 different political positions, in all of these positions, we are at the bottom, unable to effectively elect our own representation to put forth legislation in the biggest state with the biggest GDP. I think it's like 4th or 5th on the global GDP. And so you have a situation where even in this, these Hispanics they're split evenly amongst all 3. So they're not like, unlike us, unfortunately, where we voted heavily Democrat, they're even split in their vote, even in California currently. Now there may come a time where they move all the way to the right. You know, there's
like you're in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix. Okay. All right, I'll drop out, come back in.
Right.
Dang it, man. Twitter, bitter. Twitter, never ends. Seems like every hour I get screwed up. Dang, bro, I'm gonna screenshot that, man. They just digging up the dirt of the dirt, B. The dirty dirts on people. They digging up the dirty dirts.
You back?
Yeah. I was going over like 4th class status and what that means. So if you can't effectively vote your representative, someone who has a Black agenda, Black American first agenda, I'll make sure we say Black American first agenda, then you effectively are powerless in the society. And California is the biggest GDP in the country as a state. And I think it's like 4th or 5th or somewhere in that general range in terms of global economies even. It's one of the biggest economies on the planet. And so we are at the bottom in that scenario, 4th class status, because we can't effectively vote our candidates into office without some type of coalition, which means you are compromising in order to give other people power. In a Black majority state, you have the majority vote. You don't have to compromise with anybody. Like they just got to pound rocks, kick sand, whatever. You know, they have no power to effectively force you to do anything that you don't want to do. That's the big difference in the relationship. And more increasingly, as that ratio of Hispanics rises and the whites decrease and the Hispanics become more and more in control of the political system. See, what's going to happen in this country, the whites are still going to control the economics, and they'll backroom control politics. They'll still be pulling the strings, but out front in these 5 states, these Mexicans are really going to control the politics. And I think I'm trying to see I can't see if he's still in here, but someone was talking about New Jersey and how and I've heard this over and over again, when they get a position, a hiring position, manager position, they start pushing the black people out and they start bringing the Mexicans in. Imagine that on a political scale. We already know what was happening. What was that? LA City Council, LA County Council, and all that stuff that came out, and one guy's still on the council, even though they talk about they're trying to push him out, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So that came to light, but it's kind of like we've been talking about that. We've been saying that that's the case. It's nice to have confirmation of it, but that's just the natural nature of who people are. Naturally, people practice self-preservation. They naturally try to preserve themselves and the people that look like them, that think like them, et cetera, et cetera. In this country, for whatever reason, it's a lot of miseducation. We have been a population that has simply said, we're going to vote Democrats. We're going to trust them to not only handle our affairs politically, socially, economically, but we're going to trust them to protect us as well, thinking that these people have our best interest at heart, when human nature says there's no way they would put our best interest in front of their own. So it's really not that hard to understand if you just understand human nature. Human nature says self-preservation. I've got to preserve my lineage, the people who look like me, build them up so that they remain in a position of authority, so that the future generations will be in a position of authority. A lot of the laws, the drug wars, et cetera, the outsourcing of manufacturing jobs over to Asian countries was really in an effort to stop Black Americans from being in direct competition with white society. The unions, like all of these systems that were put into place, was to give them the ability to control the systems so that we were never in direct competition, because they know, and they've likely known for centuries, that whenever we're in direct competition and the playing field is level, we win every time. Doesn't matter what area of society it is. We ultimately beat them every chance that we get when we're in fair competition. They know that, and this is likely their biggest fear. So and we actually have to fulfill their biggest fear, which is putting ourselves in a position of equity so that we can compete directly against them and everybody else around the planet, because we are really in a global competition. We just don't recognize it as such, but that's really what is going on.
Hey, Black, I have a question for you. Tell me, what state institution do you think had the biggest negative impact on the Black family or the Black population? And these state institutions I'm going to name are of course, the state and local police department, the state and local court system, the state public school system, state and local prisons. What else? I mean, there's a lot of state institutions, and a lot of these have a huge impact on Black American families. But what institutions do you think has the biggest impact? And if we had a supermajority black state, how can we reverse that impact to make it positive? Like, good example, if a state, a supermajority black state, controls all of the state court system and local court system, how will that be a positive impact on the black family and the black population?
Awesome. That's a really great question. I have two that are like a close tie. However, I'll lean towards the one. I'm gonna say state, local, county-based contracting as my number one. My number two will be education. And the reason that the contracts beat out the education is because even someone who does not have a high school and or a college education can still have a trade, have a skill, and if they have access to contracting, they could build a business, they could build an empire, quite literally. And that could be someone who's a plumber, someone who's who does painting, who just paints walls all day, just landscaping, whatever the case may be, something that's very simple, but that can generate millions of dollars. So for me, that's the main thing, because they get the lion's share of it. And even when they set quotas up, they can't meet the quotas because they really don't try to meet the quotas. The way that you would meet the quotas is through the education system, because you would be training people to fill those roles, and not as employees, but as business owners that are partner with the local, county, and the state. So the contracting, to be quite honest, would change our economic reality. And that's the biggest one for me.
Okay. Hey, State Power, you don't mind answering this question?
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
I mean, well, okay, what state institutions do you think have the most negative or the biggest negative impact on Black Americans? Living in a supermajority white state, I'm pretty sure this the court system, state and local court system controlled by whites. That's a negative impact on Black Americans. The police department, state and local police department controlled by whites, that's a negative impact on Black Americans. So there's a lot of different state institutions, and what state institution do you think have the most negative impact? And if we had a supermajority Black state, how can that reverse to make it a positive impact?
Yeah, so definitely, I would say like the Secretary of State is an important position. His office is important because that involves elections, right? So the 10th Amendment guarantees that every state actually gets to set up their own election systems. That's why it really varies state by state. So you might hear in the state of California, we allow early voting, or we allow voting by mail or something like that, or you must have a voter ID card or something like that. Where in a different state, that's not the case. I think it's very important as Black Americans to have control of the election system of their majority state. Definitely the military department. Every state has not every state. Every state can constitutionally have their own state guard, which is pretty much a legal militia. I think that's really important because we've been subjected to terrorism throughout the 300 years on this land, and we want to make sure that what drove us out of the South the first time doesn't happen again.
We're going to utilize our state military and our state defense force to protect Black majority state citizens, right? We're going to use our criminal justice system and our police department to actually provide real community policing, where it's not just a racket that to get revenue. Those two are probably the highest with the criminal justice system, and I guess what else would I say? I'll just land with that.
Hey, you made some great points. Great points. Yeah. Now for me, over the years, I've been to courts many times in different countries, right? Civil court and criminal court as well. And what I noticed is that it's very important when you go to court. You want to have a court system that represents you, that looks like you, that supports you, that look, I have a chance to win this because these people are like me,
sympathy, empathy.
These people are on my side.
Empathy.
So
empathetic.
To me, the court system is very important. A super majority Black state. Most of the judges are Black. The prosecutors are Black. The security guards are mostly Black. To me, it's having a court system empathy. That I think will look after me and my, whatever priorities I have. I think that's very important. To be able to, to sue let's say you sue a white-owned corporation, from another state in your state, and and when it comes to getting, what's the word I'm looking for? Getting a judge to the judge prove favorable in your case. You just want somebody that understands you, that he looks at you like, he can be your brother or your father, wherever. You just want somebody in the court system to look like you, to have the same priority as you. And to me, that's the best type of situation I want to be in. So, yeah.
Awesome. So for everybody in the space, just know that with a Black majority state, you get all three of those things that we discussed. So it's all a part of it. I want to speak to this issue, which is in the state of Delaware. There are residency requirements. So this may be something that in the state of Mississippi as well. I haven't had a chance to really look at it. That moving into the state, in order to run for elected offices, they may have residency requirements, which means you have to build with the local population. We should want to build with the local population no matter what. This provides an incentive to do that, but we need their votes. We need their support. We need them to be on the same page as we are. So let me give you what the residency requirements are for the state of Delaware. Now, if you run for a federal position, U.S. Senator or U.S. Rep, that's federal law, which means you just have to be a U.S. citizen. You don't have to have lived in any particular state to run in that state. You just have to be a U.S. citizen. So in that area, anybody moving to the state could run to be a senator or a U.S. Rep. That's the only area that I know of that's like that, because that's the federal election laws. And the states don't really control federal positions the way they control state, county, local positions. The governor and lieutenant governor require 6 years of residency. State senator State rep requires 3 years of residency. Most of the other elected positions, you have to be in the state for 1 to 2 years. And again, every state is different. Like State Power was talking about how the Secretary of State controls elections. So they all kind of make up their own requirements. Some states might not have any. Some may have more, longer time periods. It all kind of depends. I think we got Sean and then the only Mel Cruz.
What up, man? I'm back. Man, I forgot a couple things, but I just wanted to circle back to what you were talking about, Delaware. Yeah, me and my wife looked at it because, I told her about the strategy and she got it. It clicked for her right away. And she's like, I'm down. We're currently in Arizona. We're giving up on the West right now. We looked at Delaware, but I'm down for it, but my wife, it's a no for her. And that's why I was like, if we're not going to go there, it's a key strategy state for us. So I do want to be able to support. So if you could just run down some ways you can support. I have some ideas, but I don't know if it's valid. One, I was thinking buying up units because we want to get into real estate. Maybe mobile homes, and then probably have some type of work program. Thinking about putting a factory down there. Because my wife, she has a. I know it sounds like I'm just talking, but this is very realistic for me and my wife. We have our income potential was growing rapidly, so I'm not just talking. And these are our forward plans. So she's looking for a place to put a factory. It was New Mexico, but I convinced her otherwise. Now she's thinking about somewhere in Georgia because that's where we're going to be moving in 2025.
Yes.
But I'm thinking maybe Delaware, so I'm going to have to try to sell on that. And I'm thinking maybe I can probably not, when we bought our home in Georgia, I could probably not put my name on it. Just probably get a residency in Delaware so I could put in some work down there. I just don't know how that works, though. Can I go there part-time and be there during the time I need to vote, or do I have to be there, a resident the whole time? I got to figure that out. I've been a little lazy on that part, but I just really want to hear you run down some other ways we can support without being there, because if you can support one state, you can support them all, and I'm figuring out how I could do that, especially like as far as investing in, mobile home park and stuff like that. Because I have a friend of mine, that's what he does. He's not a Black American, he's actually a Latino, but he thinks he's Black. That's funny. But that's what he does. He buys mobile home parks, and I don't know. A lot of people are really fishy about us doing any type of business with non-Black people. I'm like, man, if I can go in with him and get him to get over there and buy some parks and get our people down there, he ain't got to know all the details. Just use them as a proxy. He don't care. He just want to make money. So yeah, I just want you to run down how we can go about supporting the state of Delaware, in particular, economically, and actually getting bodies down there that could vote. Because I'm willing to go there if I could do a part-time and then just do the rest of my time in Georgia.
Okay, awesome. So congratulations to you and your wife on your business ventures, first of all. So residency, from my understanding, would be, it's like the tax code, 6 months and a day would essentially give you residency. Now, whether or not they are going to track it, all that, I suggest that people who want to vote in Delaware actually live in Delaware at least 6 months in a day. That way you're just covered legally. There's a lot that goes into them striking votes. And then you saw in Florida where they were trying to come after people for quote unquote not being legally eligible to vote. So I don't want anybody to get wrapped up in that. There is a particular population that can do that, and they could be overseas. It's a very unique part of U.S. law. We want to capture that population, but that's a whole different conversation. If you are able to purchase real estate, I'd say real estate over mobile homes, simply because if you purchase real estate, it's going to increase in value. Number one, it is an investment vehicle. Number three, it's what I would consider permanent residency. And Miss Rella, who's big into real estate, in many of our spaces, she had talked about possibly purchasing properties to either sublease apartments or rooms, depending on, you know, how people want to operate that situation. But for instance, if you had a 4-bedroom home and there are single adults, preferably of the same gender, that wanted to essentially create a roommate situation, which Atlanta, Georgia, believe it or not, 20 years ago, a lot of people that moved to Atlanta, they moved and they found roommates. There were a lot of roommate situations in the beginnings of the Black Mecca in Atlanta, Georgia. So we could kind of duplicate that as well in Delaware or Mississippi. That's number 2 on the list, and so something like that would be awesome. I just saw a video, like I saw actually a couple of videos of mobile homes, and I used to deliver to mobile home parks back when I lived in North Carolina, and there's just a lot of health issues that come from long-term living inside of mobile homes. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable with us putting people into mobile homes. And it's more health issue than anything. If you get a chance to look into the health implications of it, you'll pretty much start to understand. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good and clear.
Okay. So yeah, just you know, so I would just, if you can look at I don't know what your budget is, but for instance, for mobile homes, especially if they're brand new, I mean, 20 years ago when I was delivering to the models and setting them up, they were wanting 65, 75,000. I don't know what they are today. You could likely buy an apartment building for what 4 mobile homes would cost with 4 units in it. And it would be an actual permanent structure. So that's the way I would hope people would think. And then just look into, like, there's like a whole mobile home syndrome or something out there. I posted it not too long ago, but I'm sure you could find it. All you gotta do is look up mobile home sickness, and a lot of stuff will come up on that. I just don't feel comfortable putting our people in those. In Georgia, where the guy just, I think it's like it's a Black guy, but he has a real estate company. They just built all these micro homes. I think it was like 53 units. They sold them in a very short period of time, less than 2 months. Something like that. If you had like a project where you were like, let's build some actual homes that are affordable, and you had pre-sales, you know, that type of situation, I would love something like that. I'd be all on board for something like that, because people are making the commitments, they're putting down the deposits, everything's moving forward, you know, that type of situation. So I would love to move forward like that, if that's what you guys are really seriously considering. So thank you so much. You know, my DMs are open. I was looking at just some lease property earlier today, and I'm gonna probably take some time every other day to kind of scope the area for myself. It's really based on where I can get a position. My company has some positions over there, so it would be, I would think, a little bit easier just to stay within the same company and make the move. So I'm gonna start really exploring that now, so that in 2 months I'll be in a position to make it happen. So thank you for the questions. Yeah, I don't want nobody to get in trouble with the voter, because I mean it could be federal. They could really try to make it into a problem if there's a pattern of that. I really want people who, you know, first of all, I want to protect our people. That's number one. But also, there's an inherent benefit in moving to a state together and concentrating our population together. I kind of want people to experience that. But on the other end, as the title says, the other way, the ultimate way to support it is by, you know, I established a donor box about a year ago when the spaces first started. I really haven't promoted it that much, but on social, we have Black American Migration Communities, and we have one for Delaware. I have one for Mississippi. Ultimately, I'm going to have one for each state. And at some point, once I get on the ground, I'm really going to encourage people to sign up as a member. It'll likely be a $10 a month membership. And that's where a lot of exclusive content is going to come, like what's happening there. Because I'm going to do my best to have a meeting every week as much as possible. And so that's where that information will be. People can actually kind of follow along and see it happening in real time. This could take, I mean, we're looking at 3 election cycles, 2024, 2026, 2028. A lot of big elections are coming up, and we're kind of hoping that within those 3 election cycles, we can actually get control over much of the state, if not the whole entire state. There always will be white enclaves because our goal is 60%. Once white flight sets in, that might push us up to 70% or so. But there's always going to be white population. They'll just be the minority in the state, you know. That's just the way it'll ultimately pan out. And we'll do everything we can to keep out illegal immigrants. We can't keep out legal immigrants because they have all the rights and protections that the federal government provides them. But the illegals, will do our best to enforce all of the laws that are on the books and even challenge and create some laws that, you know, maybe not on the books as of yet. So that's kind of the goal there. The Only Male Cruz, you got it.
Okay, thanks, Black. Thanks for letting me speak. Hello to everybody in this space. I just had a basic question. You may have covered it already. I've been in here, I think, over an hour, and I didn't hear it yet. So what is the timetable? I would think that, you know, if everybody moved there in the next 6 months, boom, we'd have control. We'd be able to start, you know, handling business in the states where we're closer to achieving that Black majority. The 3, I think you mentioned the 3 of them earlier. But what is a timetable? Are you looking at it to happen in like a big, you know, one big move, or is it acceptable for a trickle in type of process? I mean, what does the timetable look like for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as I was saying, they're based on election cycles. So 2024, 2026, 2028. We need about 300,000 voters, and we have to get the 150,000 or so voters to also join with us in voting in the people that we want to vote in. The fact that they have to be Delaware residents kind of makes that a little bit easier because there will already be local people that are, you know, active in the community, preferably that people already know. And so we can move 300,000 people in over the course of next year. That would be phenomenal because we would already be in position for 2024. And that's not unheard of because I say in spaces all the time, Texas, Florida, they've gotten like 500,000 people moving into those states. And that's what they call positive net growth in their populations. So it's actually really, really possible to move that many people into the state in 1 year. However, it may take a couple of years for that to happen. But in that meantime, in 2024, we can run candidates and actually get some seats. And then 2026, we can run more candidates. We'll have more population, which means we'd get more seats. And if it takes till 2028, by that time, we would already have a string of successful candidates in place, already putting in legislation, already changing the culture of the state and the local municipalities and the counties. And then ultimately, whatever's left at 2028, we should be able to get everything at that point. But, you know, it's really going to be about how many people participate in the first wave, how many people really, really help, how many people in the surrounding areas like Philly and even Maryland, to be honest. We got to poach some Marylanders. We got to get some people from DC. We got to get some people, a lot of people from New Jersey, people from New York City, and deeper into Pennsylvania as well. There's a lot of like smaller towns but there's enough of us in Philly to literally, I mean, it's like 20 minutes south. You know what I mean? I mean, when I look at the map, the border between Delaware and Philadelphia, they kind of are touching. I mean, it's very, 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 very close. The suburbs of Philadelphia kind of touch the border of Delaware. So, you know, it's just a matter of how many people are gonna like take this information, grab a hold to it, fall in love with it, and then say, yeah, you know, even though I lived in Philly my whole life, I'm only gonna be 30 minutes away. You know, I can make that happen. I can make that happen for a family. I could still work in Philadelphia and live in DC or live in Delaware. You know, Biden is famous for living in Delaware, working in DC, commuting on the train. So there's all those opportunities to commute to these other major cities and still live in Delaware. Um, there's remote workers, there's truck drivers, you know, anybody who has traveling in sales, or they traveling in the healthcare industry or other careers where there is some travel. If you work on Wall Street, for instance, that's another commute that some people from Delaware take, or New York City in general. It doesn't have to be Wall Street, but New York City in general. So there's all these opportunities for commuters to live in Delaware, vote in Delaware, but work, you know, wherever they are currently working, and then just, you know, move the family a little bit south or east or north or whatever, depending on where they're at now. And if we got with those 5 major metropolitan areas, we would need about I'd say 70, roughly 70 each. I mean, that's a big number. Let's be real; these numbers are big. But it's not impossible. Like, none of this is impossible. It's just that these are some big numbers. But what really, for me, what it'll show is if Black Americans are serious about gaining power, taking responsibility, being in the position to govern ourselves, to educate our own children based on curriculum that we've developed. If we are very, very serious about being in a position to defend ourselves, to police ourselves, to sit on the judge, like sit on the bench, like Black American Homeland was talking about. He's really talking about empathy. And it's the interesting thing, in a white degenerate society, it's hard for Black judges to show empathy because they have the white puppet masters sitting above them. In a state where everybody above them, quote unquote, is of the same lineage, they actually have support. They don't have people looking down on them. They have people that are supporting them at all levels of government. It's just a completely different experience. Even with the police, someone sent me this fucking weirdo cop, Black dude, who was essentially, and I've seen so many of them do it. Most of them got little podcasts. They're trying to get famous in white society, essentially saying, show me how I'm impressed, or show me how I'm oppressed. Prove to me that I'm oppressed. Blah, 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 blah. And they are the butter biscuits. I'm sure a lot of people have heard that. They're the lap dogs. They're looking for treats from their masters. That's why they take that position. Those people wouldn't survive in a Black majority state. They would have no place in a Black majority state because they're going to get called out. They're going to get ostracized. It's just not going to be welcoming for those type of people. There's not going to be anybody in a position of authority that's going to tolerate it and or allow it to continue. It'll be very hostile for them. And that's just the way that it'll be. I mean, because who's gonna want to be around those people? They're traitors, you know, quite literally. They're just traitors. So yeah, I mean, it's all right in front of us. And if, you know, again, we do one state, then we move to Mississippi, we do a second state, then we move on to the next state, and we just keep doing it. I think at some point you get 2 states and people see it, they experience it, it's real. You know, they're watching it on TV, whatever, social media, and it's like, wow, man, this is amazing. You guys got to get here. You got to visit, blah, blah, blah. Then it just becomes the thing to do. Quite literally, it becomes the next wave. It becomes the fad, the trend. And then everybody who is serious says, man, I gotta get out of oh my God, Wisconsin. Dear God, Wisconsin, they're killing us up there left and right. It's got the highest incarceration rates up there. It's the worst. It's probably, and I think Pittsburgh's a horrible place for us to live because we have no power. We have nothing here. Quite literally just subjugated in this fucked up town. But in Wisconsin, it's infinitely worse. It's so many degrees worse. In Milwaukee, in Minnesota, it's so much worse. There's almost 500,000 of us in both of those states. That's like 1 million people that are essentially isolated and trapped. And why? I mean, in my opinion, if it was up to me, those people would move into Delaware, move into Mississippi. We'd already be in control. We'd already have all this, you know, everything we talk about. It would already be a realistic situation. We'd already be experiencing it. So we just got to make these hard choices, and hopefully some of the larger platforms, the larger voices will start understanding what we're talking about and then start to broadcast this information. I was working on, I want to say it was Thursday. I haven't had a chance to listen to it. Someone who was active in these space, well, not in spaces, but active on YouTube and active on Twitter for years. They sent me the end of this YouTube video from a really big voice, big personality in the new black media. And at the end of this show, someone from LA called in, older black gentleman called in and said, hey, what about the black state migration to the South? And the host started playing the Twilight Zone music and used the opportunity to not only degrade the black man that called in with this beautiful level of information, high level of information. They then, you know, he allowed people in the chat were kind of he giggle, and then he kind of poo-pooed it, and that's not the first time from this particular individual. So what you have is a situation where people who, for whatever reason, I'm not going to question or judge or none of that, but for whatever reason, they are anti Black American political empowerment, because there's no other way to phrase or characterize someone who hears something that either for whatever reason they don't like it, but instead of taking the time to do the research, to investigate and figure out, well, what is this guy even talking about? To kind of turn it into a trivial moment to embarrass a Black American male who's just coming on the show trying to spread the message. I don't know that person. That's the good thing about it. I don't even know who that person is. Like, this is what's happening. This information is coming from a central source. It's the only way I got it. It's the only way likely anybody who has had this thought has got it. It's coming from a central source, and it's growing organically. And there's going to come a point in time where the voices that have these large platforms are not going to be able to ignore it or ridicule it, because they're going to look like fools, because they are essentially telling Black Americans to remain subjugated, scattered as a permanent minority in this country. And that will not work. It's just not going to work. That died. It really died with the civil rights movement. And to be honest, you know, the Republic of New Africa, which was talking about taking those 5 states, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina. The Nation of Islam was talking about the government needs to give us those 5 states. They understood it then, but their method of getting it was the government has to give it to us. If their method had been, hey, everybody, we're going to do a 1 million family march to these states and we're going to just stay there, we would already be in control of those states. So we got to make it happen. This is the generation to make it happen. Alexander, you got it.
Oh, I was just going to say that cop that you were talking about that has a podcast, I know exactly what you're talking about. But my response to him would be if he's saying, I'm not oppressed, or how can I be oppressed? Like, tell him to go shoot an unarmed white person and he'll find out how fast the Union will back him.
Ooh.
That's all I got to say.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what? Now, that guy, I don't see the guy that made that post. I don't recognize him, but there is a black cop who's got he's got social media platforms all over the place. He's actually got a radio show. It comes on, I'm trying to think. It comes on like on the weekends. Every once in a while I'll catch it. It's on the conservative talk radio show. I don't know his name, but I know it's a different guy. And he's kind of the prototype that these other black cops are starting to follow, that want those treats. They want those sausages, they want those little doggy biscuits that white society is passing out to them so that they can ask these very moronic, extremely ignorant and unintelligent questions that are really rooted in individualism. Because anytime someone who's an agent of the white degenerates, who has a position of authority, has discretion, which is another power that he has at his discretion, quote unquote, that's a part of his job, who says, I as an individual am not oppressed. Now let me take that and conflate it to the entire Black American population that has experienced atrocity after atrocity, genocide after genocide, and is still suffering from the PTSD from all of that trauma. It's genetic. If he really cared about his people, quote unquote, if he's lineage, he would actually take the time to understand why people say that they're oppressed and not question them saying that they're oppressed. But he's an individualist. That's what white degeneracy wants us to be. They want us to think as individuals because they know as the collective, if we get a collective hive mind, they're defeated. They can't stop us. The game changes literally. And so while they will mutate and they will slowly, because the thing about white degeneracy is it takes them a while to gear up, to ramp up. And so what they'll find is when we are in control of these states and we have authority and we have discretion and we have state defense forces and we have law enforcement at all levels and we have federal representation, they're going to realize that the fight is going to be in the courts. That's the only place they can really fight us. And because we understand the law, we understand the Constitution, we'll frame our laws within the Constitution and we'll work within the laws, that essentially there's not going to be a whole hell of a lot that they can do to harm our population. They're going to be extremely limited in what they can do. And the difference being, if we find individuals or even groups that are responsible for whatever harm they conceive, we can actually investigate and prosecute those people. That's the big difference. We can defend our population and we can investigate and prosecute those people who would cause us harm. It's a different relationship, totally different.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like that guy, like he's probably conservative, but the problem with that guy is that he gives black conservatives like a bad look.
Yeah, no question. Because on Twitter Spaces, post, there's a few black conservatives that I follow. I'll go in their spaces. I rock with them. And they're very sincere. They're very concerned about the matter of fact, one that I follow and love, she just posted an article, I believe, which was talking about how black conservatives are pushing for reparations and I think she mentioned the Tea Party. I'm not sure why, but I know the Republican Party has all these different factions. I think that Freedom Caucus was the reason that this guy took him 14 votes to become Speaker of the House, because the Republican Party has always been made up of multiple factions, and that's just what it is. Even though they're all majority white, they do have that issue of, I'm not going to call it infighting because it doesn't really harm them. It's more of politics and figuring out how they're negotiating for positions of power or whatever. But they always work it out. So it just kind of is what it is on that end. I think that, well, I'm not going to say I think, I know, and it took me a lot of conversations to come to this point. But the Tea Party strategy is the winning strategy for Black Americans, because we have people who don't vote, we have people who do vote, and then we have people kind of in the middle who are independents who can kind of go either way, but they do lean towards the Democrats. The people who vote absolutely lean towards the Democrats. And so it's very unlikely, until we get into office, established, and people understand who and what we really are through action, that they're going to vote for some new unknown political party. And so we're going to attach ourselves as Black majority political candidates to the Democrat Party, much like the Tea Party did with the Republicans. Will be Black majority Democrats, and that's to be honest the winning solution, because for the most part, Black people won't even vote for you unless you have that D next to your name. And most of them, to be quite honest, as long as you have that D next to your name, they just vote straight ticket. So they don't even care about who's on it. They don't even care about the names. They don't bother to look at the names. They just go in, hit Democrat, straight ticket, boom, they're in and out. That's a high percentage of the votes. And so that's likely to be the way that we move to get into position initially, and then at some point start to separate ourselves the same way, again, that Freedom Caucus, which they don't have a whole lot of members in Congress, but they're making these waves, whatever, and they were able to position themselves in a position of authority during those votes. And that's essentially what we would seek to do: play obstructionist, put ourselves in positions to where they need us to get things done, and then we negotiate for the things that we need for our citizens, in the state of Delaware, in the state of Mississippi, and eventually, when we get enough members in Congress, we could really start to stretch that negotiating power out to all of our citizens, and really, position ourselves against the Congressional Black Caucus with the understanding that they don't represent us. If they want to be in a Caribbean caucus, let them be the Caribbean caucus. I think there's a Caribbean caucus, there's a Brazil caucus, there's all these different freaking caucuses that have Black faces on them, that are a part of the Congressional Black Caucus, which, you can't have dual allegiances. And that's another example of self-preservation, where they are masquerading as Black Americans. They're getting into positions of authority, and then they're taking all the benefits home to their own population. Like the black guy in New York, Jamal Bowman, I think is his name, who's married to a Puerto Rican, who's putting up legislation to get Puerto Rico as the 51st state of America. You know, that's the problem with those type of alliances and allegiances. They don't never, for whatever reason, it's very strange, they never seem to work for Black America. They always seem to work for everybody else. Um, and you know, I was posting earlier. I'm sure some people much smarter than me have said this before, but there's no way that our system should be set up in a way where, what's the lady, Omar Ilman or Ayman or something like that. I think she's Somalian. She said she was a refugee from Somalia into some other African country, Kenya or something, I believe. Then she came to the United States. She won elected office. Now she's at the forefront of bringing in more illegal immigrants. There's no way someone should be able to come to this country, get elected to a high position, and then all of their activity, political activity, is to bring in more immigrants. That's akin to an invasion. It's like a Trojan horse invasion, a virus. And I mean, you probably need a constitutional convention to create an amendment to stop that, but you really need to stop that. If nothing else, it's one thing to bring the people in, but they should not be able to come in and immediately get to the highest levels of government and advocate to send money to these countries or to bring people into this country. That to me is like an enemy of the state. It's an enemy of the American citizens. And man, that's just I just don't understand how that's even possible, to be honest.
It's the Chamber of Commerce. Like, that's why immigration is so hard. Like, if you listen to like U.S. tech workers and Numbers USA,
yeah,
that's one of the reasons. Like, they got a bunch of lobbyists, and like even like the government has to question the corporations in America and their commitment to their own country, because they're very quick to say that even with this so-called labor shortage, that we need more immigrants. And then another thing is that the United States has an aging population, but they don't tell you why like younger people are not reproducing as much as their predecessors, I should say. You know, they don't look at certain policy errors or like how they've handled crises in the past. It's like they're so focused on like the short term. And I'll land my plane there.
Well, in terms of population, there's a term for it, regeneration or repopulation. There's a term for it. It's escaping me, but the white population, the last time I looked into it and I posted about it, the conservatives are still having more than 2 children. They're still having high birth rates. And this is what's interesting, in the Democrat population, they're not having as many children. And part of that is because you got the LGBTQs in that population as well. Whatever the percentage is dropping their birth rates. In the Black American population, unfortunately, they've been committing genocide on our population, and it's the white feminists in the liberal part of the party, or the liberal side of politics, that has been pushing genocidal abortion on our population. And so our numbers have been artificially controlled by that one specific system. It literally has taken hundreds of thousands of births out of our population annually. In the 80s, the numbers were like 1 million a year. So they have artificially reduced our ability to grow our population. And then now they're bringing in the diasporans, and I just reposted this story that said the diasporan part of quote unquote African American is expected to grow by 90%. And in the same time, our population is expected to grow 5% or something ridiculous like that. So that kind of shows you what the plan is. These are the projections. This is what the plan is. Bringing them people in here kind of as a replacement, boosting their numbers. Our numbers remain flat. The Mexican numbers are expected to double. The Asian numbers are expected to double, while the white population essentially stays relatively flat. But at the same time, the conservatives are growing. The liberals are not growing because of their personal choices. You understand? And and the reason our projections aren't growing because they expect us to continue this genocide. That's what the expectations are for. Otherwise, instead of our I think our natural birth rate is somewhere around 500,000 a year. If we added the 300,000, 360,000, whatever the number is, in negative abortions, it'd be closer to 800, almost 900,000 a year. So then our population would actually be growing a lot quicker than it is. That is kind of the issue for us. If we get into these states, we can, right now, the Supreme Court has really left it up to the states. So we could outright ban abortion, or we can make the 3 exceptions for the medical issue, the health of the baby, and some sort of criminal activity that led to a pregnancy, that it would just be more humane not to bring that baby into the world. Outside of that, within the state, and again, this would be something that you can put on the vote as a referendum. People can vote on it, whatever the case may be. Make it a situation where the population is educated enough to understand what's going on. And then if people vote to eliminate it for contraceptive purposes, we could actually grow the population within the state, which would also help us from an illegal immigrant invasion, because our numbers are going up. It's like there's all these different mechanisms that we really got to think about. And again, it's not individual. It's not about today. It's not about 10 years from now. It's really about 100 years from today. We got to really be setting up our great-grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren for success. And it just starts in looking at these very tough social issues and making the best decision to protect them long term, so that we don't kill off our own population and end up in a much worse place. We got Charles A. Tucker.
Peace. I just wanted to say this. Someone mentioned about different populations in America. So I don't know if anybody know about this, but there is an all-Muslim government in the United States. It's in Hamtramck, Michigan. In 2021, the citizens of Detroit, Michigan, elected an all-Muslim city council. So the Muslims are they are a protected, society here in America. And so at the beginning of the conversation, I remember someone asking about which ways that Black Americans could become safe. And so I think we should, learn from what they did up in Detroit, Michigan. They turned the whole government in that particular area is a Muslim government, and that's all I want to just bring that to people's attention. It's in Michigan. They elected an all-Muslim-led government. In the United States of America, which is supposed to be a Christian country, so that goes to show you that everything that's written in stone isn't really how it goes. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Christianity is not written in stone in the U.S. Constitution. Not written in the Constitution.
Right.
But it says, "In God we trust." You know, no other religion calls their supreme power or all-knowing God except for Catholics, Christians, Protestants. So for an all-Muslim government to have formed in the United States, that goes to show you that the stuff that's written in stone isn't really what you really have to go by. What you have to go by is majority rules. So they already told us that in 2021 that the majority of people in Michigan are Muslim. So Muslims
that's only a certain city.
But listen, it's trickling down though, because at first it just said that it was in Hamtramck. And that's probably not the way you pronounce it, but it's Hamtramck. Okay, so that's where they elected an all Muslim government. The mayor is a Muslim, and the city council people are Muslim. Then they go down to say that in the greater Detroit area, the Muslim population is roughly 36%. So if Muslims in Michigan can do that, and they're not even from this country, it tells you that they are immigrants. They're from Yemen. And before that city council elected that all Muslim government, at first that was they had a Polish government, which that isn't American either. So it goes to show you that America really don't give a fuck about the people who are in America. They give a fuck about people who come here and what they bring and what they can contribute. So the only thing that I figured that some Muslims can contribute is what could the Muslim contribute to America? That's what I want to know. What can they contribute to America? And that's the question that I'm gonna leave it up to somebody in this room to try to answer, because I can't figure it out. How did that happen in the first place?
Well, look, man. Look, the United States is a federalist system, right? You got the federal government, you got the states, and then you got the local government, right? America is a secular country, right? Well, it's supposed to be a secular country, and it gives opportunity to anyone to be able to govern themselves. So if you have a city or a town that's 60% Muslim, and they vote for a all Muslim city council and a mayor, there's nothing that America can do about that.
But I'm pretty sure though, because it's black people that live in Detroit, Michigan. There are black people that live there.
That's not Detroit, man. That's a small community in Wayne County. That place that has, look, I need to look at that. But look, I'm gonna tell you something even bigger. You know the state of Utah, right? You know who controls the state of Utah?
Who?
The Mormons. That state is like 70% Mormon. So it's possible that a minority group can control the state. So
I just feel as though from ever since the 1930s, this U.S. government has been, like my wife like to say, they have been ninny picking with the black people, because first they have told us to not stay in our homes. Now I just saw a study done in 2020 where they are making black parents push.
Twitter, come on, Twitter. Come on, Twitter. Stop with the crap, man. Come on, Twitter. Come on, Twitter. Come on, man. What is up with you, G? Tripping, man. Oh man, this thing is just tripping, bro. Tripping, man.
Out of that group. Either you're a Muslim or you're not a Muslim. See, with us being black, like we can be Black American, or we can be Negro, or we can be security tribe, or we can be freedmen first. Which I think all of that stuff was something that the government did to keep us separated, and now we sitting here thinking of ways to try to make it and to try to like put food on our table and to try to keep roofs over our head. So we need to get back to, everyone, being one cohesive unit. But nobody can understand that. And I don't understand why.
I mean, I agree with that. We have to be a one unit. But why are we divided? Well, one reason why we divided, because we are spread out throughout the country. There's 50 million Black Americans, and we're spread out, throughout the 50 states. And each state that we live in, right, there are different priorities, different circumstances, different problems. What's going on in California, what a Black person is experiencing in California is totally different from what a Black person is experiencing in Chicago or New York or in the South. So we're experiencing different things, and that's why we're divided. So if we can consolidate our population into a certain region where we have the same, the same circumstances, the same problems, same everything.
Let me get to you. Let me explain something
to our problem.
Let me explain something to you.
And that's why I believe we should go back to the South. The South, I mean, we already know what's going on in the South.
To was that who that was Alexander? Yeah, let me to his point. So on the map that I did, that where I kind of wrote the regions in the Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota area, I labeled that area as New Arabia specifically for that reason, because what's happening is in Canada there's large Arab immigration. That's like their largest population of immigrants over there for the most part. And so what they do is they eventually trickle over the border into the United States. And Detroit has one of those land bridges that comes right over into the Detroit area. That's why you have a high population up there. It's the second largest population of Arabs and or Arabian people, because they got all these different countries where they essentially come from, but they're all technically considered Arab ethnic origin. And that's why you're going to see over time a lot of that political power moves up there in the Michigan area, because they have a really high population up there. They have California, they have a slightly larger population, but they're in a state that has like whatever 30 million people. So it's not as big of a deal as it is in Michigan. So I kind of agree with your assessment of the fact that they have moved in up there. They are positioning themselves to at least run cities, at least run some industries in that Michigan area. I believe the guy who ended up winning a congressional seat in the Dearborn area is of a East Asian / Muslim lineage. And the reason he won was because there was like 12 people in the race. The black vote got split 10 different ways, and then he ended up winning because of that. So that's kind of the problem. And now that area doesn't have black representation in the federal government. So this is something that we got to be aware of when we're in locations like that, and especially if we're not going to concentrate. You know, if you're not going to move to Delaware, just support the people who do. If you're not going to move to Mississippi, just support the people who do. But if you're going to live in those areas around all these different foreign populations, understand you can't split your vote up. You just can't. You can't afford to do that. Someone who's politically active enough has got to say, look here, you know, if there's 10 people running and 10 of them are black and one of them is white, you guys got to get them together, have gentlemen and ladies agreement, and boil it down to the top 3 possibly, so that you have a fighter's chance of actually winning the election. Don't let yourselves be split and separated and allow another population to be victorious. And that's essentially what they did. So yeah, that's a keen observance. Thank you for mentioning it, because there was a city I want to say it was in the Connecticut area, where these Jewish people, I hate to even say their name, but the little hat people, they were tired of paying taxes to the local school board. And so what they did was they realized, they figured out, oh, well, we can run for election because we live in the district, we paying taxes, even though their kids don't go to that school at all, but they're paying taxes. They didn't like however they were running that school, so they said, okay, well, we're gonna run for school board election. And they just showed up on election day, and they had buses full of people, and they voted themselves into power over the school board so they can change the tax structure in that area. Now, the average person living in the community is like, oh damn, they shouldn't be able to do this. What's this? What's that? You know, everybody's up in arms, but it's too late. Done did it, because you didn't understand the process. They did. They understood how the system worked. They used it to their advantage. They took control over the system and they changed it. We can do the same thing. The same thing that they did up there in Michigan and Hamtramck. That's one of those towns that I remember driving through there. You kind of see the road sign for it. We can do the same thing. We can do it on a city level, county level, state level. That's essentially what, you know, we talk about, and that's what we got to do, is just do the same thing. DJ, you got it.
What's good, family? You know what I mean? Black State of America up. Reparation is up. You already know. And Jaguars beat the Chargers. That was crazy. You know what I mean? So with that being said, who was bringing up the Muslims, man? I had my phone locked. I wasn't sure what was happening.
That was me, DJ. I was saying that in Michigan, it's me, Charles. In Michigan, how you doing? In 2021, Detroit, Michigan, the citizens elected an all Muslim government, like the Muslims,
right.
they run everything there.
I just wasn't sure who was talking. I heard you reset everything in this, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the same indoctrination Pan-Africanism gave us is also the same indoctrination, in my opinion, and it's not no disrespect, Islam gave us as Black Americans, you know what I'm saying? Because that's not our thing. Our thing was really what? Christianity, right?
Yeah, but listen, protected. If you search the most protected group right now, the most protected group are the Muslims. Like, you know, you can't do anything to a Muslim.
No, I understand that, bro. You gotta break that down to me. My first name is a Muslim name, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just say this to bring my point home real quick. I heard someone also say that Black people, we should move to Atlanta. That's not true. I just left Roswell, which is like a little suburb, you know, north of the city of Atlanta, and most of the gas stations and you know car lots like, you know, Cadillac, Porsche, all of the like high end, they are all owned by Africans. You know what I'm saying? So even there, the Black American, we still don't have anything there. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. It's like every time like crazy. We have like crazy. We have something, we are like at that point we're like doing before the white people knew how to wash their ass with soap and water. It's like we keep giving our secrets away to these fucking people, and at the end of the day, we're left with nothing whatsoever, nothing. And that's all I want to say, man. Because like I'm getting frustrated with this shit, man.
Right. So, with that being said, when you say we're left with nothing, our people we haven't found ourselves. I think that's just really what the situation is. And when I say we haven't found ourselves, what's our real identity other than being Americans? You know what I'm saying? So, when these folks like Tether Rons be saying, hey, yo, Americans ain't got no culture. You know what I'm saying? But hold up a minute. All music is Black American music. So why is it that we ain't surrounding things surrounding our culture? You feel what I'm saying? All the good fucking food that's in this country, we started all that from the pig slop. You feel what I'm saying? So when we added the spices to the slop they was giving us, the intestines, you know what I mean, the pig feet, all that other stuff, we made that shit popular. So why ain't we holding on to these traditions? That's the number one question you should be asking yourself, is because we was just never taught to pass down these type of traditions. And then just like most families, the kids don't want to run the family business. So, we had a lot of Black American businesses back in the day, in the 80s, 90s. The kids didn't want to run those businesses. I got an issue with my family right now. And a neighbor of mine who, I take to work every week, she got the issue on her family too, where the family is arguing over the family property. Mama, grandma, and grandpa house, or whatever you want to call it. So, is we selling it? I don't want to deal with it. Leave me out of it. I just want to sell them to get my cut. Same thing we just saw recently with Bruce's Beach. How y'all fight that hard to get the shit just to turn around and sell it? Well, we understand the mathematics around that too. They might not have had the tax money to cover it, but was it more like what Brother Bobo Rance always saying, they might have dodged a bullet by getting that 20 million and shit and just letting it be for what it is. But not really. That's our shit. You know what I mean? Why we keep giving up our thought process? You feel what I'm saying? So if you create something, you got to do everything in your power to protect it. But the problem is with that, you ain't gonna never see that particular thought process come to fruition because we get ostracized. It's something I'm having happening to me right now. This is why I'm prepping to go fuck with the WPIs so I can get this fucking money, because reparations is the long game, y'all. Our peoples is the ones that holding us back from attaining this shit. It's really that simple. You feel what I'm saying? Because we're the ones running around thinking we aren't even deserving no reparations. It's little things like that. You feel me? That'll mess it up. And then, let's not forget it. Like I said, the reason why you brought up the NOI, or just not even NOI, but, Islam, the religion in general, is because think about how many of our folks went into the system, the judicial system, for whatever the reason, whatever the crime committed, you know what I'm saying? You came out Muslim, yo. Like, huh? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's already a divide right there within our own community that a lot of our own who are part of the NOI won't help the regular blacks. I've seen that shit my whole life, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with now we see with the black church. The black church is no longer helping you down here in the chat who need a little help for your rent. Trying to get on your feet. You know what I'm saying? You're hungry. You don't see that no more. Either pay your tithes to Geno Jenkins or it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Pay your tithes or we don't even care what's going on. Same thing with the Black Caucus. We vote for these people. We get them in the office. They come in talking all slick. Good game. Yeah, I'm going to do this, that, and the third. Only for them to turn their back on us. Why is it we don't hold these people's feet to the fire? You feel what I'm saying? So it's like we've spent decade after decade and generation after generation not advocating for ourselves enough. Yes, we have obstacles in the way. Prejudice, racism, Jim Crow laws, black codes, added up. You feel what I'm saying? They're still going to this day. We need to start finding ways to combat all that and work around some type of solution. I'm not the genius around this shit, but I know from a promotional standpoint of being in the club all my life, I know how to get people to the party. So,
hey DJ, not to cut your wisdom, but what about Eric Monty? He wrote all of those fucking TV shows that we still watch to this very fucking day.
Here's the thing, okay?
To this very fucking day. And he sold that all of them fucking He sold all of those TV series for $1 million fucking dollars. $1 million.
But here's the thing, bro. That's just what the entertainment industry is built off. The black thought process. We create everything but own none of it. You see what I'm saying?
Fucked up, man.
Right. So that is messed up. So hey, what you gonna do about it? So you can either do one or two things. Continue to complain because we don't really see, and not to say you're complaining, but we really don't see a solution, or start advocating like Black State Majority is saying, hey, you may not be moving to Delaware, but you damn sure better throw a dollar to somebody trying to get there. You feel what I'm saying? There's plenty of us out here in the black media space that are looking for our people to come up and say, damn, I see the importance of news Totter. I see the importance of the reparationist perspective of her trying to advocate and educate our people on reparations. You feel what I'm saying? She got 300 videos, 2 to 10 hours of video, all surrounding reparations. Matter of fact, she live right now, I think, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, you know what I mean? Mouthy Megan, shout out to our sister Mouthy Megan, speaking on the immigration shit. Everybody go over to YouTube right now and go subscribe to Mouthy Megan. She probably live right now because she been bombing, coming back hard lately, bombing on a whole lot of stuff. Go over to YouTube and subscribe to Brother Black Majority right here, our Black State of America. I'm gonna run it. Matter of fact, get inside of the chat where the purple little dot be at the bottom, or get in the Jumbotron and find one of those posts that usually is up in the chat, and you'll see the post up in there. I don't want to flood the Jumbotron. You feel what I'm saying? But Mouthy Megan. Or Empowering Adolf's old name was, but I think that channel got messed up too. But Mouthy Megan, MEGHAN, yeah, MEGHAN. There you go. And I'll try to post it again, but it's in the chat with a little purple little bubble bee at the bottom right hand side of you on the application or tweet. So again, same thing with Sister Mel Cruz right here. She got her YouTube, or ScrewTube is what we call it, because they be screwing us, you know what I'm saying, out of our views and actual monetization and shit like that. So everybody go over to ScrewTube and support the only Mel Cruz. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta support those that are doing the work. Now, y'all know who Brother Doggy Diamonds is, right? Shout out to that brother. He been doing the work for a long time surrounding this hip hop. But he just put a post out the other day saying that all the hip hop bloggers are white. Well, when you gonna support the black niggas? You feel what I'm saying? When some black blog cats don't come up on the Doggy Diamonds show. Show me that, Doggy Diamonds, because those that got a platform, and this is why I fuck with our sister, the reparations perspective, those that are black Negro freedmen that got a platform, I'm just gonna call them out, Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, you know what I mean? Even Boyce Watkins ass, you feel what I'm saying? And even though Fat Roly Poly ain't one of us, he got a platform. And I even got to call out Phil from the Diaspora News Network. You got 1 million subs. You feel what I'm saying? When you going to get some of us that's down here in this chat that's been really doing this reparation shit to come up on the African Diaspora News channel? You feel what I'm saying? Because you definitely be taking the talking points. Ain't not mad you getting the word out. You feel what I'm saying? But it ain't all about you. You feel what I'm saying? Let somebody else do the work. Or at least
you got our sister up there, Vicky Dilla. She's on there. And
right.
She's getting paid.
Here's the thing, though. But correct. But she also has her own channel. You see what I'm saying? Just like Demetria K and Warnzel. You feel what I'm saying? They all got their own separate YouTube anyway. You feel what I'm saying? You know, Phil is just a distributor, but damn, help distribute some of this Black State of America shit. Why he ain't doing an interview with Brother Black State right here? Damn, that's a good idea. Get all our folks down to the South. He been trying to do that since he been on YouTube. Mm-hmm. I know you see this shit. This shit is not like you blind. You know what I'm saying? The algorithm gonna tell you where the black shit is at. Whether it be ScrewTube, Facebook, tweet, you still gonna get some type of algorithmic hit. You feel what I'm saying? Okay, where the black people at? You start following all the black people here. If everybody followed each other here, you're gonna see shit you never saw before. That's the algorithm working. But, you know, shout out to you, Black State. Everybody come up on social. SOXCIAL.com. Social. SOXCIAL.com. We got our own network now. And also shout out to the brother 6 Zeros. And, you know, even, again, Phil from the Diaspora News Channel. Because he got an app. You go to your app store, African Diaspora News Network. You can download it. You feel what I'm saying? And log in. and do your little posting. It's a bunch of our shits out here. But the problem is those that got not even so much the power, but at least somewhat in a position of the open eye, the public eye, they not letting the little nigga come up no more. You see what I'm saying? And that's called the thug mentality, the hate you give. You don't let us come up, okay, you get stuck up. And that's just what it is. I'm going to go fuck with your enemy because you never gave me a chance. You feel what I'm saying? Look what 50 Son did. And I don't even blame 50 for that because a lot of that come from the mother too, the other half of the parent. You feel what I'm saying? So you want to go mess with the enemy instead of going to make amends with your father. You feel what I'm saying? And now they not even father and son like that. You feel what I'm saying? Same thing you see with Romeo and Master P right now. Well, damn, P, wasn't you not breaking bread? And we understand the game, but we also starting to understand how the money really comes in. There's a lot of money involved in this music stuff, yo. A lot, yo, that y'all don't know. A lot of the bling bling y'all see that somebody that, your favorite rapper be getting, that's nothing. That's nothing, yo. Know what I mean? Compared to what these white record label execs, streaming execs like Spotify be getting. So if you stream my music, guess what? That ain't nothing. I might as well go work at McDonald's. Real shit. This is why your favorite rapper from your hood locally don't make it. Why? Because you didn't support them. You feel what I'm saying? You didn't go on that Spotify and stream the shit out of it. Let it play while you were sleeping. Go tell your peoples. We sharing everybody else's shit except the people we supposed to be fucking with. That's why most of us don't make it. You feel what I'm saying?
Hey, but what you just said though, what you just said about go work at McDonald's, I don't agree with the way that you said that, because you making it seem like someone who works at McDonald's is nothing. But at the end of the day, these immigrants about to do is they about to go work at McDonald's. They about to go work at Taco Bell. They about to go work at.
You missed the point I was saying, because I'm talking about the music industry. So you're not going to reach the pinnacle that you're supposed to be making, because do you even know how much the stream is worth? If you stream my record right now, how much I get paid? Or if I stream your record, how much you get paid as an artist? You know that?
No, I don't.
It's 0.006 cent on a penny, bro. I want everybody to go search right now with their hand Twitter. Penny per stream. Penny per stream. All one word. Penny per stream. Look that up, yo. Ain't no money in this digital shit. So, you want to hear some numbers? 616 million people globally subscribe to a music streaming service. Okay, so you got Spotify, Apple, Tidal, YouTube Music, add it on, you just go on and on. Got all these streaming services, right? So, and Amazon Music and all that other stuff. So, at bare minimum, they're going to charge you, $7.99 a month? So, if they got 616 million people, multiply that by $7.99 a month. Or why is it I'm only getting 0.00 point whatever per stream? That's no money, bro. You might as well go work at McDonald's. And there's nothing wrong with working at McDonald's. I'm just saying you have less of a headache. Somebody, a musician, trying to have a career in the music industry, you have less of a headache, bro.
But I also want to bring it back to what you were saying about the beefs between the father and the sons, right? Because it speak about that. It speak about that in the Bible, and I'm no way any religious type of person, but when Master P had his son out there rapping and going against Lil Bow Wow, I feel as though he should have been setting some money aside. And so when that boy, I don't know if y'all seen this show before, but it's this show called Survivor's Remorse. They got that boy, what is his name, Romeo? They got him up in there looking like a fucking crackhead. Like a fucking crackhead. And this shit is pathetic, because like your father was back in like the 90s and like the early 2000s, pumping it up like he's the big man on campus, and here you is playing a fucking crackhead in a fucking TV series. And this shit don't make no sense, man, because it says something about your character when you have a son that you supposed to have been putting on a pedestal and supposed to have been trying to steer him in the right way, and you fucking wait till he get a certain age because you've been telling him his whole life that when you get to a certain age, son, that's when I will release the money to you. And come to find out, like, he don't got no fucking money. He's broke.
Mm.
Just like that motherfucker from the That's So Raven show. He's fucking broke. And I watched him as a child almost every fucking day on that TV show, and he's fucking broke. He's a fucking meth head. As a matter of fact, a meth head. So I don't really like talking about those celebrities because they ain't no fucking body. They try to act like they're somebody, but they ain't nobody. They just perfect examples of what not to do.
Can I jump in real quick, Charles? And I'm gonna say, thanks, DJ. Okay, so a couple of things, Charles. And what I like is that you are agitated, okay, because you bring some energy. And so now, to me, my opinion, it's about putting that energy where it's going to net you the best results. So for starters, we don't have the whole story on Romeo and Master P, because as that story broke, there was also a couple days later a post on social media where Romeo was on his way to pick up a royalty check. And the woman at the agency was like, oh, yeah, Romeo, we're so this, that, and 2/3 with you and Blase Scoop. Come on over here and get your check as you usually get. He gets it monthly. But don't forget, Romeo is a grown-ass man. And he could complain now, but he has a baby on the way, or already had a baby. He's in relationships. He's been doing what he wanted to do. And some of those decisions he made as an adult. So no matter what the parent did, just really like Charleston White said, one thing for certain, and three things for sure. Romeo ain't never been without a roof over his head, and I'm sure the man ate well. Now, whatever those financial things were that went on in the household from the outside, and then we don't even know them, we can't really address that because Romeo and his father have made up. But that's really here nor there, because here's the biggest thing which really struck me about your energy. You're absolutely right about the fact that we ain't got shit as a people. Okay, and I'm paraphrasing what you said. And the reason why over there in Michigan that was so easy to do, because white, or the dominant society, to use Claude Anderson's words, the dominant society doesn't mind if an immigrant comes into this country and pulls themselves up by their bootstraps, along with the set-asides and subsidiaries that this country gives them to get settled up and through here. They don't mind that. That's why there wasn't a problem. So trust and believe, when we start making these moves, according to the way Black Majority has been talking about, America's going to take note. That's why there was one of my questions about how are we looking at doing this, a trickle down project, or boom, here we are, y'all. Because as soon as it starts to become obvious what we're doing, because the strategy is going to be quite clear, and since like Delaware, for example, Black said, it's not going to take that much. All we got to do is have control of two counties, and boom, we got it. That's going to piss the dominant society off. And so that's the part we need to focus on. Because one thing in particular that Claude Anderson has been saying, as a group of people, we have never moved as a group after the civil rights era. We haven't grouped together economically or really even socially to make sure that we advocated on our behalf as a group of people. So this is why when we're all spread out and this and that, we have all these little nickel and dime issues. This is why we don't have any laws and legislative moves set up already to make sure that our Black asses are squared away. If we'd taken this advice and implemented what Black Majority has been advocating for the longest, if we already had that in place, we would have a lot of policies that are set up specifically to benefit us. Those people on the Congressional Black Caucus, some of them would not be there now because we would have moved them out the way. Or we would have put so much heat on them that they create policies and practices that benefit Black Americans specifically. And this is why Kamala Harris and Stacey Abrams didn't have no problem. They didn't even put their head down. They didn't try to cover their face. And they said it with their chest. No, I'm not going to do anything specifically for Black people.
Crazy.
There's no backlash to that.
Crazy.
And why? Because we're not together.
Crazy.
But if Kamala wanted to run for president coming up, and we had this Black majority states already in effect, her ass would be pandering, and not just in some chucks and whatever else that shit she was wearing, in a scarf or whatever. They would have to really be putting some action behind their words. Because when we are together as a group, as a unit, we will be able to exercise power. And there's this book that I did start reading, Blueprint for Black Power, Amos Wilson. And in there, he's talking about there's like two types of power. Power to or power over. So, and when I was looking at it, I said, well, shit, I'd like to have the power to, which is you got the power to do a little something, but you got a boss. Or you have the power over, which is you got the power over all these motherfuckers. Okay? So how I look at it, because I want it all. I want to have the power to have the power over. You feel what
I can't wait for that show tomorrow. Anyway, I can't wait for that show tomorrow.
Well, I can't wait for you to be there. Thank you. And so we can chop that up. But this, like I said, we can do this, y'all. And I would just strongly recommend, let's don't bullshit around. We done did enough of that. If we're going to make moves, let's make them. And let's make them in big numbers. Make them in big numbers and hit all them damn states. And Black, I like what you were saying, the strategy that you were talking about, okay, we'll get on the borderline of this state. And you can work in the state that you would like to live in, or the people you know your fam is at. But as a strategy, get on the borderline of this state so that you can technically and officially vote and put y'all, we got the mother power. Let's exercise it. I'm gonna land my plane because I'm about to be preaching.
I just want to say that Delaware is a beautiful state. It's a beautiful state.
With the fire, man. With the fire. Man.
Love. Let me give some numbers on Delaware, since that came back up. So Wilmington is the largest city. It has roughly 72,000 population. There are, every major city has suburbs, so there are towns around Wilmington which increased that number, but the city itself right around 72,000. Dover's the next largest city, which is right around just under 40,000. Newark, 34,000, Middleton, 23,000, Baird, 20,000. And then the numbers just get lower and lower and lower. So essentially you have Wilmington, which is the main city. Dover is the capital. It also has the main campus of Delaware State University, the HBCU. And then you got all these other smaller towns. So it's really like a state that's a small state with a collection of relatively small cities, and it's comparable to Atlanta, Georgia. When someone who lived in the state of Georgia asked, I did these numbers. There's all these, this is money.cnn.com, but there's all these calculators. Someone in the space mentioned it earlier. I think it was Who Did You Boycott? But you basically say if you live in Memphis, Tennessee, and you want to move to Wilmington, Delaware, or you want to move to Jackson, Mississippi, you essentially say, well, I'm making 50,000 here. How much do I have to make in Jackson, Mississippi? How much do I have to make in Wilmington, Delaware to have the same standard of living? And they do it based on, rent and utilities and food, et cetera, et cetera. So if you lived in Atlanta, Georgia, and you made 50,000 to live in Wilmington, you'd have to make essentially 56,000. So you got to make a little bit more money to have the same quality of life, same standard of life, but it's very comparable. That's not a huge difference, like a 10% difference. And most people, if you have a family, husband and wife, I think the one brother was in here, was talking about him and his wife. So if you're in that type of situation and you have dual incomes, it makes it a hell of a lot easier, obviously, to kind of make these moves occur. There is another graphic that talks about the concentration of, and this is I think Professor was talking about black women. So this is actually a positive number, a positive graphic for black women who have any aspirations to be in politics. The concentration of black residents in a district is positively correlated with black women's electoral success. Roughly 2/3 of black women have been elected in majority black districts, over 50%. So, for black women who decide that they want to get into politics and they want to run for elected office, you're going to have a much higher opportunity to actually get into office in a black majority state. Um, so that is really good information for those who have been thinking about running. This is talking about the percentages of black populations. 8 cities have 23 to 40% black citizens. 11 cities have 14 to 20% black citizens. Like I said, Wilmington is like damn near 60% black citizens. There's 2 zip codes that have 75 to 83% black citizens, 10 zip codes that have 20 to 40% black citizens, and 13 zip codes that have 14 to 20% black citizens. So even though it's a small state, there are a lot of us living there. We have representation there in terms of the population, but like everywhere else, we're probably not represented in business ownership. We're probably not really represented in the political, the elected officials within the state, and that'll change. Like, so originally I was looking at each county, and I said, if we get 75,000 of us in Kent County, which is the center county, that should be enough new voters along with the current population to start really taking control over the cities and the county in that particular area of the state. In the northern part where Wilmington's at, 100,000 should give us enough population to do the same. And then in the southern county, it is another 100 to 125,000 new voters to do the same there. Now, if you think about just having 2 counties, that says right around 200,000. We got 2 out of 3 counties at that point. We have our legislators in the state house will be very close to a statewide election victory for the governor, the attorney general, the senators, and the U.S. rep. But we would likely need another 100,000 to get there. So this is why, if you look at the election cycles of 2024, 2026, 2028, we would want to win these elections, the ones that we can win, the ones where we have the population, and then just kind of keep winning each election and building and building and building as election cycles come around. Keep trying to bring more population into the state, and then eventually get control over the entire state. And then at that point, it's like the Only Mel Cruz stated, yeah, they're going to be upset. This has never happened before. This has never happened in the history of the country. So they are going to be somewhat disoriented because they don't believe that we can do it. Many of these large platforms don't believe we can do it. And they've stated as much, which is, again, in my opinion, is anti-Black American. But at some point they'll have to be responsible for what they've said in the past, and they'll have to be called to the Twitter spaces in order to deal with the people once they realize that these people have been kind of working against us. I mean, because again, how could you possibly say to anybody, it's a horrible idea for you to want to actually govern yourself in this country? That's the worst idea I could possibly think of. Let's play some Twilight Zone music and let's laugh at this person for making a statement that is so out of this world. It could never possibly happen. That to me says, and so me, I'm someone who looks at information and I do analysis. If I was someone who followed that person, I don't. But if I was, me personally, I would start to question everything about that person who tells me that I am not worthy of being in a situation where it's a Black majority population, where we have the opportunity to govern and elect officials who are going to represent us, and we're going to be in a much better situation. I would really start to question that person and what their motivations really are. That's the way I look at people who make those type of statements. The only Mel Cruz, you got it.
Yeah, Black. So when you were just running those numbers, I had this question about the Sambo effect. Can we tell, or are you able to determine like how the Black voters, what their voting habits have been? Like, have they continued to vote really against their own benefit? Are they reoccurringly voting in somebody who is doesn't have any policies or attempt to try to take care of our needs in particular? Because if those states are high in the number as far as Black residents, are we able to determine how many of the residents there right now are actual Sambos? You know?
That's a good question. I think that's the reason why a lot of those large platforms, because they have been pointing out they call them coons, Sam. There's a lot of terms for those individuals, so they do focus a lot of commentary on those individuals, and so like I was in a space where that question kind of came up. One of those large platform guys said, "Well, as long as the people there are quote unquote on code," that was the way they sort of highlighted that issue. And so the reality is this: Black Americans that vote Democrat 90% of the time. So they're going to vote Democrat no matter who's up there. If it's a Democrat, they're going to vote for them, if they're going to vote. Even the independents, again, lean towards the Democrat Party, and especially in them local elections, they might vote for a Republican president. In the state of Delaware, the Democrats win all these elections. The Republicans don't have the numbers. It's a Democrat state. I mean, it just is what it is. So you're not going to win unless you're running as a Democrat, and you're going to automatically get the vote. Now, the thing about it is, we can beat them in the primaries where they have a lower voter participation, somewhere around 25 to 30% of the voters actually come out to vote in those. So you have a real strong opportunity to win the primary. Then you're the person on the ballot. So when they go to vote, you're the person that they're going to vote for. So that I don't get too concerned or focused on that particular population, in as much as the person we elect needs to be a Black American first agenda candidate. They have to understand our situation. As a matter of fact, I spoke to a Twitter account that's, I think it's like Black Delaware or something like that, but they're like in Delaware. I talked about this strategy. They were like 100%, I'm with it. And then they said, make sure they're all on code. So, that's out there. People understand that, they get it. But at the same time, as long as the candidate is on code, they're the person that's writing the legislation, right? So we need the coons to vote for them too, to be quite honest. If they're going to vote for anybody, we need them to vote for our on code Black American first candidate, so that they can write legislation and they can move us forward along with the other candidates that we put up eventually over time. So I'm not so much concerned about the voters as I am about the candidates. And yeah, I mean, at some point, as I was talking about that cop, they'll have less and less space to operate within the society, and they may be a part of that white flight at some point, because that's who they really want to be around. If we're honest, it's like, I don't think it's a loss to lose people who don't want to be around us. At some point, it's just like, okay, you don't want to be around us. We get it. Have fun. Good luck to you and all of that. I mean, because there's going to come a point in time where we're so focused on living, and those who are in positions of political positions, and people are trying to start businesses and get funding. And I mean, we're just so busy living and existing and using the political process for advantage that those people just don't really matter as much. Right now, they kind of matter because we're so scattered and because we have no political authority. A lot of the issues that we talk about today, they'll have less and less relevance as we move closer and closer to securing real political authority. It just in my the way I envision it, a lot of that stuff just kind of goes away.
So. Hey, bro, you know, Matrix.
Okay, thank you. I'll drop out.
Yeah, there's some like type of crazy air thing going behind your audio too. I'm not sure what it is, man.
Air. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the yeah, that's the that's the laptopper. That's the laptopper, cram stopper, pistol popper. Yeah, that's what that is. Cause it's damn, man, you got sensitive ears, bro. You got sensitive ears, man. Who else? Oh, Miss Dana.
On the Black State of America, because ain't we trying to delineate from a lot of that shit too? You know what I'm saying? Let's be logical, because a lot of it hasn't done anything. What I ain't gonna say hasn't done anything, because that wouldn't make sense. You know what I mean? But for the collective, it hasn't done anything for us. You know what I mean? Collectively, because you know, we see ourselves wanting to mingle with these other groups more than we want to mingle with ourselves. And I don't know what was the cause of us being broke up and sectioned off to these different divisions. You know, who knows? You know what I mean? But I think, you know, just moving forward, we just need to make sure that, you know, it's Freeman a bust, Negro a bust. You know what I'm saying? Black American a bust. You know what I'm saying? And that's just those that descended from chattel slavery, not just any black. But at the end of the day, I think my position is, what's your thoughts on reparations? You know, you got to understand, hey, what does reparations look like to you? What does a black state look like to you? You know what I mean? So, you know, it's not just black majority thing or, you know, but my thing or your thing is everybody's thing. So, you know, we taking each other's talking points and we moving with that shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is what I'm doing. Black State of America, yo. Hey, yo, let's all go bounce to Delaware. You feel what I'm saying? Tax-free shit in this Joe Biden state. You know, he ain't giving us nothing, so we about to go pull up in his hood. He gonna be real mad. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got to spend it to our people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? You got to sell that shit, no?
That's a damn bully. You ain't never lied, baby.
How many tickets you need? You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But, hey, man, you black?
Yeah, I'm back. You know what? You got real sensitive ears. That's that audio engineer. I got the phone sitting on this MacBook, and so you was hearing the fan inside the MacBook. You know what I'm saying? I moved it to the other side. It should be a little bit better. But I got the YouTube going so people could, you know, they could hear it. So let me give some numbers on what they consider to be the largest single race black population metropolitan areas. So we are the Philadelphia, Camden, Wilmington area is number 5 on the list. So it's number 5 out of 10. And we are actually equal to 3 other areas: the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach area, the Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Texas area, and the Houston, Woodlands, Sugarland area. They all have essentially 1.2 million Black Americans living in those metropolitan areas. So when you think about Delaware, Philadelphia, Camden, New Jersey, that's a trifecta that's equal to those other 3 areas, Miami, Dallas, and Houston, in terms of Black American population. A lot of people don't recognize or even know that there is that many people in that close proximity like that. It's really a strong black area up there. That's why I say Philly, there's enough people in Philly to just move there and take it over, which is like, to me, it makes the most sense. It's the easiest thing to accomplish. I'm gonna spend a lot of time in Philadelphia as much as I can, but hopefully it connects with some people up there. These are the main crops in agriculture in the state right now: soybeans, wheat, corn, sweet corn, watermelon, barley, cattle and calves, dairy products, chicken eggs, and broiler chickens. I think Delaware's the top, or one of the top producers of broiler chickens in the country, actually. So just want to, I'm kind of going to use this space to give out some facts and figures, some numbers, so we kind of understand what actually is going on there. So no hands up. So let me also explain this. The U.S. Constitution would not and will not allow the U.S. government or any other state the ability to attack a union state, and there is no mechanism to kick a state out of the union. A lot of people are like, oh, they're going to kick us out. They're going to get rid of us. That can't happen. It's unconstitutional. Another state can't attack us. That's a declaration of war, essentially unconstitutional. There are 3 guarantees that the federal government has for each state, and that's to preserve for them a Republican form of government. We do live in a republic, a representative republic. We do not actually live in a democracy. It's actually a republic. To protect the state from invasion and to protect against domestic violence, which would be like rioting or some type of uprising. So that's what's embedded in the Constitution. They're required to follow that. Again, the things that they might try to play around with, there's so much case law of the federal government against states that we would utilize in defense of our state in federal court, likely get injunctions against the federal government. And they absolutely should rule in our favor. There's no question about that. If for some reason they pushed us into a position of defense where we literally were at the precipice of feeling as though, we would have to defend ourselves from this country, we'll be in a much better position controlling the local law enforcement, the county law enforcement, the state law enforcement, state defense forces versus the way that we are today. I've had multiple conversations with people talking about how they could literally just round us up. We live in a handful of major metropolitans, like this list had 10. Let me see how many of us are in these 10 major metropolitan areas. I mean, this is what's so interesting. We don't think about it, but I think about it. That's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So roughly 15 million of us in these 10 major metropolitan areas. If they decided to surround those areas, cut off, entrance and exit from those major metropolitan areas, I've said this before, they could just starve us out. They don't even have to come in and do anything to harm us. They just starve us out, cut off the water, cut off the power, starve us out over the course of 6 months. If it takes that long, they let the women and children come out first, and then all the men are in bondage. They can go house to house. They did it in Boston. You're all in bondage. Those who resist are likely terminated. I mean, a lot of people think that sounds like that would be impossible. That'll never happen. Well, who's going to stop it from happening? No other country's going to come here to stop that from happening. Ever. It's us against them. And while we're scattered across the country, we're in a very weak position to stop it from happening. If you're living in a major Mexican state that we already know they're in league with the cartels, and we know the cartels are extremely violent, I mean, we're talking about beheadings. We're talking about ripping flesh off of entire bodies, dumping grounds. They are on a level of violence that we have not experienced in this country. And to be 5% of the population, 3%, 1%, because the more of them that come in, it increases their percentage of the population and it reduces our percentage of the population. So there's going to be a point at time in California where Black Americans might be 1% of the population. Why would you stay there? I mean, get the reparations money and then really start considering, like, moving on. Seriously, start considering moving on. I'm actually going down this Delaware thread and trying to see what pops up. We talked about local stock exchanges. That is something that you can actually create locally, regionally. There are states that have stock exchanges. We talked about producing state-based banking systems. There's and then power generation. This is another really important part of all of this. So currently, power generation, electricity, gas, and even nuclear is in control of the white degenerate society. We don't control none of those infrastructures. We don't control the water. We don't control the power. We don't control the fuel. Like, we don't control anything that we need to actually maintain this standard of living here in this country. So this is just another thing that they could essentially cut off. We'd have no control over it. This is why I say the reality of them being able to, especially these cities in the South with these loops, they just shut off the loop. They have tanks at every exit, armed guard, whatever, at every exit. You can't get on the loop. You can't get out the city. You're stuck. It wouldn't take long for them to starve a population out. I mean, it just is what it is. So, if the economy collapses, if they went into martial law because there was a global depression, which is likely, believe it or not, it is likely. What are we to do at that point? Like, how are we to survive as a collective when everybody's going to practice self-preservation? They've been preaching individualism. DJ talks about having a boogie bag, I think he calls it, the prepper movement. Well, you're going to be much stronger in a prepper movement if you are concentrated and you're working together versus being scattered all over the country. You look at Buffalo, that winter weather event was such a tragedy. And the first thing people did was they went into the local Family Dollars and the local grocery stores to get resources. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. Like, that's the first thing that's going to happen. All the stores are going to be looted. Then what? That food only going to last a couple of days, to be quite honest. What's next? You got to have control over the services, because we know the wealthier areas are going to get food first. They're going to get water first. They're going to get services way before the Black communities do, because that's just the way it's set up. If at least if we control a state, we have the authority, we can make sure resources are distributed equitably to the citizens, to the Black majority citizens, to be quite honest, but will certainly be more equitable than they will ever be. The Only Mel Cruz, you got it.
Yeah, you said that right, Black, as far as, we would do it equitably, more equitably than the dominant society ever would for us. I did have a couple of questions, though. Like, I wonder about manufacturers and major employers. Would they be inclined to leave once they recognize that, we pulling up and through there?
Beautiful question.
Or would we, would we have the ability to influence other new businesses, like major corporations, say like AT&T or some other big name, organization, to come in and actually begin to make some of those Black majority states their headquarters? And another thing I was thinking about too was, as Black majority states, that would give us an opportunity to actually wield some influence on some of these other cultures here. Because right now, the dominant society is writing our narrative. And it is not an accurate narrative, but they're writing it. So when we are in position as Black majority states, and they're able to see, well, damn, they really are, listening to their constituency and making sure that, that resources and opportunities and things of that nature are evenly distributed, and there's care and concern. And just like with, I think they said it's in Mississippi, some of these southern states, and it might be something you retweeted, where the age expectancy is very low. And then somebody had responded back and said, all of those states where the age expectancy has dropped significantly, it's because Medicare, some of these states, Medicare, they didn't expand it, which resulted in a lot of the hospitals closing in those states. So now these people don't have access to, basic health care. So I think that would also give us an opportunity to rewrite our narrative and show them what we really are made of. They're already biting on our culture as far as, the entertainment and our hairstyles and things of that nature. But we can demonstrate the other part of us that is great.
Amazing question. So I'm gonna try to go backwards. Education is how you change a culture, through the education system. So the narrative is controlled by those who are in power, and education is the curriculum is developed at the state level. So we can control the educational system through all, through pre-K, kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school, and even have influence over the collegiate courses, because a lot of their funding comes through the state. And that's public and private institutions. So that's how you change the culture through the population. I'm trying to remember the other questions. So the corporate question. So would large manufacturers want to leave the state? That's a very good question. And that is a 50-50, to be perfectly honest. That's a 50-50. Delaware is unique in the sense that, and I'm reading this off of a graphic, 58% of Fortune 500 companies have their base of operations in the state of Delaware. There's actually a court, I think it's called the Chancery Court, that is specific to this corporate, some people call it a tax base, a tax whatever. But Delaware is very favorable to corporations. We wouldn't want to upset that. I'm gonna be very honest, and the reason is over half of the budget for the state comes from these corporations. So you kind of want to, how can I say it? You want to, because there is some corruption wherever you have white degenerate corporations. There's going to be corruption, and because so many of them are housed in Delaware, there is this heightened level of corruption in corporate America that exists within the state. So you kind of want to be able to influence and clean some of that up, but you don't want to push those people away. Same thing with, I think DuPont is the large chemical corporation in the state. I think that's where they're based out of. And they have some things that go back into the Civil War and some other things. I did a minimal search on their history. There weren't a lot of enslaved Black Americans in the state of Delaware. Just a few thousand. And they're one of the states that did quote unquote abolish it a little bit earlier than others. So that's kind of a positive thing. I think that's one of the reasons why they do have a relatively higher Black American population in the state. There was a third question. I know it was about the narrative, which is through education, corporations.
Yeah, I'm saying that a positive about being Black majority states is that we could then write the narrative about who we are as a people. And I think that would be very influential among other states. Like you were saying about at some point, California is going to be, or it already is, or was it Arizona? One of those states already 56 or 46%.
Yeah, New Mexico.
Mexican or Hispanic. So for the most part, I mean, shit, they running things. It's how they want it, you know. But I think when we are able to demonstrate what our real agenda is, and the care and concern and the seriousness about who we are, and the preservation of our culture, not the culture that is that's laden with stereotypes that, you know, people around the country know us as the stereotypes. And then, of course, the pieces of the culture they want to bite off of us, but they don't know the other greatness of us. And so as that Black majority state, you know, we get to demonstrate and project the true narrative of who we are as a people. And I just think that's so positive and needed.
Absolutely. I think the other thing you were talking about, if in the event that they decided to leave, that we could develop our own, and that is fundamental in you know, we talked about the contracting with the state, county, local levels. There's kind of built-in opportunities for business development just through contracting with the government and the municipalities within the state. But you also do want to be able to develop franchise businesses. You know, someone talked about, and I think that was Charles talking about those dealerships. Black American Homeland talks about the licensing for car dealerships a lot in our spaces. So there's a lot of these areas where their licensing is required, where they need funding to get a. I personally don't want Porsche dealerships in the state, to be honest. But you know, if it's something that's a working man's brand, and more particularly a brand within which our people are actually working in the corporation, and they're getting high paid jobs, they're a part of a union, they're a part of the management. See, that's how you change that relationship, whereas you're not just a citizen, you're not just a part of a union, but you actually have state authority, and you can have meetings with these corporate heads that say, look, we want our people in positions of management within your company. We want our people to have positions of authority within the organization. You know, how can we make this happen? What do we have to do? You know, we actually want to be considered for. They're actually, when I looked at Google Maps, they were putting a big Amazon center. I mean, it was huge, you know, because I'm looking at houses, I'm looking at commercial property, and this freaking Amazon thing looked like a city unto itself. It took up so much land. So, you know, you want to have those conversations with companies, corporations that do provide these massive number of jobs and opportunities as well. And you want our people to be in management positions. You don't just want to be laborers. You want them to contract, and you want to hold them accountable as well, you know, to their employees. So yeah, all of that's available. Someone on YouTube is asking about affordable housing. I actually do have a graphic about that, because that was one of the first questions I got. And so let me hit the return on that. It was one of the first questions I got like a year ago. So there are some affordable housing for low income you know, residents, and like I think I mentioned about senior citizens earlier, who tend to live in what are they called, like age controlled communities, buildings, etc. So they do have, and when I was just doing a search, it was 55 plus for this one particular community, and they did have some of the lower rents in the area for that particular location. But like there's HUD homes in each county, there's destatehousing.com, there's affordablehousing.online.com, Delaware housing search.org, and then all the other real estate agent and or slash Delaware based affordable housing. They may have a list. I mean, that's been my experience, is that there's usually some type of a list, and then you get on the list, and then they either send you a letter or whatever the case may be. But again, there's also should be some type of federal assistance for relocating as a low income housing person to move from where you're at currently to move to another state. So for those of us who are living in an area that is not the safest necessarily, is not the most favorable area, maybe we're just tired of being there and we want to move to something that's more favorable, where we do plan to participate in the voting process, especially, definitely start looking into low income affordable housing. If you're a senior citizen, start looking into 55 plus, 60 plus communities, because those tend to be a little bit more favorable as well, in the state of Delaware. I mean, they're in every state, but Delaware does have those opportunities too. DJ, you got it.
Yeah, what was the percentage again of Delaware's corporate revenue every year?
It's a little over half from what I remember. This says they have almost 60% of Fortune 500 companies. I'm sure that, can fluctuate a little bit, but I from what I remember, it was over half of the state revenue. Now, I know you mentioned the fact that there's no taxes, but what Delaware does, and I put this in a post earlier today, they tax the businesses. So it's likely that the businesses are being taxed and they're passing the tax off to their customers in some way, shape, or form. But they don't have the sales tax, quote unquote, but they do tax the businesses.
So when you say businesses, are you still talking the actual corporate Fortune 500, along with the small business, whether it be a mom and pop bodega or a chain of Domino's? You see what I'm saying? So they're hitting all three of those at the same time.
Yeah, and then they have what are called blue taxes, which are like vices. So alcohol, tobacco,
right.
Those things, the gasoline, I'm pretty sure they tax that as well. So there is like what they would call hidden taxes in that state that the consumer might not see on their receipt, but they're I mean, because governments operate on tax revenue. I mean, there's just no way around it. So yeah.
Right. So with that being said, it probably wouldn't even be a problem if some of them Fortune 500 companies actually rolled out any damn way, because at the end of the day, y'all operate off of what do you call it? A tax break. You get a tax break for hiring employees.
Mm-hmm.
You get a tax break for maintaining a certain stature. You know what I mean? In the state. So why would we need them anyway when we could just do the roll of what is already out there with the data? 80% of all businesses are small businesses. So we just increase the small business, the mom and pop, and with a few, obviously, chains, maybe start a new chain, some Black State Chicken or something like that, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And put it throughout the state. I think we wouldn't miss any of the corporate money, to be honest with you, because look at the tax breaks they get already in general for just being a Fortune 500 company with, 1,000 employees or more, you know what I mean? You get hella tax incentives off of that. So we have to dip into the tax bracket code. That's why we need some CPA, banking, financial economists up here to say, hey, look, boom, this is what it is. You know what I mean? And this is how we get around it, or whatever the case be. But I think that could be combated just by increasing small business. And, it wouldn't even have to be on a brick and mortar level. Everything is e-commerce, man. Everything.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that, that they'll be nervous, right? So that's like, again, that's for me, that's one of the areas you do want to, at least get to them quickly, have conversations, communication, and essentially just, in my opinion, it's you want to get rid of the corruption more than anything, as much as possible. But it's just built-in revenue, and increasing the revenue just simply by increasing the population, or brother in arms, black married parents used to always talk about that. And it took me I mean, because he kept beating that drum, it took me a while to catch up to that. But essentially, he was right. There's a million population now. If we move in 300,000 voters, that's likely to mean that we're moving in 500,000 actual citizens, because you got children, you have, whatever the case may be. And so
the dog, you know what I'm saying? The cat,
the cat, the dog. Look,
according to the white folks.
but it's. I'm glad you mentioned that, because people spend a lot of money on their pets, to be quite honest, and all of these things.
I know it's jokingly, but it's true though, right? Yeah,
it's very true. It's extremely true. So you got licensing for the pets, you got veterinarians, you got you just creating all of this economic activity simply by moving into the state. If there's a million there and we raise the population by 500,000, we've raised the economic activity by 50% simply by moving there. So there's just all of this opportunity for us to capture that economic activity by simply moving into the state. And we should. I mean, there's no question we shouldn't move into a state like that and allow other people to capture that economic activity. That would actually be a shame, like shameful. Very, very shameful. Mel Cruz mentioned New Mexico. New Mexico was nearly 50% about 6 months ago. I believe they probably have crossed that mark, but they were able to create, it was the first U.S. state to offer free college to its residents, free child care to most families. It's likely that free college is like the state college system, like state-based college system, like the CCA. Well, in here we have county college, and then they have like regional colleges, and it's likely that they're able to offer free tuition in those economic or educational centers. This reminds me, I hadn't heard this until I was in a space, and I don't remember who talked about it, who brought it up, but they were saying that part of the reason why they charge for tuition, because there was a time where college was free in this country, and part of that is a part of us coming out of enslavement and their desire to separate themselves or segregate the collegiate educational system, why they even instituted tuition in colleges, because there was a point in time where it actually was free. And then I guess once it opened up to our population, they started putting in all these extra requirements, of course, money. I mean, that's essentially how they segregate themselves today, is through money. As a state, because they're not going to investigate it, they're not going to make the changes. We don't want to live around these people, but we certainly don't want them simply getting away with causing harm to our population. So we still would like to investigate situations where they are, even with these little white enclaves that are going to exist, there's no question they're going to exist. We would like to investigate and understand if they're hoarding resources away from the town that they exist in, the county that they exist in, and the state. Today we can't do that. There's nobody here to do that. But in the future, in the very near future, we will have the ability to investigate. Today we think the federal government should be doing that, but again, there's so many fires. There's so many, there's endless fires in this country in relation to Black America and how every other population essentially causes harm to us. And the federal government is just not concerned. They pick and choose. It's more political than anything. They kind of pick cases to target where they feel they'll get a bump, where they can hold it out there as like, look, see what we did. Meanwhile, 99% of what happens to us, they totally ignore and do absolutely nothing about. And that's just the way it's going to be, really forever, to be quite honest. I'm trying to go through now. I got this Black State of America agenda. There's multiple parts to it. I would like to read through that, but I'm gonna open it up to anybody who may have hands. Anybody who would like to come up. The title is "You Don't Have to Move to Delaware," and I'll include you don't have to move to Mississippi, but we do ask that you do support those who do, economically, boosting posts, having conversations with family, friends about the state of Delaware, about the state of Mississippi, to at least start getting your mind geared towards, and this is if you don't already live in a state that can become a Black majority state, to start really, really considering it, talking to friends and family, at least picking out a state, even if you never move, at least having that conversation, at least having a state in mind in case the day comes where you don't have a choice, really. We talked about gentrification. Instead of letting them play whack-a-mole with our population and moving us around one particular city. We live on the east side, then we move to the north side. Now we living in the south side. Now we back over on the west side. Instead of doing that for the next 5 or 10 generations, let's start thinking strategically. Let's start thinking long term. Let's start thinking about concentrating so that we don't have to continue to play whack-a-mole. I mean, they're the ones playing whack-a-mole. We're like the golfers that are popping up and popping over here and popping over there. And this cycle of gentrification, like I posted a video from the 70s in Philadelphia. They had a name for it. I think it was like Project Cleanup or something. They had some name for it, and it was the same exact thing. They were going into the Black communities. They were tearing down abandoned homes so that they can bring in essentially gentrifiers to build up a more expensive property, push the Black residents out. And they were complaining about it back then in the early 70s. And this is 50 years later. And now you got corporations from all over the planet. It's not just American. Now it's corporations from all over the planet that are targeting certain cities and dumping a bunch of money in there to buy up real estate, to buy up apartment buildings, so that, you know, they can have their money protected from what may be whatever global collapse, economic hardships. You know, the money sits on in a property. They don't have to rent it out. They can just let it sit empty, and it increases the market rents, which further pushes us out. And this is again, this is not going to stop. It's actually probably likely to only get worse because the Mexican population is going to double. The Asian population is going to double. You know, the diaspora population, they're saying 90% more of them over the next 20 or so odd years. So, you know, this is what we're up against. So yeah, and I don't know if Kapoor's still in there. He did put this up in the Jumbotron where it looks like this is Mississippi is the reddest of the life expectancy states. And you got Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama also in like a lighter shade of red, which is like a lower life expectancy in that general area. So to Miss Mel Cruz's point about Medicare and the closing of hospitals and the refusal to use the Medicare money, well, that was Obamacare. And what ended up happening is a dozen or so states said, we're not going to use that money. We're not going to take it. And the federal government actually sued them in federal court And well, no, what happened? Let me take it back. The federal government said, okay, you don't want to use these funds. We're not going to give you the money. We're going to hold this money from you to punish you. Well, those states took the federal government to federal court, and it was determined to be unconstitutional that the federal government cannot withhold funds from a state because they don't choose to implement some federal mandate. And so this was a case. This is on the books. This shows you the limited powers that the federal government has to punish a state. They simply cannot withhold funds from a state because the state chooses not to implement some federal mandate. The courts won't allow it. And so as long as that remains the way that it is, again, everything we're going to do is 100% above board, constitutional, no issues there. However, I mean, obviously, if there was federal money coming to our state, we would fully fund our hospitals, fully fund our medical systems. We would not play right-wing politics with, with our medical system. But these people, their intention is to cause harm. So they're going to do what they do, cause harm. If we had control over those states, we would make sure we got those federal funds. We would make sure that our people were the doctors in those hospitals, were the nurses in those hospitals, were the contractors in those hospitals, and were actually benefiting from that revenue. They're taking the money and doing essentially whatever they choose to do with it. So that's unfortunate. Go ahead, Charles. You got it.
Hey, all of that, everything that you said, I agree with it. But I can just give you two cases where the neighborhoods or the areas were predominantly black, right? And all of a sudden, either an explosion happened, or the mayor, who was black, allowed the federal government to come in and bomb that particular area. So, would there be any security measures for us that chooses to move to Delaware?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think you said the mayors were black and they allowed high.
Yeah, the Philadelphia mayor. His name is somebody said his name?
Wilson Good.
Yes. Yeah, Wilson Good. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was Philadelphia, and I want to say you're also referencing Tulsa, Oklahoma, in a sense, in that question.
No, I'm talking about Weed, California, where those people, they migrated from Mississippi, Alabama, and they moved to Weed, California, and out of nowhere, empty plant, like the plant had not been in operation for some time, and all of a sudden it exploded and caused the whole weed community, which were black people, and some whites, but majority black, and it caused it to burn down. So I was asking you, like what can we do to, like, what can we do to make sure that doesn't happen?
Hey, so I have not heard of that Weed, California story. I'm trying to look it up. And it's spelled WEED, just so I can have a.
Yeah, it's spelled WEED, and what happened was a plant that was, it was I think it was a paper plant. No, it was a mill, a lumber mill, and it wasn't being used, and it just exploded and caused the whole weed community to burn down.
Okay.
Full of black people.
Okay, got you. So on the Philadelphia move bomb situation. So my understanding is it was local and state authorities that may have been involved in that situation. And so because we are the state, because we are the local authorities, because we are the county authorities, we would be under no authority to allow that to occur at the state, county, local levels. If the federal government, the thing that I remember is Waco, Texas, where the federal government went into Waco, Texas, and they essentially lit fire to the David Koresh compound. That's a federal action. Now, if, let's say, for instance, that was a Black American village, or, because everybody wants to have these villages and sovereign little communities, I would highly, highly, highly believe that our governor or state defense forces would be alerted to that activity, or state police would be alerted to that activity, or county sheriffs would be alerted to the activity, and would be able to, at the very least, take some active role in preventing something like that from occurring. That's because in my opinion, that's the way these organizations operate together. They notify the local authorities when they have an action that they're attempting to conduct, and so that way there's not like crossfire or misunderstandings or whatever the case may be. So I would think that we would have the opportunity to intervene in those situations, and we would probably be aware of those situations long before the federal government decided that it was their job to go in that way, in that manner. Yeah, because again, the federal government, their whole thing is they're supposed to protect the states. If for some strange reason, some very, very strange reason,
because like this thing that we're talking about right now, this isn't anything new. Negroes, Black people, Black Americans, we've always wanted to just be excluded, right? And so once we have an idea, we get it down pat, we get the security, we get the social system set up, we get the economic system set up. What will allow us to just be able to freely just go there, like no headaches, not worrying about it, nothing? Do you think that we can buy a state? Like, how like those Muslims, like they went up in there and they, like how you said, they crossed from Canada and they came to Michigan and they just voted to have an all Muslim government. Do you think that we could just buy a state or buy a portion of America, since it is a corporation? And corporations, sometimes the people that sit on a board, they own a majority of that particular corporation. Like, corporations don't just have one owner. Do you think that we could move towards, like, purchasing a part of the country? Do you think that is something that we can like do in our lifetime?
Okay, I'm gonna save that to the next part of the answer, but let me get this answer out first. So in Waco, Texas, it looks like the FBI and other law enforcement agencies had a 51-day standoff in Waco, Texas. So again, when I say the federal government tends to move slow, to me, that is slow moving. Although it did end the way that it did, in my opinion, in a tragedy, they do tend to move relatively slow. They're not like instant attack, boom, boom, boom. They do kind of plan things out. The move situation, my understanding is it was another sort of a standoff. I don't know how long it lasted. We can look that up. However, if that was a state action only, I just don't think that'll occur, because we are in control of all levels of government, state, local, county, as well as the federal representation. So I just don't believe that would occur under our watch in that same way. I looked at the weed California thing. Looked like there were two persons who lost their lives in that. All the structures were burned down, as you stated. In all of these areas, even the Tulsa, Oklahoma situation, if that were to occur, it would have to occur from the federal government. But there is also this issue where the federal government can't send troops into a state without the governor's permission. That's well established law. So these federal agencies that come into the state, again, my belief, and I would have to do more research, is that they have to notify the local authorities that they're performing this particular action within their jurisdiction. And so that, again, that gives us the opportunity to intervene, to investigate, to figure out what this is all about. They don't move very fast. This is something that would take days, weeks, possibly months to finally come to a conclusion. I know there was a situation in, I think it was Oregon, with the Bundy family, I believe, and some cattle ranchers, where they had a standoff that lasted several weeks, if not several months. It eventually came to a peaceful resolution. That's when you have, in my opinion, you have local authority that's intervening on behalf of the citizens. We would have the same local authority that's intervening on behalf of our citizens. There's other ways, in my opinion, to deal with situations where people are, either locked up in a building or locked up in a compound. They refuse to leave. I think there's just other ways to deal with that. So I hope that kind of answers that part. I just don't think it's going to be a situation where it's like a boom, boom, boom thing without us having the opportunity to intervene and be aware of the situation.
Yeah, that answered the question. That answered it.
Okay, awesome. So what was the second part?
All right, the second part was, all right, in the move situation and in the Tulsa, Oklahoma situation, the people, we know that they didn't have, like how you're trying to set it up. You're trying to set it up for us right now with the state, local, government, and federal all in one being our protection like that.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, that reminded me. So you talked about buying a part of the country.
Yeah.
So the way the U.S. Constitution is, the way it works, and the interpretations that I've read, says that there is no mechanism for the United States to separate land from itself. They can add land, they can partition states if they choose, and there's a whole process to do that, but they cannot remove land from the United States. Most interpretations I saw found that would be unconstitutional. The secession by the South, they essentially said, was decided during the war. So in other words, had the South won and they actually did secede from the United States, they would have likely maintained control of that land for a period of time. But much like Ukraine and Russia, it is likely that the United States would have been engaging with war with the Confederate States multiple times over multiple decades, to be perfectly honest, until they recaptured the land. So yeah, we're not going to be able to buy land. The way that we quote unquote buy the land is to move into a state, become the majority population, and then take over the elected positions within that state. And that just requires us to move, work, and vote, to be quite honest, rather than trying to amass trillions of dollars. Because like, to be quite honest, it would likely cost trillions of dollars to do that, anything close to that. So we got a couple new speakers up here. I see Delaware DSA, which I believe is Democratic Socialist, And then we have John Nash as well, who just came up to speak. So we're going to give the Delaware Democratic Socialists an opportunity to speak in the space.
Hey, thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, I just wanted to, just kind of like, go over some stuff about Delaware and, touch on the points that you made. Just for full, disclosure, my name is Jonathan. I'm one of the co-chairs of this Delaware DSA chapter. I happen to be white, but I definitely care deeply about racial justice issues. I come from our state's only majority Black municipality, Wilmington, which is also the largest city in the state of Delaware. And I actually, my girlfriend happens to be Afro-Jamaican, and she just moved just today into Delaware from New Jersey. So that's plus one for your project here. So yeah, I guess I just want to say first of all that I like the emphasis on financial support, because, and I know we've kind of talked about this before. We have between like Delaware and Mississippi, how Delaware would require it would require the least amount of Black folks to move here, to get a majority Black population state. However, Delaware is a very dense state. There's actually more people here in Delaware per square mile than in the state of New York, believe it or not. So as a result of that, land here is quite expensive. So this, this doesn't require a lot of people to move to Delaware. But it does, money is definitely required. And so, yeah, I guess that's all about Delaware. I'll say, except for if you're from the South, get used to some cold winters. It's 18 degrees here right now. So just throwing that out there. But yeah, so I guess just other than that, I just want to say, I think that this is a really cool idea. I know it's kind of something that the libertarians are trying to do up in New Hampshire, which is another kind of small northeastern state. And I just want to say, we're there to welcome anybody both into our chapter and just also with assistance in terms of getting finding work or getting settled here in Delaware. I mean, there's certain industries that are big here. Definitely the healthcare industry. Delaware is a very very favorable state to retire to. So that obviously creates a lot of old folks, which creates a lot of jobs in the healthcare industry. Finance and corporate work, of course. I mean, that's probably what Delaware is most known for internationally, and happens to be the industry that I work in. And I mean, there's a thriving, especially in Wilmington, there's a thriving Black culture here too. A large Jamaican population as well. Bob Marley is actually a Delawarean for a while in his life. I just throwing all of that out there and just kind of wondering, like what do you think, the best ways for our chapter to help out people moving into Delaware? Just any questions about Delaware anybody has for me? Just wanted to open that up.
Okay.
I did, my fault. I apologize. I did have one other point to make, which is one issue facing Wilmington right now is actually the fact that it is a majority Black city, but because we do not have ranked choice voting, We have a white and very very corporate mayor. Well, I can't say we. I grew up in Wilmington. I live in suburbia now, but Wilmington has a very corporate mayor because the system in the primaries, there was, both times he was elected, it was him versus, multiple black candidates. That kind of split the field and allowed him to win with less than 50% of the vote.
That's what's up.
There is a group called Rank the Vote Delaware. Again, that's Rank the Vote Delaware, or rankthevote.de.com. We are working with them, and they are working to bring ranked choice voting into Delaware to help try and solve this problem. Sorry, that's all.
Okay, to your last point, man, ranked choice voting. I'm not a fan of that. I really got to take a more deep dive into it. We did discuss how, unfortunately, in some of these elections, our vote is being split because we have too many candidates in the race. And that's something that we do have to deal with internally. We've got to figure out a way to not allow that to happen, especially in a black majority voting district. We've just got to we just got to figure that part out. But in terms of the density of the state, and in terms of the affordability, I've done some searches for apartments. I'm not really looking at purchasing a home as of yet, but in terms of rental property, in terms of affordable housing, there are opportunities there in the state of Delaware. Wilmington area, Dover area. Obviously, with Wilmington being a little bit more populated, there's probably more opportunities up there. As you get further south, there tends to be less opportunities because it becomes pretty much rural as you get further south.
Anywhere outside of Newcastle County in southern Delaware, it's pretty rural. I think Kent County has a population density. They both Kent and Sussex County in southern Delaware have a population density of about 200 people per square mile,
right.
Which is that's pretty empty. Whereas up here in Newcastle County in northern Delaware, it's about 1,300, which is pretty typical for like urban suburban county in the United States.
Yeah, and the plan, would be to spread out across the state. So we would more than likely be looking at opportunities across the entire state, but obviously vacant current residences are going to be the places that we would move first, because that's what makes the most sense. And then
that in Wilmington.
Yeah, go from there. Say that again?
I was just saying there's a lot of vacancies in Wilmington.
Yeah. I was online earlier today, kind of looking around, and it's comparable to most cities, especially today with what's occurring across the country. Market rents are really climbing all over the place. So it's relative. There's a lot of these computer models to do comparisons in terms of budgeting and housing and things of that nature. So we kind of discuss those issues. Mississippi is definitely different, but obviously that's a southern state, and we really advocate for people who live in the South to kind of stay in the South. And then we look to people in the Northeast corridor to kind of concentrate on this sort of north southern state, because they're already acclimated to the climate. And for some of us, be honest, in the Michigan and Chicago area and Wisconsin and Minnesota area, this would actually be a little bit warmer for our population. So for every obstacle and or perceived I won't use the word negative, but maybe something that would be a detraction, there is a definite solution to get around those issues. Um, so yeah, man, thank you so much for popping in. I think we talked on your personal account before, sort of back and forth. If this is the same person.
Yeah, I mean there are multiple people with access to this account. It's me, Philip, my other co-chair, and Sigil is our communications secretary. I know I've talked to you before. Yeah, that might have been, you might have also spoken with Water, both of them. But yeah, feel free to follow my personal account as well. It's at JTate98. That's J is in Juliet, T is in Tango, A is in Alpha, T is in Tango, E is in Echo, and the numerals 9 and 8. If you want to, contact me specifically and anybody on stage or in the audience.
Okay, you know what you could give us? There was a young Black woman who won an election under your banner. I think it was like 600 plus votes. I don't remember her name.
Oh, yeah, they identify as a non-binary, Representative Deshaun O'Neill in the 13th district.
13th district, yeah. Could you talk about that district and how she was able to win there?
Sure. Yeah. So that district, it's kind of blue collar suburbs, majority white, but not overwhelmingly so. Probably about 55-60% white. And the biggest minority is actually Hispanic folks. I think there's one majority Black census tract or precinct in the district, and then 2 plurality Hispanic. But most of the diversity is concentrated in the eastern part of the district, which is right next to Wilmington, because it's kind of like southwest of Wilmington suburbs. And the further out you go towards the western part of the district is a little more white, a little more homogenous. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of, look, I'll put it to you this. So my mom's stepdad, my granddad went to high school out there, back in the 1960s, so, I mean, after desegregation had at least officially happened. And, he said, it was a high school. He told me it was about a high school of about 1,200, 1,300 kids, and maybe 10 of them were Black. But it really has diversified over the last 10 to 20 years, along with a lot of other, sort of blue collar suburban communities in Delaware, which is honestly where our chapter has been, having more success in those communities than in the whiter suburbs and in Wilmington proper, in the majority Black communities. But I mean, it's just, it's definitely, as far as like looking to move there, I mean, I wouldn't think of that as being, necessarily within the district, a tremendous hotbed of economic opportunity. I mean, but keep in mind, I mean, the Delaware State House district is a little under 25,000 people. And it's, in northern Delaware, it's pretty dense. So it wouldn't be too hard to commute, outside the district for work. Although I will say that for as dense a state as Delaware is, it's very car dependent. So I would highly recommend anyone moving here. You can survive in Wilmington without a car, but really anywhere else in the state, I would really strongly recommend that. But it's kind of a place where, there's kind of a lot of aging, kind of dying off white families and more younger families of color moving in. So it could be, especially with, estate sales, and, families might not necessarily want to deal with the property, especially if they've, maybe had, upward mobility, moved on to more affluent suburbs. It could be, a good place to kind of move in and replace the older demographic cohorts. But yeah, I mean, as far as Deshauna winning, I mean, yeah, she definitely. I mean, I worked on her campaign more than any other on our banner because I knew that was going to be the closest race. And I was correct. And yeah, I mean, we did campaign all throughout the district, but really the strength, what carried them was really more so in the eastern part, in the more diverse part where Deshauna is from, as well, which also helps. So yeah, did you have anything else?
Yeah.
And by the way, for reference, that the communities, the towns of Ellesmere and Newport are both located in that district. If you're familiar with those.
Yeah. I was looking at a garage over in that general area when I was doing my searches. So let me ask you this: people that move into the state, where do you think they're coming from? And then also people who commute outside of the state, where do you think they're commuting to?
I mean, I would say the number one answer for where they're coming from is just, people from New York and New Jersey, getting priced out of there. Where are people commuting out of state to? I mean, I would say like Philly and the Philly suburbs, just because, I mean, it's directly adjacent to the Philly suburbs. And there's really, I mean, Philly doesn't touch Delaware, but it's only about 10 or 12 minutes difference on I-95.
Right.
So definitely, an area, a big metro area with a lot of economic opportunity. I mean, I actually commuted to the Philly suburbs for quite a while until I got fed up with it, and I moved up there, and then after that, I ended up getting promoted to an office back home in Delaware, so I moved back. But yeah, that's very common for both for people to commute from Pennsylvania to Delaware and from Delaware to Pennsylvania. It does open up your horizons. I guess the only drawback is just unfortunately Delaware doesn't have reciprocity with other states as far as income tax, so that can be that can be something of a pain in the ass to deal with come tax time. But yeah, I would definitely say like Southeast PA. I mean, there's the parts of New Jersey and Maryland that Delaware touches. I mean, is honestly really quite rural, and there's not really a lot going on there. So I would say that there's definitely a lot more people that come in from New Jersey and Maryland to Delaware to work than the other way around. But when it comes to PA, I'd say it's pretty even.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. That's some good confirmation there.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We got John Nash. You came up to speak. You got it. And then also, I want to do a check on Professor. Are you still with us? I want to make sure you're not locked in the matrix or anything. If you could do 100 or come on the mic.
I think the only Mel Cruz had something to say or ask. I noticed that they put their hand up when I was speaking, so I don't know if they wanted to.
Oh no, I was just clapping. I was clapping.
Oh, nice. Okay, awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna drop Professor and then see if I can. Hopefully, it'll let me have two co-hosts as well. But yeah, we're just gonna continue the conversation. Let me make DJ a co-host.
I'm here, bro.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I mean, we got a lot of really good confirmation there of things that we've essentially been talking about for the entire year here, and the youth in the Wilmington area is Black majority, which tells you where the state is headed over the next at least decade or so. I think he talked about a Mexican population that was sort of in a district, that they may have some population within a district, but statewide, I don't know if they're more than 3% of the population. If you're still here, do you know what the statewide Hispanic population
so
is?
I would say, I know the statewide population is about 10% Hispanic versus about 22% Black. The only thing is like that population is a lot more concentrated in certain areas. And I would say it's probably about evenly, that 10th is probably about evenly split into thirds between, you have like the Mexican population that kind of is mainly in Desauna's district, in the 13th district, and in Newcastle. Then you have a Puerto Rican and Dominican population that's concentrated more so in the inner city in Wilmington proper. And then you have there's a large Guatemalan immigrant population, but that's pretty much all down in southern Delaware. They the chicken farming companies, because there's 20 something like a third of the chickens in America are raised here. And a lot of the chicken farming companies, they recruit very, very heavily in Guatemala and in Haiti too. Haitian Creole is actually the third most spoken language here, and they've just started putting out like government documents in Haitian Creole now too. It's pretty encouraging.
Interesting.
But yeah, I would say the Hispanic population, it's about 10%, about evenly split between Mexican, Guatemalan, and island Hispanics. But again, all the different places. There's no like Wilmington is majority Black overall. Like I don't even think there's no town or community really that's like, there might be some voting precincts that might be plurality Hispanic. But there's probably nowhere in Delaware that is an outright majority of Hispanic folks. At least certainly none that I can think of.
Okay, dude. Now, within those three different populations, what out of that 10%, how many do you think actually are participating in the voting process?
I mean, the Guatemalans, hardly any of them are citizens, so not many. I would say among the Mexican population, I mean, I canvassed a decent amount of those folks when I was working for Desauna, so that were registered as Democrats. So I guess probably about in line with national Hispanic turnout percentages. Probably around 45-50% in presidential years, maybe closer to 30 in midterms. I would imagine in the Puerto Rican and Dominican population, probably a little bit higher, especially because the Puerto Rican, I mean, they're U.S. citizens. I mean, they can vote day one. They come in onto Delaware soil. I mean, that's probably, I would say that group constitutes the biggest portion, certainly of our chapter's membership. There is an at-large city councilwoman who I'm actually personally friends with, who's Puerto Rican. So there's clearly some strength in the voting bloc there. But yeah, I mean, there really isn't much, Hispanic political power. I mean, the only there's only out of the 62 state legislators in Delaware, there's only one who's Hispanic, and she's a very white passing Argentinian woman, Laura Sturgeon. She's great, by the way, but
of course,
very white passing, and probably the whitest Senate district in the state, actually. But yeah, I would say overall it depends on the group, but certainly less politically active than the white or Black population.
Do you think that they're, well, not let me ask you, do you think, but how are they voting? Republican, Democrat, Independent?
Very, very Democrat. I mean, these aren't Florida or South Texas Hispanics. I mean, all throughout the whole Northeast corridor, this whole trend of, Hispanics turning red. I mean, that's, wherever that trend has happened, it certainly hasn't happened, anywhere in this region of the country.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. We're gonna move on to the rest of the conversation. Does anybody have any questions for this representative of the Delaware Democratic Socialist? And you guys are a caucus of the Democrat Party. Is that how that operates?
Well, not technically. I mean, we essentially function that way in terms of doing our electoral work, but we are an independent organization. We're incorporated as a 501c4, as is the national DSA, but we do other stuff, politically besides just electoral work. I mean, there's we'll do mutual aid and political education, and one of our members, who's actually kind of our one success story in Wilmington, she's on the city council, and she's setting up a tenants union, and we're trying to get that up and running off the ground. And yeah, just general political education, like barnstorming, town fairs and stuff, and posting on social media, and just being there in the community, showing up to protests. So yeah, I would say, like, in an electoral context specifically, that's probably pretty accurate to describe us as a caucus of the Democratic Party. But that's not, like, we're not necessarily limited to electoral politics in terms of what we do.
Okay, gotcha. The only Mel Cruz.
Yeah, Delaware. So I wanted to ask you, can you give like a very brief overview of this tenants situation that you guys are creating? What does that entail? What are the benefits?
The students? Do you mean the tenants?
The tenants. Yeah, the tenants.
Oh, yeah. So it's still not really off the ground yet, but yeah, we're just kind of trying to create meetings for renters located within the city of Wilmington to be the voting membership. I happen to live about 500 yards outside of city limits, so I'd be like probably a non-voting member, just serving in an advisory capacity. With mostly finance stuff, just because that happens to be the industry that I make my living in. But yeah, basically the goal is just to to kind of streamline complaints against bad landlords. Hopefully, eventually to get the power to go on a rent strike if necessary. I mean, that's kind of the bread and butter of what tenants unions generally do. Much like a labor union will go on a labor strike and withhold labor. But yeah, just to just to empower tenants, and to keep the landlords honest, and make sure that they're fighting as a collective, not atomized individuals fighting on their own.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna get into the rest of the conversation here a little bit. Let me pull up this Delaware thread. Okay. Do you mind if I drop you down to listener there, Delaware?
No, not at all. As long as, unless anyone had any questions for me, and I'm pretty much done.
Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you so much for coming up, popping in with the information. Truly appreciate it. You know what? Let me ask you one more question about affordable housing. Because since you're on this tenant union issue, affordable housing, what does that look like for residents who may be lower income, senior citizens, etc.?
So as far as lower income, I mean, it honestly has been a challenge. I mean, I don't know if the data's out for 2022, but Delaware in 2021, I mean, it had the highest rent increases of any state in America. I know it has the 8th lowest vacancy rate. for rental units in any state of America, because I mean, the reason is kind of twofold. Is that one, we have the second fastest internet in the country. So with the COVID pandemic, a lot of remote workers have been relocating to here for the fast internet. And also because we're kind of one of the last, solidly, blue, solidly democratic states left that's affordable. People have kind of been moving here for that reason, and now it's frankly becoming not as affordable as it once was. However, for senior citizens, I mean, I don't know to what extent this could be replicated on a more mass scale, but I mean, there's a whole senior citizen, low income affordable housing project in Trolley Square, which is actually a pretty pardon me, affluent neighborhood of Wilmington, and the rent there is like $200 or less a month. It's very, very subsidized, very affordable. Delaware, Delaware loves to kiss the asses of its senior citizens. So, and the senior citizen, if you're a senior citizen here, you get hundreds of dollars credit on your property tax, which is already low if you want to buy property. And you don't pay, there's no sales tax here for anyone. And for seniors, any senior making $59,999 or less does not pay 1 penny in income tax. So just putting that out there for any of the older folks in the audience.
Interesting. Yeah. That's actually really, really, really good. I think I saw that Trolley Square when I was doing apartment searches, and I think
there's a lot of apartments there.
Yeah, I think it was is it 55 and up or something like that?
55 or 65. Luther Towers is the name of it. Yeah. Okay. If you search cheapest apartments in Delaware, it'll probably be the first thing to come up.
Yeah, gotcha. Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me on stage. I'll listen for a little bit more and then go to bed.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so yeah, as we're saying that there are always challenges, right? Always challenges, and we are the people who will rise to meet those challenges. It's really that simple. You have an aging population, number one. Rising rents is an issue across the whole entire country. You have a lot of opportunities, and we were just talking about how close to the suburbs of Philadelphia, Delaware actually is. Well, Wilmington, specifically Wilmington, and Wilmington has some suburbs, north and south or whatever. And so, you could live in the state of Delaware, work in the state of Pennsylvania and or New Jersey, because there's a bridge that hops you right over to New Jersey, depending on how long the commute is, et cetera, and still maintain your income level depending on what career field you're in. But he said there's opportunities in the nursing field for the elderly population. Miss Giselle, who was in her earlier but is no longer, she talked about that in multiple spaces as well, wanting to get our senior population into the state in order to also generate Black nursing opportunities within the state as well. So the second fastest internet speed, I know DJ got something to talk about that with the technology, because that sounds pretty amazing there. That's a very interesting statistic for those who are interested in that.
Anybody got any information or want to know anything about particular networking capabilities and getting faster Wi-Fi and all that other great stuff? No matter where you live at in the country for the most part, but obviously certain parts of the country, kind of like I guess where Marcel lived at in South Carolina, the infrastructure is not great. You got phone issues or whatever. certain other parts of the country, like California is experiencing right now with the weather. You see how everything is just getting flooded. Power lines are getting knocked out. Phone services get knocked out. Can't contact your family. That's a problem. So, to combat something as simple as that, when you move into the black state, it should be mandatory that you're granted a walkie-talkie, yo, or some type of CB radio, yo. You feel what I'm saying? So you have to say, hey, look, in case anything go wrong, we on channel 5 or whatever,
That reminds me of those Nextels, man. I remember they tried to make a comeback with those Nextels.
Baby, the chirps, yes, sir. Well,
yeah,
they're still in existence, those type of phones, because Sprint had the technology and, was utilizing it through Boost or Nextel or whatever it was. And it wound up, it's still in existence, but it's mainly for like contractors though. And those that are on like job sites, you need to get, holler at your man down a long 50-mile tunnel. Chirp, you know what I'm saying? bring up the crane and shit, you know what I'm saying? So it's for those too though. But folks that live in far distance or rural type areas, I suppose, could you still utilize it in some way. But that was still all mainly satellite, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with a mixture of landline capability. Yeah, we wouldn't even need that, though, to be honest with you, the way things are now, because, we're about to go into 6G, yo. It's pretty much already here, yo. we just don't got the hardware, meaning the, you can have a dope-ass iPhone or a dope S Galaxy or whatever, but your phone, or the hardware of the phone is not actually capable of accessing and harnessing that 6G capability just yet. But it's out here though, man. And like I said, on the Wi-Fi and all that stuff, I got a Wi-Fi module by Netgear. It's called an Orbi for those that know. And they got the Nighthawk ones too though, but that's mainly for like gamer cats or whatever. But I got an Orbi, just one of them does 2,000 square feet of Wi-Fi. So like, I'm at my house right here, I live on a corner. So I could walk around the block, I'll let the homies and chill for a minute. My Wi-Fi be on, you know what I'm saying? On the phone, full blast for all 5 bars too. So I ain't losing a step. And then if I wanted to connect another satellite to that particular Orbi, it could double the speed. So it could go from 2,000 to 4,000 square feet of Wi-Fi. So if I had, say, like 5 Orbis, I had 10,000 square feet of Wi-Fi. So, you could go to the grocery store, your Wi-Fi probably can be kicking up down the block. You know what I'm saying? So that's dope. And that technology is already here. Same thing, like I said, I'll be on that natural disaster, doomsday prep and stuff. So you already know, man, we're going to have to pull our money together and start buying into like some group buy generators, man. Whether it be electrical or gas, I guess at this point, it really don't matter. But, electrical is the way because they do have the solar power connectors now. They're strong enough to charge the generator in a day, and you'll have continuous power like that as long as the sun is out or you're getting some type of sun. You know what I mean? And just start stocking up your food, your water. So get extra medicine, keep that bug out bag by the house in case you got to get out the house and shit. And just keep a full tank of gas, man.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the word. Full tank of gas. I filled up today. I try to do it once a week now because thankfully I don't drive that far to and from work, but typically I would do it like, twice a week. But I can get through a whole week with 1 tank of gas, thankfully.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, me too. Even with me doing Instacart and shit, I still go through. Only fill up maybe like once or twice a week at best. You know what I mean? I try to do it once though, but it might be 2 depending on how the day is going. But more mainly just one time, because I'm mainly like cruising, so it's like I'm not really stepping on the gas. I'm kind of just in the back roads, not too many lights, and just kind of cruising and shit, you know what I mean? So, it ain't burning up too much gas, thank God. I figured out that way to just like, utilize and save gas when this gas crisis hit, thanks to Jim Crow Joe. You know what I mean? Jim Crow Joe.
Yeah, thanks to Jim Crow Joe, no doubt. Them finding papers. Now let's switch to that. Jim Crow Joe. They finding papers, right? Now look at this duopoly system where they find conveniently they find all these top secret papers in different locations, while at the same time they're talking about indicting the former president for the same issue. Like, that's way too convenient to be, it's like it's almost like a movie script, and it kind of gives Trump the fuel to say, well, look, if he got it, then you know what I'm saying, y'all got to prosecute him too, which they're not going to do, obviously. And that kind of gives him like a little get out of jail free card, in my opinion, if they ever were going to actually prosecute him anyway. So I just, when it comes to these federal politics and the games that they play, for me, I look at it, I watch it, I analyze it, but I don't put no faith in the federal government. I don't believe we can put any faith in the federal government. Our faith should be in us. Our faith should be in our ability to move where we want to move, vote how we want to vote, and quite literally take the reins of authority to protect and prosper and empower our population. That is where we need to be. That's where we need to move. That's how we need to think. And we really can't let nothing stop us and or get in our way. No matter what obstacle there is, there's always a solution. There's always a solution. And as long as we think solution oriented, we will accomplish these goals. And it just takes a small group of us to start it, to be dedicated to it, to build out from there. There's enough of us in Philadelphia, quite literally.
Hey, bro, you're in the matrix, but I heard pretty much what you said. It's your phone mumbling or whatever.
Matrix. Okay, all right, I'm gonna drop out, come back in.
For sure.
Damn it, bro. Twitter tech.
Like yesterday. Real talk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Should have gotten our reparations yesterday too. You know what I mean? I gotta start bringing our people up more faster, quicker. I don't know. Like I said, nobody has the keys to success. We just try to figure out how many keys we got and try to see which one unlocks the door. To get the ball rolling.
Man, ain't that the truth?
Exactly.
Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the motherfucking truth? Yeah, reparations. No question about that. In all of these states that we target, if there's not a reparations task force, we certainly will be implementing one day one, and making sure that we can use all levels of the government, federal, state, to push that through. I mean, at the state level, once we have controlled it, it's no issue. At the federal level, we just push and put ourselves in positions to where they have to make it happen. That's really what it's about at the end of the day. So we got the YouTube channel going, and someone on the YouTube channel, I don't like to pretty much mention names, but they were speaking about their experience in kind of visiting Mississippi, and felt that it was a little expensive there. And that's interesting because when I look at Mississippi, oftentimes it seems pretty affordable down there. It depends on what city, where you move, et cetera, and that's pretty much going to be anywhere. I mean, anywhere you move, there's going to be very expensive property. There's going to be, I guess what you would call middle expensive property. And then there's going to be the stuff that you can kind of afford. As a single individual, it does get a little more complicated, but as a family with two incomes, that remote worker conversation that came up, that's another thing that Miss Giselle mentioned before. We also mentioned it in multiple spaces. Remote worker is sort of a wave. It is a wave. There's countries, quite literally, that are giving people money to relocate to their country in order to have remote workers come there, which is really interesting. I was doing a search on places that do offer relocation assistance, and unfortunately Delaware is not one of them, but that's something that we could do. Like, once we got in the right positions, we could offer relocation assistance. There's a lot that we will be able to do, a whole hell of a lot. Speaking about desegregation, I remember there is a black attorney. He's the first black attorney in Delaware. I'd have to do the search to come up with his name, but he was a part of Brown versus Board of Education. His case, that was like a culmination of 3 or 4 cases around the country. His case was one of them. And I believe it's not the HBCU, but it's the University of Delaware that created a building with his name on it. I don't know if it's a library or what it is, but it's some building on their campus that has his name attached to it, being the first black lawyer and being a part of like an historical case like that. So there's a lot of Black American descendant history in the state of Delaware, even though, like I said, it had a relatively low population of those of our ancestors that were enslaved, but it actually played a role in the Underground Railroad as well. It's got some history running through it. So definitely a place that I'm very excited about moving there, getting on the ground, and seeing what we can see, connecting with the people more importantly than anything, and pushing things forward.
Hey, real quick, happy birthday to Martin Luther King.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I know a lot of us think it's on Monday or whatever, but his birthday is today. You know what I mean? We just celebrated on like the following Monday or whatever, or day, as far as the day off, national holiday. But today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King Jr., by the way.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I know News Toter, shout out to News Toter, has a big space on Monday to celebrate Martin Luther King Jr., who said we're coming to Washington to get our checks. Yeah, who was way more radical than they attempt to portray him as, and someone who we certainly want to saturate the educational system with that part of who he was, as well as all of our other really unapologetically Black American leaders from that time period, the civil rights movement, which was an amazing time in this country, a time that we must learn from, and we must apply the information as well. That is actually the most important part about information. Is one thing to learn information and to be able to essentially dispense information. It's a whole nother level to be able to actually apply the information for a particular goal and a particular purpose. So we want to be able to take information and then apply it for a specific solution. I'm trying to I'm online looking at the Wilmington area, crime statistics. I'm trying to come up with a number that, like a number that would be very important. It's just always important for us to understand. They have what they're calling F areas, C areas, and then A+ areas as I'm looking at this map. And that is, let me see, I'm trying to, because for what it's worth, if you're someone who lives in Chicago, right, or you live in Philadelphia, even for that matter, goodness gracious, there's a lot of violent crime, right? It's actually really important to understand exactly what's going on in these cities. And I know when I looked at Dover, it had, I think it was like 8 homicides in an entire year. In the city I live in now, which is not a big city at all, there's typically 80 every year, which is still relatively low in comparison to some of these much larger cities that have like 400 or 500 every year. So I'm just trying to find what Wilmington's number is, so we can at least have that idea. You there, DJ? Your mic is on.
Oh, my bad. I'm over here drinking a flat ass soda. I'm mad as hell right now.
Yeah. I guess I should just put in this I guess because it'll give you crime, but it doesn't actually break it down. It'd be nice to know exactly what that is, because that's another aspect of gaining control over the law enforcement apparatus in any area, whether it's Mississippi. I'm sure, there's that issues. It exists. And part of it is it exists because we don't control the education. We don't control the law enforcement. The prisons, whether it's juvenile detention or it's adult prisons, they're not really rehabilitating people. They're not teaching them skills. They're not preparing them to re-enter society. So it's kind of like a lot of the issues that exist in our population are predictable, and they're systemic and they're structural, and it's kind of like you can almost anticipate these things would occur, because we can't discipline our children without child policing services. I think that's what this woman decided to call it, and that's actually what made way more accurate. Child policing services, where they essentially use family court systems to invade your home and separate the parents from the children, who are actually trying to protect their children and teach them discipline, teach them, respect for the community and elders, etc. And so when you separate the parents' ability to provide discipline in the home, you're essentially saying society has the responsibility, but society don't give a damn. Society, essentially is school to prison pipelines for many Black youth. And there's no community centers. There's no opportunities for kids to have safe spaces outside of schools, and sometimes the schools are not even safe spaces. So, there's all these elements in the society that says, we know it causes harm. We don't give a damn. We're not going to do anything to change it. And if you want it to change, this is quite literally what they're saying, in my opinion, you have to take control in order to change it, because we're not going to do it. All we're going to do is arrest. We're going to react. We're going to push young children into juvenile detention centers. A lot of cities, like my city, the juvenile detention center went away because it was so problematic. They were having so many problems there. They actually got rid of it. And so now you have this population of children who do get into trouble, who they don't have anywhere to put, essentially. And so they're kind of returning them right back into the community. And they're wondering why things are occurring. And again, a lot of this is predictable. You don't have counselors that go into the community, that go into the schools, that talk to the students, that talk to kids to try to resolve conflict, teach them conflict resolution. There's that Black gentleman who has the karate school, I guess, and he has these amazing videos where he's teaching Black young children and even their fathers conflict resolution. And man, that's actually amazing, dude. I think Miss Rella turned me on to him a little bit there. But we could have someone like him with his training inside the schools, teaching others how to teach that training, so that instead of playing basketball for 30 minutes in a gym class, you're actually teaching these skills. You're actually teaching conflict resolution. You're teaching self-defense, which breeds confidence in young black males. He the last video I saw of his, he was talking about how you go from the lion, essentially, like just extremely aggressive, to becoming calm in an instant, and having control over your emotions, like literally in an instant. Those are really powerful skills for us to have and understand, and how to utilize them at a young age. So I would love to see that implemented into middle school education, high school education, into college. Um, so I'm actually on, this is called news.com.au. I guess it's some Australian site, but there are this issue does plague the city of Wilmington, and it's more than likely located in black neighborhoods. I'm trying to come up with an actual number. So it's just it's one of those things that we would seek to cure, to the best of our ability, as quickly as possible within the community. The one thing I did see when I was doing my search is that, you see the typical churches, but I saw a lot of mosques. There's one that I identified as an NOI mosque, and then the other two or three were like just actual Orthodox Arab um, Arab mosque, and they're in, from my opinion, close proximity to each other based on the Google map, which probably says that they're different versions, because I know there's like Sunni Muslims and there's another type, I can't remember what it is, but so maybe either they're in different buildings because they practice a different form of Islam, or they follow a different leader of Islam, whatever the case may be. So that's there as well. Outside of the Puerto Rican, it's interesting you mentioned those three different types. Now, the Guatemalans make sense with the chickens because, like he said, it is a large chicken producer, and you know how they like to exploit this foreign labor. That's something that, I mean, instantly you go to E-Verify. You try to tap at the root of that, figure out why that's even going on there like that, and raise the standard in the pay. Now, I know Delaware has they're trying to get to $15 an hour minimum wage in the state. I think the governor put that into place a year ago or so. In my area, it's very hard to hire somebody at $15 an hour. Most places are advertising like $18 an hour for most like menial retail jobs. And so that would be a situation where you wouldn't want to look into that company or those companies, figure out what they're paying, why they got this illegal and or immigrant population in the state, and figure out if they all should be here, if they have the ability to work in the country, in the state. That's the way I would deal with that population. Having three different Hispanic populations, I think DJ talks about this a lot, but yeah, some of them, they don't kind of get along with each other necessarily. So it sounds like one population is not even voting. The other two, if they are voting, they're voting Democrat anyway. And they're not actively seeking political office. A white Argentinian looking or is a white person. I mean, that's just, it is what it is. But So we don't necessarily have that issue. Yeah, so you know, in this picture, and this is spaced out over a few years, 2015, 2014, 2010. There were some elevated shootings in that Wilmington area. It's very likely that this is coming from Philadelphia as well. That's another side effect of being that close to Philadelphia, which does have a very high homicide rate up there, to be perfectly honest. So this would be a policing issue where you would want to identify people who come into the community who are up to no good, nefarious purposes. They come from these larger metropolitan areas. You'd want to identify those people and quickly crack down on those individuals to make it very clear that they will not come there and set up shop. They will not conduct whatever business that they are used to conducting. And that's just a part of it. And that's a part of it everywhere. Anywhere in the South, doesn't matter. Atlanta, it could be Georgia. I mean, Atlanta has their issues as well. Mississippi has their issues in certain parts of the state. South Carolina, I mean, it doesn't matter. Wherever there's people at, there's going to be this issue. But we certainly can target the individuals that are the problem, root them out, and protect our population, because the difference is, again, they have no motivation to protect our population. They really don't care. I mean, in my opinion, and this is through analysis, their opinion is, and matter of fact, I've actually experienced this, where the local police, if they because we have these shot spotters. So whenever these are electronic devices, whenever they hear gunshots, they alert the local police, and then the police kind of show up. Well, what they do is they wait. They'll wait 10, 15 minutes. You know, they let the gunfire elapse essentially, and then they're there to play cleanup. They're not there to protect the community at all. And that will be the biggest difference in how we would deal with the population, in as much as we would be there to actually protect the population. This is a really hard conversation that absolutely must be addressed, because it's a part of white degeneracy, to be perfectly honest. To especially when they develop those projects. You know, those projects were something that they knew. And matter of fact, it's I think in the small hat population, the word ghettos, I believe it comes from their population, but they knew that they were creating ghettos with that population. And it's the same thing in our population. They knew that by creating those quote unquote projects, they would be creating ghettos, quite literally. And that's what they did. And you know, they surround the area with bars and alcohol, and they let the drugs flow in freely. As a matter of fact, they're a part of the drug trafficking within the community. And they essentially allow the community to self implode upon itself from the weight of the drug activity, the violence, etc. And so this is a part of the conversation as well, and we have to address it immediately. Yeah, because to be quite honest, I know in a lot of these spaces, it is customary to avoid that topic. But it is a part of the conversation, to be quite honest. It just is. I had a young nephew who was recently found in the woods. He was missing for several months. The rumor was that he was murdered. And I don't know what the autopsy results are of him being found in the woods, but it's likely that that is the case. That was on my that's from my grandfather, who I never got to meet. He got married after my grandmother. He was remarried. He had another family, and that's a part of that family. That the aunt, she had lost her son a couple of years ago with violence, gun violence. And this was his junior that she lost again. So she lost the senior and the junior, both her son and her grandson, within a matter of 5 years roughly. My son's side of his family, he had a cousin that was pretty much in the same age group as he was. He was dating a girl in a neighborhood, and they warned him, "Hey, yo, don't come back, essentially don't come back over here." He got the warning. He didn't take heed to it, and they did kill him. In his 20s, I want to say, late teens, early 20s. And yeah, so I'm sure if you're a Black American in this country, you have been affected in some way, shape, or form by this violence. And this is a part of white degeneracy in this country, to allow the guns to flood in, the drugs to flood in, to create the environment that produces these very predictable results. And we got to deal with it. We got to face it head on, get the most educated law enforcement professionals, to really lay out a plan to deal with it, along with social workers in the community and the schools, to put discipline back into the homes, working with the court system. In my book, I talk about the ability to have a fist fight. Today, you have a fist fight, they can criminalize you for having a fist fight. Even at a very young age in school. I mean, that's what they do. They charge Black kids for having fist fights in schools. That's a problem. That takes away the ability of two individuals to square up in a fair fight and have natural conflict resolution. And then after the fight is over, you sit down, you talk it out, you shake hands like young men, and then you just move on and have a good life, instead of, oh, you sucker punched me, now I got to go get a gun. There's just ways to eliminate that from the society. They're not going to do it. It's up to us to do it. So yeah, I'm pretty much good with the space where we're at right now. If anybody else would like to come up and speak on this topic, you don't have to move to Delaware, you don't have to move to Mississippi, but please, 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 please prepare yourself to support those who do. We got enough people living in Buffalo, New York, to move to Delaware in order to effectuate a takeover of that state. Syracuse, Binghamton, like all of these cities in northern New York where there are small pockets of Black American population. Syracuse, the last time I looked into that city, it was one of the most impoverished Black American communities in the country. Most people would think that's deep down in the South, but Syracuse, they said, it essentially was designed in that way. I think it was something about the highway, and this is the same story over and over again. They pretty much put a highway through the city, and it decimates Black communities whenever they do that. I mean, whenever they've been doing that, it was intentional. We all know that, we understand it, but it's just another example of it, unfortunately. cuts off the Black American community, isolates you, and they don't care. They're literally gonna let Black communities rot to the core till there's nothing left. And then they just come in, bulldoze buildings, put up brand new expensive loft luxury apartments, and you can't afford to live there anymore. You know, it's that type of situation. So yeah, you know, we all about to get those not the stimmies, but the them tax return checks, right? Everybody like, oh, tax return time. It's the new year's tax season. Wouldn't it be an amazing thing if this was the one time we took that big tax check and we used it to migrate? We used it to migrate. Get the hell out of Dodge, get the hell out of Detroit, get the hell out of Chicago, get the hell out of Wisconsin, you know, St. Louis. I mean, all these cities. And get to Mississippi, get to Delaware, and just make it work, make it happen. I mean, we're of any population on the planet, we are the population that makes it work. We make it happen wherever we are. Wherever we go, we make it happen. We hustle hard, we hustle the hardest. And yeah. I don't know if y'all peeped it. Obviously, we got some. I got Delaware in the title. We got some people nervous. They nervous. Let's just keep it real. They nervous. They sweating.
And you know, Black, my concern about that is them trying to launch a counter, you know, some type of counteraction to see if they can, you know, put their preferred group in before we. That's why I think, you know, we got to do it in one big lump mass, especially there in Delaware, the way he was talking about the Haitian population and the fact that the government would actually, you know, the local government would actually spend the money to have reoccurring documents printed in multiple languages, the Creole and Haitian.
That's
and so if they're doing that, it's probably some in Spanish. So that costs money for them to do that. So I feel like, man, we got to hurry up and get there and solidify our position as Black Americans up and through there.
You know, I'm glad you pointed that out because I didn't really get to address that. So that is very interesting, and it shows that this is the liberal Democrat agenda. Like pretty much everything came out of his mouth was liberal Democrat agenda, even though he tried to separate themselves from it. It really is liberal Democrat agenda, and they're socialist, which means they're far to the left of the Democrats even. That's the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democrat Party for the most part. Yeah, man. So it's like whoever controls the reins of power, they control all of that. For me, you instill American English as the state language, and everything's going to be written in American English. That's it. There are no, you know, whatever, these pockets of different languages. You got to learn American English to survive. We're not putting up road signs in different languages. We're not putting up books. You know, the education is going to be in American English. That's it. I think the federal government pays for tutoring of some type, and I was in a space where someone was saying, well, we forced the federal government to pay for Tutnese training as well. I mean, you know, it's like if they're going to force us to use resources for that purpose, then, you know, we implement our language into the educational system and make them pay for that too. I mean,
especially, you know, because those programs are typically that English second language. And for these immigrants or migrants, you know, they get, how somebody was explaining it in one space, you know, they get to leave the classroom, and then they're given this dedicated time, extra attention, extra patience. And then, but you have some of us regular, you know, Black American children who, you know, well, like my father be calling it, you know, cutting nouns or splitting up verbs, you know, where we would do better if we did get that one-on-one attention, you know, in a smaller class setting, etc. So if they're going to spend money to do that English second language because you got a classroom full of immigrants, then during that same block, that same time frame, they need to focus on the Black American kids that are in there that need help in better, reading comprehension, all that other stuff, English language, all of that, so that they are just as proficient when it comes to taking these standardized tests and just, everyday life.
Yeah, no doubt, no question. And there's likely a way that you could classify Black American students who do need that extra attention. The way, because it's, I think how it all works is like there's codes that they put into the system, blah, 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 blah. You put in a code and then that gives you that funding that you need. So there's probably a way that we could code those classes to where we could get the funding and use it for that particular purpose. But again, they're not going to do it. They're not willing to do it. That's the most important part about getting into the system, understanding how the system actually operates and then using it to our advantage. DJ and then Kapora.
Hey, go ahead, brother Kapora. I'm actually working on a little bit of news real quick. Hold on 1 second. But go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me, brother?
Yep, we got you.
What's up?
Okay, I'm sitting here listening, and basically, I wanted to point out, like when it comes to a point where we garner enough attention and enough people to actually say, yeah, we gonna move and we pick a place. I think it's kind of maybe 4 or 5 options in which we can go about it. And the first one would be to just simply buy land and move into the home that's already built on the land. Or the second option would be to just move to a land and kind of use the resources available on that land to build our homes. The third one would be to squat on land and to bring materials with us to build homes. So we'll just say, we're going to go here and we bring the building materials and just start building. The fourth one would be to purchase land and to
squat on the land, man.
And the last one would be to make a deal with the United States or some sort of a foreign country in which they will support our migration and supplies with some sort of infrastructure package or some sort of form of currency, so we can put that in motion to get people moving so we can actually start that initial phase of building. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Real quick before you go on that, Black, hey, Kapora, go look up Mega Pure Products right here on Twitter. Mega Pure Products. So what you said about making sure we have some financial infrastructure too. I met that brother, going shopping one day, and he was breaking his business down. So, I'm trying to get him to come up here, but he said, he's working on an app and some other things and getting them trademarks together. So, it sound dope what he doing and shit. So, I pray he could pull it off because it's really sound fire. You know what I mean? But, cash is king to me. But we got to get out of that mindset and move on to what's popping in the future. So go support the brother Miles at megapureproducts.com. I think you do got the website.com. But just look up here on Twitter. Mega Pure Products is a gold 24 karat, like a block or whatever, and the icon. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to say, definitely move into current existing units, whether it be purchasing a house, renting an apartment, whatever the case may be. I do not, there was a guy in here talking about mobile homes. I'm not a proponent of mobile homes because of the health issues associated with them. If there was to be something like that, for me, it would be very temporary, as like a temporary gap to get to actual housing. But also collective group economics to actually build not just one home, but build multiple unit properties. So whether it's like a 4-unit townhome property where the walls are shared, that cuts down on construction cost, or it's actual, 6-unit apartment buildings, or more, depending on how much money was involved, and having black contractors who have that functionality, who can actually produce those projects, would be ideal, so that not only were we we're buying land as a collective, we're putting property on the land as a collective, and we can essentially finance our way through opportunities such as that. Every area, like when I lived in Raleigh, this was 20 years ago, and I was in a space where someone was talking about how crazy Raleigh has gotten in terms of the gentrification. But back then they were just building that loop around the city, and it was called urban sprawl or something like that, where just like massive amounts of population coming in. The schools had to put up trailers because they didn't have enough room for all the students. They were building houses like crazy all over that area, north, south, east, west. And so anytime you get an influx of unexpected population, you're going to have those growing pains, those kind of issues, right? So again, it's about those who are willing, those who are able, those who are first, because very likely a lot of residential property. I mean, he said there's a lot of residential property, which is good. That's a good sign in the Wilmington area. But at the same time, we're talking about a couple 100,000 people. So, and those people will have families, that type of thing. So those who are on the first wave are going to get the better opportunities. And then of course the prices are going to rise naturally. Um, and so we're going to have to be very creative in how we go about that. Now, if we can get control of some government budgets, we can certainly try to earmark funds in a way to help bring people in, but it's going to be limited till you get to the state level, because most towns, cities, even counties have very limited budgets in that way. The state is where the majority of the discretionary funds would be at. Um, so yeah, I mean, I like all of that. Even in the Kent County, which is like the lowest populated county, they when I was doing Google Map searches over the Dover area and surrounding cities, I saw a lot of like cul-de-sacs being put up, a lot of construction going up in certain areas. So there is a lot of growth opportunity there, but that means we got to figure out how to fund it necessarily, or find the people that can move. That's why, to me, like the DC area, where there are some wealthy Black Americans living there, they might be in the military or whatever, in the government. The Maryland area, there's some wealthy areas in Maryland, and that would be awesome if, even if they weren't going to move, but if they would fund the building of residential units. I'm sure in Philly and New Jersey as well, there's bound to be some wealthy Black Americans in those areas, New York City as well. So that's where you kind of we're gonna have to tap into some of these legacy organizations, the churches, the I mean, whatever other organizations. I'm trying to think, the even the fraternities and sororities. We're gonna have to make these connections and talk to these people and explain it to them in a way that they can at least understand that there's economic opportunities, if nothing else. If they don't get the political part, at least they can understand that we're gonna need housing, we're gonna need apartments, we're gonna need whatever. There's all these opportunities there for us to accomplish this goal in this one state, and then try to replicate those, everything we learn, the good, the bad, and try to go from there and transfer that down into Mississippi as much as possible. You know, my hope is that Mississippi's happening at the same time that Delaware's happening, so that as we get Delaware under Black American majority governance, that Mississippi is very close at the same time, and they just need a couple 100,000 more to get them over the finish line, and then we could be working on the third state almost immediately after that. So that would be ideal, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, that's it. Available inventory, and then we got to figure out how we can build quickly. You know, build quickly. There were these. I think it was brother Moko had reposted a video of these really quick structures that are prefab. You can put them on a concrete basement, sort of a base, and they literally go up like in to me it looked like within an hour. It didn't take long at all. It's a single room, but seems like if they can do a single room, they could do maybe like a 4-room house or something like that. That would be something I would be interested in, like a prefab building, because they just go right up. There's really no time involved in that. The only male crews.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. What's my man's name here? Kapora. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. Mm-hmm. So I like the Bogart mentality that you that you just said, but I feel like, in all honesty, I think these moves really have to be done delicately, and stealthily, because being Black American, as soon as we pull up, it's already going to be like, well, what are they here for? Mm-hmm. And when you look at the mixture that the guy that was in here, Delaware, was saying, that depending on how we do it, we could pull up in there and wind up alienating the existing residents, if you will, for lack of a better term, or citizens, alienating them against us just simply because we pulled up and acted like like we trying to gank them out of the thing, and that's what we're coming to do, because they ain't got control, and we've already looked at it strategically, knowing that we can come through and get control. But again, with that mix of ethnicities in there, and then that voting, what did he call it? The way their elections work, where it's like the popular vote. Black, can you explain what that was again? Because that's different from the typical.
Go ahead, Black.
Yeah, he was talking about implementing that ranked choice voting. I'm not a big fan of that. I'll be honest with you. Because the same way, so here's what they're trying to avoid, because I call it the third horse strategy, which Clyburn used in Marcel's election, where they'll bring another candidate in, so it essentially dilutes the vote of your competition. But if you have like we talked about Detroit, if you got a dozen people in the race and it's a Black majority district, you're gonna slaughter the Black vote, because everybody's gonna vote for their favorite candidate. None of them can win, and then what ends up happening is the foreigner or the opposition ends up winning, and that's what he said happened there with the mayor, I believe, in that city. So that was predictable, to be honest. You don't get rid of that by doing ranked choice voting. You just simply understand that if we don't have one or two strong candidates that we get behind and support, we're going to lose. Quite literally, we're going to lose. This may happen in Chicago, to be honest, in that conversation that's been going on, because you have this one standout, and then I couldn't see all the pictures, but everybody that I've seen in that particular race are Black Americans of some shade or whatever. And so you may have a situation where in that particular race, the Black vote is decimated because it's spread out over so many different candidates, and then that person ends up winning by default. Ranked choice voting, essentially, my understanding is the top 3 or whatever candidates that out of the first time around, the top 3, they have a second round of voting. Well, no, matter of fact, let me take that back. You select your first, second, third candidate, maybe even fourth candidate, and then everybody does that. Everybody picks first, second, third for fourth, first, second, third, fourth. And then they look at who won the first round. And then if they don't have like a majority winner in that round, they look at who won the second round. It's like extra complicated, in my opinion. And it still provides an opportunity for someone to pack the election with multiple candidates and still end up stealing an election simply because you understand how to manipulate that system as well. I think we got to be responsible in the way we run for office, as well as responsible in the way we vote. And like in the case of that South Carolina election, the guy who jumped into that race should have recused himself from that race. That would have been the honorable thing to do, so that it was just Marcel versus the incumbent, and let the race play out the way that it played out. But that, that requires people to put their ego.
Is silenced.
Is it really? It's fucking gracious. Okay.
What'd you say, Alexa?
Can you hear me?
I was saying that it sounded like somebody has silenced their mic.
No, I'm hearing everybody clear. I'll say that.
Okay.
Okay, well, I can hear you.
You can hear me now? Okay, good. Yeah, so yeah, that's the honorable thing to do. And in my opinion, instead of doing ranked choice voting, you should just do honorable voting or honorable election running. And it's kind of like what happens in these presidential elections, where they get to a certain point where they realize if they keep running, it's going to harm the party. It's going to harm the ability for the voters to come together under one candidate, and then everybody votes for that one candidate. It's the same thing on every level. It just, for whatever reason, it seems to only happen at the presidential level, but we got to use that same strategy, that same tactic in these local elections.
Yeah, let brother Kapoor go. I want to play this video real quick. I know it might take a second.
Okay, that's what's up. Okay, thank you so much, YouTubers. We're gonna play it through the DJ.
I wanted to ask the room was
video, and then we're gonna shut down after that.
A transition in which people won't be limited by their movement, because I think when y'all say one of the biggest issues with the whole migration movement is how the local people will respond to the people coming in. And I think when we're looking at places like Mississippi or like Alabama and Georgia, a lot of the people, they're not, they don't own land, they don't own property, many of them renting. So we can create some sort of system in which, we gonna have to abandon the US dollar and, print our own money and guarantee certain people certain amounts of land to do certain positions or roles or functions or whatever we need to, become a fully functioning country or state. I think it's gonna have to be some sort of guarantee for the average poor person on the street that ain't really got too much, that's working every day, that really can't even afford to just, even partake in, migration talks because they busy working and taking care of family. How do we create some sort of scenario or package to where we can get those people to move and, come as well?
Okay, that's a really good question. Okay, so that's a very interesting question.
You're in the Matrix, Black.
I'm in the Matrix. Okay, in and out, in and out. Damn it.
I mean, that's a good observation too.
Damn it, bro. with the tech, with the Twitter tech, just won't stop. Just won't leave me alone, man. Goodness gracious, bros.
We'll be able to use the government for our benefit. And I think right now, a lot of us have seen where the government has not been used to our advantage. And so it's kind of hard to conceive that. But I know Black is coming back in.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree with that wholeheartedly. The government certainly not being used to our advantage, that's for damn sure. In terms of how do we help those who can't afford to move, now if they're already in a Black majority state, we prefer them not to move. We're trying to bring people from Texas into Mississippi, from Florida into Mississippi, from Oklahoma, even to be quite honest, into Mississippi. So we're trying to pull from the surrounding states that can't become Black majority states, Kansas and others, and hopefully retaining the population that already exists there, and then gaining control, like the only Mel Cruz stated, gaining control over government budgets and contracting so that we can actually fund improvements in housing for the existing current residents and the ones who are ultimately moving into the state. It requires the initial wave of people to be somewhat self-sufficient, either through their career, through their business, or through some other mechanism where they are able to generate income on their own. I mean, you just got to have a population of people that either, again, they have a business, they can move in, they have a really good career that they can move in, and or they can quickly learn new skills to contribute in areas where there are job openings within the Black majority state. And and then there's also the student population. If someone's going to college, that's actually a really good population to target because they tend to be ready to move anyway. They can vote, they can get politically active, and they don't necessarily need to have a job right away. So that is actually a really good population as well. But it's not a thing where we would be funding people moving in the first few years even. I mean, we got to get control of some budgets. Now, there's grant money, there's there might be some foundations that exist around the country that we certainly, as we start to get these positions, and we're not just, hey, I'm Joe Blow and I got this great idea and I'm sending you emails and I'm sending you 1,000 emails to try to get your attention. But now you're operating as, I'm the mayor of this city and I would like to invite you to come down to look at the opportunities that we would like to discuss to some Black company, Black corporation, a Black entertainer, someone who's active in the community who can actually help facilitate bringing more people in. And it doesn't have to be broadcast. So like what the only Mel Cruz was talking about, and this is what I was saying about the fact that we're not going to be fishing for candidates. We're not going to be running campaign ads. We're not going to be putting up billboards, because you do want to operate as a professional political organization that's simply building your voter rolls, building your voter registration. And essentially, you want to, now they're going to notice, oh man, there's a lot of people moving in here. Yeah. And they just happen to be Black Americans. Yeah, that's interesting. They're going to notice that. There's no question about that. However, we want it to be a situation to where they don't really know what's going to happen until election day, to be quite honest. Now, they may have an idea because we've been talking about this for so long. I mean, the guy that came into the space, I know I had a chat through not text, but through post comments with someone else that's connected to that organization maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. And now that I do remember, that guy did come into the space. We pretty much had a similar conversation, although there was a lot more information in this one. So it's like people are going to have their ideas and understand this and understand that. And it was the same kind of like, yeah, Mississippi would be better, but you're going to get that. Like, that's just, let's be honest, they're self-preservationists. They're always going to try to deflect you somewhere else. They're always going to try to spin you somewhere else. That's to be honest, that's their job. For me, I just ignored that part of the conversation. I want to get the data, the details that we really, really care about. And oftentimes, you're just gonna have to ignore the trash part of what they have to say, because a lot of trash is gonna come out their mouth. And then what do they say? Eat the meat and spit out the bones, essentially. And that's kind of how you got to carry those conversations. But yeah. They're going to be aware. They're going to know. And we just be professional, handle our business, build our voter base, and then on primary day, our candidate wins because we have overwhelming voters.
Mm-hmm. But even to Kapoor's point, because the demographic that he is referring to is just as important. And they not saying that you're not saying that, Black, but I'm trying to state that same demographic you're referring to, Kapoor, is extremely important as well. And their vote is just as powerful as the next vote, especially if they're Black American. So for me, what I would suggest is whatever state it is somebody is considering going to, and you feel like, well, it's an income issue or a housing issue or, a buying issue, is to call the social services departments down there and find out, hey, what do I need to do? How does it work for people that just moved into the state? Find out what all that is so that when you do pull up, you're ready for that. Because they may ask you for a copy of the lease of your last place or your last this and that, and you can pull right up. Because everybody's not going to be able to come through with pockets, overflowing with, with dollars. Sure. But to think that we would, so everyone's not going to be able to pull up with a bank, a gang of money on their person. Right. But there are social services that are in every state in this country, and then all that demographic that you're referencing needs to do is find out what those eligibility requirements are, and then move according to what is already in place, and then take it from there, type thing.
Yeah, and to the DSA's credit, he said that the state of Delaware is wide open to senior citizens. So that is a star in Ms. Giselle's hat in terms of identifying that population. And even in the nursing category, which also she identified. And again, that's a solid voter base in our community, is to get those of us who are in the retirement years and are very close to it, to really start considering moving to Delaware and taking advantage of all of the amenities that they have available. And to vote, register to vote, make sure there's church, or if they go to church, make sure there's church services, make sure there's other activities. Down in Dover, there is a racetrack. I believe there's also a casino down there, which I know a lot of older people, not that they're habitual gamblers, but they like to do different things, go out and enjoy certain events or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're close to, I think Atlantic City's not too far. There's some places around the state, just outside the state, that you could travel to take advantage of, enjoying certain festivals, certain amusement parks and things of that nature as well. So, you got it, Kapoor. If DJ, whenever you're ready, just go for it.
Got it.
Yeah, Kapar.
Yeah, I basically wanted to say, when this whole election take place, and we done secured certain seats, I feel like even in Mississippi, like that's gonna instantly cause a war. You feel me? Between us, and the black people in power, not only them, between the white people down to Jackson. I feel like, with this whole movement, we still got to prepare some sort of defense force, because it's gonna be a lot of pushback. You feel me? So it's like, have we looked into any possibilities of what if the states try to hit us with this or hit us with that, or how will we then move? Because you know just the idea was just moving to a place and just becoming a vote. They could look at that as, what I'm saying, I ain't gonna say too much, but it's just it's just a lot we gotta look into. You feel me? In terms of defending ourselves and individuals. Until we come together as one body.
Yeah, so in this instance, and that's a really good comment, a good question. I don't think Delaware that's going to be an issue, but obviously the Delaware and Mississippi are two completely different worlds. And so Mississippi, that is a very credible, a very credible thing to really consider. And so the way I would deal with that. So when I talk about Mississippi lately, I've been just talking about the Memphis metropolitan area, which is like northern Mississippi. And although most of the black majority states are in the western part of the state, just based on my memory of the way the map is set up, it's mainly like the western counties. Although right in the middle, there are some closer to black majority counties that sort of are right in the middle that go towards the east as well. So what you're looking at is a situation where you want to live around the people that look like you, that have empathy for you, as Black American Homeland was talking about earlier. And so the political strategy is to move into the counties where in which we are just under 50%, and we just need a few more of us, a few thousand, 10,000, 20,000 of us to move into that area to create a black majority county, and kind of repeat that process over and over and over again until we get the now let me pull this up so I have the numbers in front of me. Essentially, like I said earlier, there's like 15 or so counties that are, yeah, this doesn't have all of them. This one stopped at 48%. There's like 15 or so counties that have over 50%, and then there's like 15, 16 that are like over 38%. I got to get to the other spot to get this up. And then everything under that obviously is like under 38%. But by the time we got, yeah, here it is, because this is like so this graphic has the top 50. So by the time you get to the 38%, by the time we got those ones over and above 50%, that would be close to 30 counties. And then you got another 10 or so that are above 30%. That would get us to like 40 counties, which at that point we're at half the counties. And then now you got another, looks like 10 or so that are 15%. So as long as we're being strategic like that, where we're moving in strategically and we're adding to areas where we already have a significant black population, it's not going to be like us moving into majority white areas, where I think we all would agree wouldn't be the smartest, safest way to move in a deep southern state such as Mississippi or Louisiana, Alabama, whatever. So by moving in that way, being smart, being strategic, everybody's aware of each other, we're connecting with the local population, those who are socially and politically conscious, and we're trying to get them up to speed to understand exactly what we're doing, why we're doing it, and getting them to vote in the way that we need them to vote for the candidates that are already local candidates that have a Black American first agenda. I think we'll be successful in moving in that manner. Now, there still could be some of us who move into pockets where, maybe we're 15% of the county or whatever. Those who feel safe enough, strong enough to do that, because everybody's not going to have the same level of concern, but those who do certainly want to be very strategic about it. And like I said, just move into areas where there is an abundance of us already. I think that's the smartest way to look at Mississippi. And at the same time, we're growing in population. There's 3 election cycles coming up. We're trying to run candidates. We're trying to get into office where we can as quickly as we can. And we're just kind of moving up the ladder in the state of Mississippi until we get to the position to where we got half of the counties. At that point, we probably are closer to 50% of the population even. And in the state of Mississippi, we're already 70% of the Democrat Party. If we added a couple 100,000 voters, we'd probably be closer to like 90% of the Democrat Party. There's no reason why we shouldn't have full control over all of their resources in that state and be able to go up against these Republicans down there. Because ultimately, in those southern states, Republican Party, they just outnumber Democrats. I mean, it's not an issue of can a Democrat win. They just can't win at the state level. They just simply can't win. That's why you got to increase the population in order to get to a position where you actually can win. And as we start filling up the state legislature and taking over those seats in those county districts, things will, like you said, I mean, they're going to be a little tenuous, there could be some words, et cetera, et cetera. But again, the goal is not to go down there and stir up the bee's nest, if you will. It's really to go down there in a very professional way, handle our business, get our candidates elected, keep growing our population. And then once we have the reins, we never relinquish. We never let go. We maintain our population. We grow our population. And even down there, white flight will start to set in at some point. There's always going to be the diehards, there's always going to be diehards, or there's going to be people that are too poor to move out. You're always going to have a mixture of diehards and people that are, I'm never leaving, over my dead body, but they're going to die eventually. let's be pretty honest about it. At some point they're going to die. And the goal is to make sure that through the educational system, through the fact that we have a Black majority, that part of the society dies out with them, to be quite honest. So, yeah. Oh, man, I'm so tired, bro. I'm so tired. I'm at that point.
Yeah, I think when we dealing with these people, like, when I look at it from their point of view, like why would they certify any of the elections if they knowing our intentions?
I mean, the pursuit of it is going to be legal anyway, and so and that's the whole thing. Because, like, for example, look at Mississippi. They played the residents down there with the water, and then they had the money, but they didn't use it. So now they got a third party that's going to oversee how the new water system in Jackson is going to be resolved. And then you've got this white man now that let him tell it. He said something about like, the residents of Mississippi, they deserve better, so on and so forth. And that's why I'm running to be your governor. out of all the people and all the hell that Jackson, Mississippi has gone through at this point, a white politician should be afraid to show his face, because that's all they've had. And all these years, that water has been like it is. So Christmas Day, they ain't got water to wash their hands, cook a dinner, flush a toilet, none of that. So he should at least have a black opponent running for that same office. That's why me personally, on what I think is, it's the way we go in to these states, how we pull up. If we pull up and we either got the bag or we've got the skills to earn a bag, you understand what I mean? And we are about that business as far as being, gainfully employed citizens and all this kind of thing, then that would make it better, because then you're in here, you're building relationships, you're shoulder rubbing or whatever with the people that have already lived there. If they're already black, then they can already identify with each other as far as the culture, the common problems, things of that nature. So that part is not that difficult. I do think that, we can expect, the white, angry white mob to pull up somewhere and somehow and all that kind of thing. But that's where we would have to be mindful and exercise additional care. But if we move there and we stay focused, where we can eventually get control politically of the city, the county, the state, and then begin to turn things around to our advantage. So there's some reason to be somewhat, skeptical or super, I'm just going to say fearful for lack of a better term, but we need to override that part of it and move according to the bigger picture so we can see the results we're looking for.
Absolutely, man. That was a really good question. Why would the state of Mississippi certify elections? That's just a really good question. So we know that there are majority black cities like Jackson, Mississippi. They have a black mayor. His father was the black mayor. His father was a part of the Republic of New Africa. They had literal shootouts with the FBI and local police. I think police officers died in that skirmish. And still, he was able to rise to elected office down there, and his son was able to succeed him. So they have a black American. I want to say he's a U.S. rep, Benny Thompson, I believe is his name. I'm actually trying to find.
That is his name, and it was him and another guy that voted for the water. For the money to fix the water system down there. And then the other 4 representatives in office who were white, and I think 2 were white and either 1 or 3 were white and 1 was black, or 2 were white and 2 were black. But 4 others of them said, no, we don't want it. We're not going to vote to give that $600 and some odd $50 million to fix the water system down there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But he, when that thing first jumped off, I looked into Benny Thompson, and he actually has been bringing money to his district down there from the federal government. So I didn't really do a deep dive into him, but I know he's been down there for a while. He seems to be bringing money down there from the federal government. So that's actually something that you can commend him for. You would think he would be an ally at the federal level, at the very least. I'm looking at now, so I'm trying to find the actual state. I'm looking at what is these current office holders for the state of Mississippi. There's only 2 that are Democrats and 3 that they're saying nonpartisan. I don't know what that means. The Brandon Presley, I'm pretty sure he's the white guy running for governor right now. And then Willie Simmons, that actually sounds like a black name, but let me see if they got a face. Yeah, that's a black man. He's the Mississippi Transportation Commission Central District, Willie Simmons. So at the end of the day, any legal issue that would come up becomes a federal issue. So in other words, if there's an election that has occurred and we win because we know we got an overwhelming number of votes and the state does not certify that election, I believe you take them to federal court in order to resolve the issue. And so, yeah, would they play politics like that? Possibly. I mean, likely. It's something that you could probably anticipate. But is there a resolution to it? Yeah, there's got to be a resolution to it. Because how else would the country function if a state could simply say, no, we're not going to seat somebody who's actually won a legitimate election? I know there's two methods that they use when they try to eliminate votes, and I can't think of the names of them off the top of my head, but one is essentially where they look at the votes, they look at the signatures, they look at the dates, they try to eliminate votes based on people not filling out their registrations properly. I think they call that canvassing or something like that. And then there's another method that they use to try to eliminate legitimate ballots. So they would likely do that as well, and that's why we would have to be disciplined in the way that we vote and making sure that our votes are, completed out the proper way. Have training on that as well. But then if it's a thing where it looks like they're actually stealing elections, which again, you can't put it past these people. They're demons. I mean, quite literally, these are demonic spirits inhabiting, seemingly human bodies, to be quite honest. So we would just have to be ready and prepared to deal with those issues in the best way possible. And usually, if they're going to do something, it's already happened in this country, and there's already been resolutions for it. So again, these are obstacles. They're not permanent deterrents. And there is a major difference in the two. And so you think about something like that, which was a great question. You do research to try to figure out how those issues were addressed in the past. And then you plan accordingly, understanding that these people are capable of anything and everything to try to derail our potential rise. That's what they do. That's who they are. It's not going to change. And yeah, that's it. You know what I'm saying? So do you have any other questions? I was trying to pull up. See, I got a list of names. I don't got pictures, of course. Why would they have pictures? I'm looking at the Mississippi legislators. They don't even have whether they're a Democrat or Republican on this thing. Of course not. So you got to click on each picture and try to figure that part out, which really sucks. I got to assume because, again, the one graphic says that there's already 15 or so majority black counties, that there would have to be some black representatives at the state level, simply because the demographics would tell you that there should be. Not to say that it's a guarantee, but there should be, because there's already that many majority counties down there. No matter how they manipulate it, they would have to have some representation in those areas. So, it'll just take some time for me to go through and try to figure out if I could find some pictures of these people to see how many actually of these elected officials are actually Black Americans. And then, we would have to assume, because there's already Black Americans already in these offices, that we would assume that they're going to seat all the ones in the future, although they may put up some type of childish fight about it. They won't win in federal court. How could they? We know we're going to be the overwhelming voting population. That's the whole point of it. You know what I mean? So yeah. Okay, you got it. Go for it.
Oh yeah, basically what I wanted to say was the city Bennett Thompson from is Greenville, and I think in Greenville they do actually have a federal court, if I'm not mistaken. But okay. Bennett Thompson is on like the intelligence committee or something like that.
Nice.
So he's and he got a lot of ties throughout the Mississippi Delta. I'm from the middle of the region where you can say is the epicenter of the majority of black population. And, you know, I'm one of those people that can go anywhere, you feel me? So I know, you know, the political scenario, like even with the white people, like the big fight in Jackson is that, you know, they losing political power and they constantly, you know, fighting each other over redistricting because of, you know, they losing, you know, it's more of us getting into the House of Representatives as well as the House Senate. So, you know, even over, you know, the next possible 10, 15 years, you know, they're not even going to have enough population to run for these state offices anyway. So it's like, you know, I think we could face a scenario in which Mississippi could possibly divide up into 3 states. You got like the northeastern portion of the state with the like Tupelo and the Pontotoc area. They big on the furniture industry. You know, a lot of furniture factories in this area. Then you got the Gulf Coast area, which is, you know, they big on tourism and you know, fishing or whatnot. Then you got the Mississippi Delta region, which is connected to Memphis. Like I say, Memphis is in the Mississippi Delta. They just call it Tennessee. But, you know, up along that area along Memphis, you know, we got a lot of land that's just empty land. You know, we got casino right there. And, you know, if we seeking to, you know, take over through election, we got to realize, like, historically, Mississippi, you know, you got people, you know, they still stand at polls, you know, directing people, you know, don't go here, don't go there, you know, they still got that going on in certain small rural places, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, what you know, my perspective is what I'm posing to the movement, you know, it's not to ultimately derail anybody, it's to, you know, basically just give people the most vivid picture that we can. And, you know, I'm telling you personally, you know, have dealt with, you know, judges and lawyers who, you know, they most definitely will seek to, you know, put some sort of criminal charge on you, or, you know what I'm saying, they exist, the governing officials in the state of Mississippi exist to put people in prison. And, you know, when I say that, I mean it, you know, regardless of their skin color. So it's not necessary. So, you know, what we still got to realize is, you know, when we coming in, you know, the backlash not necessarily going to be from the local people on the street, but it's going to be from the governing officials and the sheriffs and the police officers that protecting them in these counties and municipalities. And, you know, when it comes to the white people, like, this idea that the white man is stubborn and can't stand black people when they see them, that's false, you know. In Mississippi, we presented with an opportunity in which, if we create the right socioeconomic structure, the poor white people, which is more than half of their majority, will also follow us. So we, you know, will put them in a position in which the governing officials and the wealthy individuals, they wealth and their money will mean nothing. So it's like, when we speaking of going through the election process, you know, as a young adult, you know, I'm only 28. It just seemed like a process that'll take, you know, maybe 15 or 20 years. It'll take too long, you feel me, to accomplish what we're trying to do, and it'll give the people that's already on the inside enough time to kind of organize movements within, because these politicians, you know what I'm saying, they just from the streets just like us, you feel me? They, you know, they regular people too, and, you know, they in organizations that's connected, and all of these organizations are interconnected, and that's kind of what makes it, you know, impossible for people to even get in the South in the first place, you feel me? And, you know, it's not just white people, you know, it's the black people too, you feel me? So I'm a land up.
I mean, if I can jump in, no, those are some really solid points that you came up with, Kapoor, and so that's even more reason to pull up prepared, because like look at Brett Favre. Ain't nobody saying nothing about Brett except even the people in Mississippi, for the most part, they ain't saying nothing about Brett. Brett took all that money, and it just is what it is. And he had the audacity to go into court, and his lawyer said, "Well, don't take Brett up off of this lawsuit because it's not his fault that they gave him the money." What? So, and you're right. And there are some states where when the Republican Party lost the election, and now the Democrats are going to take control, they turned around and changed the laws that pretty much disempowered the new administration coming in. Mm-hmm. So we know that's there. And to me, if you do move in there slow, you gotta damn near be on hush mode. But if you move in there with like 50,000 people in 2 months, take up residence in any state that we're looking at as a Black majority state, we would have to be ready to rock and roll and start securing those seats in whatever open offices in order to prevent them coming up with rules and tactics to delay us from accomplishing the goal, because we ain't trying to wait no 15, 20 years to finally get control.
Yeah, amen. Like we see the gun clubs, right? They walk around with their AR-15s, right? You know what I'm saying? And they're doing patrols and they're protecting us in different protests and things of that nature. And so if we haven't already coordinated with the counties, because like I said, we're trying to go into counties where we are very close to 50%, and we're trying to get above 50%. If we can't coordinate with the county authority, then this may be the option on election day. We actually have to have security teams. What's more vital in this particular movement than our ability to vote? I mean, the vote is the power in this particular movement. It's securing the ability to put our candidates into office because they have an agenda that is going to cater to our population. So that may have to be a part of it. And it kind of is what it is, because again, whether Delaware goes first and then Mississippi is sort of like a second, not a distant second, but maybe Delaware can happen in 2 or 3 election cycles, and Mississippi can happen by the 4th election cycle. They should be moving at the same time. That would be ideal. Damn it. Okay. All right. Fuck. Oh man, Twitter. I'm so sick of this fucking Twitter. I'm so sick of Twitter. I'm ready to be done with it. Completely done with it. Okay. Am I back better?
Yeah, you're real good.
Okay, awesome. So ideally, Delaware and Mississippi would happen simultaneously. And so at some point you'd have control over Delaware, and hopefully, if need be, you have federal representation that can intervene and help Benny Thompson down in Mississippi to put more federal oversight in that situation if it's required. Maybe you can use some funds from Delaware to ensure you have security personnel in place for elections. I mean, you just got to do what you got to do to get what you got to get, and not be deterred. Not be deterred. I mean, this is for everything. They say that for all the marbles. This is a zero-sum game. Politics is war without bloodshed, but at the end of the day, we are talking about being in law enforcement for our population. We're talking about protecting our population. We're talking about having state defense forces for our population. So it's not as though we don't have the courage, we don't have the bravery, we don't have the ability. And I'm sure there's plenty of us that will step up and stand up if the need arises. So we just got to have our SHIT together, organized, focused, moving, laying out the path. Everybody understands this is what we're doing. No one's gonna stop us. Yeah, because my opinion is this: you stand up to these people because essentially they're bullies. At the end of the day, you stand up to a bully, smack a bully in the mouth. Eventually, they go away. I mean, at the end of the day, that's if it comes down to that, it comes down to that. Um, in terms of the incarceration part of it, rest in peace to the gentleman who languished in a prison down in the deep South for an extended period of time, was on $100 bail, and unfortunately was not able to release from that incarceration situation and was essentially wasted away in a very horrific manner. I know the prison systems down there are horrible. Every time a post comes across, I repost it. It's horrible conditions down there. I fully understand that. Also, with the political movement, much like in the civil rights movement, you immediately move to bail your people out to get them representation. We understand there may be false charges. That's when you really are going to have to lean. This is where the federal government has to play their part in doing investigations. And this is where you got to find the good attorneys to coordinate their activities. To just, I mean, to be perfectly honest, some people are gonna have to be the front liners. They're gonna have to be willing to go into the devil's den and snatch their food away from them, quite literally. They say if you're afraid, stay home, and that's probably the best place for those people who are afraid. Like I said, Delaware to me seems like a cakewalk. So for those who are really serious about it, they don't necessarily want to deal with those elements. Delaware's the place to be. For those who think that there's going to be this pushback, I don't think you're going to get pushback if we follow the model of the 45%, the 35%, where there's already this large population. I think when you get down into like the 15s and 10% populations where, they have like 80-90%, you might get the typical issues that flare up. However, if we follow in the model of, taking over the counties where in which we already have significant population, by the time we get down to the 5s and 10s, we already got like 40 counties. We're damn near half of the state already. So there's going to be a lot more assets in place to deal with it once we start getting into those lower populated counties. We may have an election where instead of only having one district, which currently Mississippi only has one black district out of 4, even before they do the redistricting, if we already have gained another 15 counties, by default, we're already going to have a second district because we're going to be in counties where quite likely they used to be majority white. Now they're majority black, which means that when a U.S. rep comes up for election every 2 years, I believe, we're going to have another U.S. rep in on the federal level. So it'll be 2-2 at that point. So there's just things that are going to be moving at the same time. A lot of mechanics to it. We just got to be strategic. That's all. I think you got it, DJ. If you're ready.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Just get over here and turn my machine back on. Hold on a second. Okay, seemed like we might have some tether shooting at black people out in Washington State, bro. It's about a combination of 10 minutes of video, maybe. So if y'all want to listen to the whole thing, let me know. If not, I'll just get to the point. It's up to y'all. But, if y'all want to take a break from talking, we'll play some news. But, suspect in custody after 2 people shot in Renton. One in SeaTac, SEATAC. This was 2 days ago. So hold up. Hopefully y'all can listen to this. I'm trying to find. I broke my device that holds up the phone so you can hear it through the tablet. 1 second. Hold up. Maybe this will go like this. All right. Let's check this out. Let's go back to the chat. All right, y'all. Suspect in custody after 2 people shot and ran. One in SeaTac. This is Washington State.
The first shooting happening here on South Rainier and South Tobin Street. We talked to the owner of this shop who didn't want to speak on camera, but tells us the victim left his store, then came back in just 2 minutes later and fell to the ground after being shot. The owner performed CPR and called 911. But tonight, the work is far from over for investigators. 3 separate shootings happening in under an hour, and one man believed to be behind them all. This whole thing is pretty crazy. Renton police say in the first shooting, the suspect pulled up in his vehicle next to a man sitting in his car and fired multiple rounds. That man now in the hospital fighting for his life. The suspect then drove less than a mile to a Kia dealership on Grady Way in Renton, where police say he fired multiple shots again, hitting another man who's seriously hurt. And finally, police believe he's responsible for shooting a third man near South 160th and 34th Avenue South in SeaTac.
To have someone just going about their daily lives like we all do, to have someone come up and do something like this to another human is just heartbreaking, and it's just mind-boggling. I don't understand it.
Police believe the shooting spree is seemingly random, with the suspect having no known connection to the victims.
I've been with the department 29 years. You see a lot after that long in law enforcement. This is our biggest nightmare, is someone that is randomly, unpredictably rolling around shooting at people.
The shootings and search for the man responsible spread across multiple jurisdictions and agencies. The King County Sheriff's Office says witnesses at the SeaTac scene gave key information identifying the suspect vehicle as a gold Dodge Journey, where an unmarked officer was able to spot the car and track the suspect, who was ultimately taken into custody on I-5 near South Yakima Avenue in Tacoma.
For that suspect to flee on vehicle and be mobile, and to have been on-viewed by a police officer and then arrested shortly after without further incident is remarkable.
Tonight, we're working to get more information about the suspect, if he's been booked in King County Jail and what charges he could be facing. But investigators say they are interviewing the suspect to find a possible motive behind these seemingly random shootings. And Rachel, Julie Calhoun, King 5 News.
All right, that's one. And
As documents released today, it states that during that interview,
SeaTac man accused of a shooting spree that left 3 people hospitalized made his first court appearance today. Court documents state that after the man was arrested along I-5 in Tacoma, he told police he, quote, doesn't like black people. The 3 people police say he shot are all black men. King 5's Natalie Slavey reports on the new details we are learning today.
In probable cause documents released today, it states that during that interview with police, he denied shooting anyone, but he allegedly did confirm that he recently purchased a pistol, and that pistol and loaded magazines were inside his vehicle. According to investigators, one man allegedly caused 4 different crime scenes.
Washington versus Mamadou Diallo.
Mamadou Diallo appeared before a judge today, accused of perpetrating a shooting spree Thursday afternoon. It started near Rainier Avenue in Renton. That's where a suspect allegedly pulled up in his vehicle next to a man who was sitting in his car and started shooting, according to police, who say the same suspect then drove less than a mile to a dealership on Southwest Grady Way, and there was more gunfire.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So strong possibility, tether gang and shooting at the black people. You know what I mean? Our people. Word up. And this was in Washington State again. Renton, 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 and / SeaTac, SEATAC. So it happened in 2 different locations. So good reason to get up out of Dodge, y'all. If y'all jokers that's on the west side want to come east, this is what the topic of discussion is. Always on the black state of America. Come on back home to Nackerland. You know what I mean?
Was there an image of the person at all?
No, just the name itself is more than enough. Amadou Diallo. Yeah, that's his name. And what a coincidence too, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because him saying he don't like black people and randomly shooting at black Americans sounds like this particular diasporan doesn't consider himself to be black, right?
Right.
I wonder if he but they didn't say where he's from, like what his country of origin is.
Well, according to the newscast today, someone said that he allegedly said that he don't like black people. So who knows? You know what I'm saying on that. So hold up a minute. Where the heck did the file just go? Hold up. I just let me go back over here. Hold on one second.
3-year-old SeaTac man accused of a shooting spree that left 3 people hospitalized made his first court appearance today. Court documents state that after the man was arrested along I-5 in Tacoma, he told police he, quote, doesn't like black people. The 3 people police say he shot are all black men. King 5's Natalie Slavey reports on the new details we are learning today. In probable cause documents released today, it states that during that interview with police, he denied shooting anyone, but he allegedly did confirm that he recently purchased a pistol, and that pistol and loaded magazines were inside his vehicle. According to investigators, one man allegedly caused 4 different crime scenes.
Washington versus Mamadou Diallo.
Mamadou Diallo appeared before a judge today, accused of perpetrating a shooting spree Thursday afternoon. It started near Rainier Avenue in Renton. That's where a suspect allegedly pulled up in his vehicle next to a man who was sitting in his car and started shooting, according to police, who say the same suspect then drove less than a mile to a dealership on Southwest Grady Way, and there was more gunfire.
As a business owner, you used to stay up late at night worrying about a lot of things. This isn't one of them, so I was really caught off guard.
Matthew Phillips, the CEO at Car Pros, received the call yesterday afternoon that one of his employees was shot.
We're all just in shock. The employee was walking to his car. Someone basically pulled out a gun, shot him, and drove off. It happened very quickly. Nobody really understood what happened. Luckily, we have an employee who is former military that sprung into action to provide immediate first aid.
As police were investigating the 2 crime scenes in Renton, a third call came in about SeaTac, where another man was shot. And investigators say they believe the same suspect is responsible. A short time later, evidence and witness statements led to this moment, where police say they arrested the suspect on I-5 in Tacoma. It was all part of a traumatic day for Phillips and his employees. He says they're still struggling.
To know that everyone feels a little bit less safe, to know that one of our family members isn't here is heartbreaking.
Oh, wow.
Today,
hold on. We'll just have what's called Delaware. What happened to the audio? Hold on a second.
For 3 counts of assault and struggling.
To know that everyone feels a little bit less safe, to know that one of our family members isn't here is heartbreaking.
Today, the judge found probable cause for 3 counts of assault and...
Okay, that was it. That was it. So, the dude, he's melanated, straight up. Probably darker than me and you together, black. You know what I'm saying? real snap. So, you know what I mean? And this all took place within the Tacoma, Washington area, specifically Renton town or city, rather. And the other shooting was in SeaTac, SEATAC, SeaTac.
Yeah, it sounds like they were saying one person was deceased and 3 just injured.
So far that this was an extra added thing to the video that from a different source. This is extra video that was tagged in. So hearing that that business owner, the car dealership owner, that's exactly what he said. He said, we're grieving for a person that is no longer here. So, this is just all coming out. So I don't know if that person that was the first video I played, that they said they was in a hospital fighting for their life, which looked like it was by a dealership. You feel what I'm saying? So that could be the person. So, bless the family. Just hope it actually is not. Hopefully it's just like a, difference of misinformation, man. But, maybe it was just, the owner worded it wrong. You know what I'm saying? On that note, but I don't see anything, but I'll keep y'all posted on it.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay. All right. Man, so prayers up to the family in the Tacoma, Washington area. And that's one of those horror ones. If you just have some random psychopath demon walking around intending to harm innocent Black American men, even, goodness gracious, man. There's not a whole lot you can do, because you whatever, you're working, you're shopping, you're just sitting in traffic, whatever the situation is. Unless you have that 2A and you really got it in your lap, even it may be even difficult to deal with that situation if you're ambushed. Man, we're just, dear God. Oh boy. That's one of those situations where you would really want to hold the federal government liable for this individual even being in the country and he being able to get a weapon. Like that's a whole nother element to the question. Like, how can, I don't care if you even are a naturalized citizen, we don't know that in this case, but even still, how can a foreigner even purchase a gun in this country? Like, holy crap. Goodness gracious. I wonder, I kind of wonder where his country of origin is. Like, is he Somalian, or, because there's some of those groups that just don't like us anyway. And then if you have a psychotic individual who has all types of, who knows what type of crap going on in his brain. I kind of did a search when his name first popped up, and there's a lot of people on Twitter with that name, but I couldn't sort of connect it. You know what I'm saying? Oh man.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking for a minute. I'm gonna keep looking.
Yeah, welcome, Miss Rilla, into the chat. Shout out to everybody that's been in the chat, been rocking with us for a minute here. It's like we definitely had a really good conversation here tonight. We got a visitor here tonight. We had somebody who, they want to try to get us off the scent, get us off the trail, if you will. And that kind of is what they do. It is what they do. So we just keep pressing forward. And even in places like Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, etc. It's a different environment. It's a different vibe for sure, and we just got to be ready for it. You know what I mean? My personal opinion is this: when we push back, I think they're just waiting to see us push back. That's it. I'm gonna leave it at that, because I think they'll fold. That's my personal opinion. They're already, planning to move themselves up into the Northwest area anyway, Northwest USA anyway. And so it's very likely that they would already be like, okay, well, it's time to move. It's time to go. And you always got the diehards. I wrote that in the book. It is what it is. There's always going to be diehards. But, my opinion of those people is simply that they just don't want you to step on their property. For the most part, don't step on their property. They're good. Now, when it comes to like law enforcement and all that, people with some type of authority, yeah, they're going to abuse their authority. That's what they do. Make sure you got your cameras. Cars can have cameras in them. That would be a good suggestion. Make sure you always got a camera on and operating. Travel in groups. What do they call it in the military? They call it battle buddies, to be perfectly honest. So it may be a system where you gotta use a battle buddy when you're down there. We're just gonna have to come up with systems and operating procedures to get us through till we get full control. And then once you have full control, it's like zero tolerance for any of it, all of it, zero tolerance. Put the laws on the books, enforce them, no hate, whatever it is, whatever the population decides, and enforce it heavy. Fill the jails up with those people if you have to at the end of the day. And it just is what it is. Yeah, this requires a certain level of courage and a willingness to do what the federal government will never do. These state governments ain't gonna do it either unless we have control over them. And DJ just played that clip, kind of starting the space. We're just talking about this past couple weeks, it just seems like endless of these killings. It seems like every day, if it ain't one, it's two or three, even some of these days. I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, holy shit, oh boy, man, it's yeah.
Hey guys.
Hello.
How are you? How are you guys doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. I was supposed to come in here last night, and I don't know. I had my phone in my hand. I just fell asleep. The day was busy. It seemed like the space was really good, and you guys had a great conversation. So I guess I could just speak to the title.
Yeah.
You don't have to move to Delaware; just support those who do. I really think that
turn the gospel down a little bit in the back. That's what we hear.
Oh, sorry, that's not gospel. It's so funny.
It is Sunday morning, Lord. Praise the Lord. And all men go Giants. Please, Lord, let us win. No.
Sorry, but I just think that I agree. I think that we should get to the point where no matter even if it's not Delaware, it's even the other states. Black American Homeland and Gray. You guys have mapped out a lot of information in regards to the population for the different states to get to a point where we can develop a Black majority state. And then even with that being said, what will we do, or what we would need to do afterwards, after you do move to a particular state where we can increase the Black population. So that's so important. And then, people can just start buying land, maybe buying, multifamily properties, getting into real estate. There's so much I think we could do collectively versus, individually. Stop showing my shirt. Why are you showing my shirt? You have food. I'm sorry, talking to my puppy. So.
Yeah, absolutely. No question. We actually, your name came up a couple times about exactly what you just said. Specifically in terms of getting some multi properties together to help people move in. You know, we had a visitor from the state of Delaware in here earlier, so trying to kind of push us in a different direction, of course, but did give us a lot of insight into what's going on in Delaware.
What did they say? What did they say?
Well, it was a Democratic Socialist party chair member or something of that nature, but essentially saying Mississippi's a better option, to put it pretty plainly. You know, but it kind of is what it is. I think we had a conversation with either him or someone else in the past, but we got a lot of information out of this guy this time around, about the demographics and, you know, things of that nature. So,
or even just taking visits, you know, before, like, people should just take trips, you know, take trips. Like, I know a lot of people, you know, talk about or plan trips around, like going, you know, out the country and stuff like that. We'll plan trips to these states and visit them, you know, and to get a feel of, you know, what they're like, what the, you know, what this, you know, the surroundings is like, and just start getting, like, I really think we do need to do more of that here anyway. We do need to explore our United States. In particular, the, you know, the conversation about around the Black majority states.
yeah, no question. I'm doing my online exploring. I was Google mapping, looking at properties, looking at commercial properties, looking at apartments. I think the lowest apartment was like in the 800 to 900 range, and then they essentially go up from there. In the Wilmington area, when I was looking in Dover, I think they were a little less than that, maybe like 800, 700, 800 range. Wilmington is a little bit more expensive. Obviously, it's a bigger city or whatever, but I mean, from what I can tell, you know, I mean, just scanning over in satellite mode, it's pretty dense. He talked about the density, and it's interesting because I kind of did notice that, like, there is a lot of, like, it's neighborhoods, you know, there's a lot of neighborhoods, there's a lot of commercial businesses, whatever. It looks like a thriving little metropolitan city, but it's a small city for in comparison to much larger cities. 70,000, a little over 70,000 within the city limits, and then there's a couple of suburbs, so maybe you get to 100,000 in the metropolitan area. Essentially, Wilmington is the county that, I think that's Newcastle County up there in the north. That city pretty much is the county, to be perfectly honest, and in all these surrounding suburbs. And then he said, you know, once you go further south, it gets more rural, which it does. It's pretty clear. Once you get all the way down to the south, it's pretty much all country down there. So it just is what it is. You know, it's like there's plenty of land, plenty of room to build. And, you know, we would try to fill up the available housing that does exist. And hopefully have someone who wants to build, you know, who wants to build, and people who want to buy at the same damn time. All I can do is move there. All I can do is move and try to connect and, you know, try to build with some of these organizations. That's really what the plan is. It's like, I don't know nobody there. I've driven through there in a truck several times, you know, 20 years ago, I guess. It's been a while since I've been on the East Coast like that. But yeah, I'm just and intending to go there, work, try to connect, and have conversations. If I got to go to a different church every weekend, that's what I got to do. A different church every weekend. Try to have a conversation with the pastor or the pastor's wife or the deacons or whatever, and
Oh yeah, or even like finding, vacation spots. I think that we really need to get to a point where we actually, like I said, explore the states and, can actually start to even, find out what the tourism is like, and spending time in the states and stuff and getting to know the environment. And like you said, even if you're someone who do attends, church services on Sunday or whatever during the week, if you have time, and just, I think maybe that will help people, in a sense, get moving. Because I planned on, myself and my uncle are planning on going to visit. He's from California because he's trying to move out this way. So he was looking at Toronto, and I said, hey, well, what about Delaware? And he was like, Delaware? He was like, why Delaware? And that's kind of opened up the door to have the conversation with them. So
awesome. There was a gentleman in one of our spaces. He's from California. He's big into music, but he's in the banking industry in Delaware, which I think even that guy said he's in financial services. I think it's a big banking town. And this guy was actually doing really good. I think he was one of Married Black Parents associates. He had invited him into the space, and he was giving a good. He said, man, he was telling us like all he sees is Bentleys from these bankers. They're riding around in Bentleys up there, whatever. But he was saying, yeah, man, I see the opportunity is here. He could see it very clear, crystal clear. That was almost a year ago in some of those first spaces we had. So, yeah, man, thinking about music. I mean, imagine having a state that you could develop a music industry. You can develop a music industry, a movie industry, sports management industry. I mean, marketing and advertising. I mean, just all of these things that we talk about. We talk about how they inaccurately depict us. They cause harm to us through all these different systems, these propaganda systems. It just changes, man. You connect with. I know some people like him, some people don't, but he's successful in what he's doing. Tyler Perry, and you just tap into his brain to understand how he was able to develop his model, and then you find people who, like oh man, what's the guy, the Bass Reeves guy, Isaiah Washington. You tap in with people like him, who's already ready to be Black American first, in a sense. It's funny about that dude. When I first got on Twitter, he was as right-wing Republican conservative as it gets, man. I remember kind of going back and forth, like not really going back and forth, but like, damn, dude, that was on my other account. Like, I think he's one. I think I tagged him, James Woods, because I remember he used to be big on James Woods, and some other person, and that was one of the tweets that got that account suspended back then. So he's kind of done a, I don't want to say a 180. I just think maybe he was misunderstood at that time. But yeah, salute to him and salute to what he's got going on. I remember Robert Townsend was one of the like Black, directors, writers, really trying to boost up Black Hollywood. Spike Lee, I mean, we know about him, but he's kind of gone in a massively liberal direction. We need to find that young talent that's out here producing little 30-minute, 15-minute movies. There's a dude down there in Atlanta. Now that I think about it, he was interviewed at a radio station, him and his little brother. But I guess he produces these movies. Now they're like shot to hood thug movies, I guess. But he's developed a market for himself. I mean, he's making serious money with it. We just need to find somebody that's a little more creative, a little more representative of who we are as a people, not just one segment of it, and definitely try to develop them. Because even though the issue with Hollywood is getting your movie into those theaters, I mean, you could quite literally have a movie chain of theaters across the Black majority state and still do well with, creating movies and producing movies, and then try to get some foreign distribution and just like circumventing the Hollywood model. If you got to develop theaters in other cities where we have a high Black population, Chicago, LA, whatever, Texas, Houston, Dallas, we could also be funding that as well, where it's just like our movie distribution system, like it's really like sky's the limit, man. That's why I say people can think of all the obstacles that they want to think of. There's always solutions. If there's 5 Confederate flag waving morons at a polling station with guns, there need to be 10 Black dudes in black dressed down with the AR-15s as well. I mean, that's just the way it's got to be. If that's the way it's got to be, that's just the way it's got to be at some point. I mean, we can't let fear be the reason why we don't advance the population. It just can't be that. Anything but that. Yeah, we gotta try, because if we try, we'll win. That's the way I feel about it.
Facts on that. Hey, I got some more information, but give me a second, all right?
Okay. Yep, absolutely. No problem. I'm gonna say goodnight to the YouTube audience. And another update on the social, soxcial.com, soxcial.com, is that they originally said January would be the release of this live video conference chat feature. I looked at it again a couple of days ago. They pushed it to February. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's a tech issue. More than likely it is. But that was the most recent update for it, because I was thinking it's the middle of February or middle of January. Should know something by now. Very excited about that. I've already gotten kicked off of this Twitter space. I don't know. I went into the matrix at least 8 times, maybe even 10 times already, and that happens just about every weekend. So I'm kind of sick of this Twitter tech. I think the app, to be quite honest, I think the app is embodied with the spirit of conflict. I think that's why the spaces are always full of conflict, because the app is always full of conflict. And just as much as I'm very firm in the fact that buildings and land can possess spirits, I really, really, really believe that this app has that spirit all over it. And that's probably why it just seems to thrive off of that, that negativity, that constant conflict.
Well, you know what? Earlier, so I was in the spaces earlier yesterday, and there were people from different fracture groups in this space, and we really had a long discussion, about a really good discussion actually. It was the guy Jake. He was the one hosting the space, and the conversation surprisingly, went really well. At first it was kind of like, people were processing